Robert Baratheon's roar shook the walls of the Red Keep. The echo of it lingered in the corridors, making servants and guards alike pause and glance at each other with dread. Many had heard the king's anger before in lesser incarnations, slurred curses punctuated by drunken outbursts, the threat of his heavy fists whenever he'd had too much to drink. But never had the king's fury taken on a tone so cold, so sharp, that it practically turned the air in the throne room to shards of glass. In the center of that chamber, lit by the pale sunlight streaming through narrow windows, stood Eddard Stark, newly come to present his findings. His face was grim, his gray eyes heavy with the weight of what he had only just confessed. Next to him, his jaw tight and fists clenched, stood Ser Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. A hush had settled upon the entire hall. In the galleries above, courtiers held their breath, while below, guards stood uncertain, hands drifting near the hilts of their swords. Before them all, on the Iron Throne, Robert half sat, half loomed. His thick fingers, dusted with old scars from battles long ago, gripped the twisted metal of the throne's armrests. He wore no crown at that moment. He had flung it off in the midst of his rage. It had rolled away and come to rest near a marble pillar, unattended. Robert himself wore a hunting outfit, still stained from mud and the remains of the hunt that morning, and the very smell of the forest clung to him. Cersei Lannister, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, knelt before Robert, her golden hair tousled. 2 gold-cloaked guards flanked her. Though her hands remained free, everyone in the hall could see the tension, see how close those guards were to seizing her wrists should she twitch the wrong way. Her green eyes, so proud and cunning in better times, were full of desperation and anger, like a lioness cornered and wounded, uncertain if she still had strength enough to strike. "Cersei," Robert snarled, his voice raw and low, "Eddard has told me unthinkable things." His eyes flicked to Ned, and there was pain as much as fury in them. "Unspeakable truths about you and your—" He paused, the words turning to venom on his tongue, as if simply calling it incest was not enough to express his loathing. "I've had my suspicions, but I never believed them fully." Cersei did not speak. Eddard wondered if she had retreated to some silent place within herself, forging one last scheme, one last attempt to manipulate or to coax. But the king had no mind for such games now. He rose from the Iron Throne, more carefully than one might think to see such a brute of a warrior. He advanced on her with slow, deliberate steps, and each contact of his boots with the floor resounded with a thud that reverberated throughout the silent throne room. "You," Robert began, pointing at her, "have made me a fool. I've held you beside me these many years as my queen. We have paraded ourselves as if—" He slammed his fist on the nearest pillar, startling everyone. The clang echoed. Though Robert's rage was fearsome, there was an undercurrent of heartbreak that Ned did not fail to recognize, for they had known each other for too long. They had fought wars together, spilled blood together, and now it came to this. At last, Robert drew a deep breath, glanced at Ned and said, "I want the truth laid bare for all. I want to hear from your own lips, Cersei, what you have done." Cersei's lips trembled for the barest instant. She saw how quickly the guards would seize her if she tried to flee. There was no Lord Tywin here to shield her, no Jaime to draw a sword on her behalf. Jaime languished somewhere near the stables under heavy guard, still reeling from the confrontation on the king's return. Tyrion was off in the Vale, last any had heard. The great Lannister cunning had fled this woman in the face of raw, unyielding wrath. She laughed then, a brittle laugh that echoed unpleasantly in the hush. "You want me to confess? You want me to say that your children are not your children?" A tear slipped, though whether it was from sorrow or rage, not even she might know. "Oh, Robert, we're well past that. I know what Ned Stark told you, so go ahead. Do what you will." Robert's fists tightened, and the cords in his neck stood out. A moment stretched like taffy, as if the entire throne room braced for the savage blow that might come. Instead, Robert stepped back, as though the very nearness of her disgusted him. She, for her part, turned her face away. Ned dared to interject, though he kept his voice soft. "Your Grace, we should do this in private." "No need." "No," Robert barked. "I want them all to see it. I want every single soul within the Red Keep's walls to know that we are not playing at petty intrigues any longer. Treason. They must see her punishment." He glanced at the kneeling woman as though glimpsing a venomous viper. "Guards, bring her outside, to the courtyard, where all can witness." A few of the courtiers gasped, for Robert seemed in no mood to follow the usual course of a quiet trial and a discreet execution. Cersei let the gold cloaks hoist her to her feet, though she did so with a flash of anger. In that moment, she almost spat at Robert, but thought better of it. Instead, she whispered something that only Robert and Ned, close behind, could hear. "I will haunt you in every dream." Robert did not so much as flinch. He gestured to the hall's exit. The slow procession out of the throne room began, the guards forming a ring around Cersei. All those who had stood in the balconies and along the walls of the throne room followed, fear and curiosity warring on their faces. Ned's heart pounded. Executing a queen, especially one from House Lannister, daughter of Tywin, would plunge the realm into chaos. Could Robert not see the ruin it might bring? But the king's fury, once kindled, could not so easily be quenched. And perhaps, Ned conceded, the realm would inevitably be thrown into chaos by the truth of the queen's crimes. Better to face the storm at its onset than to endure a creeping disease. He glanced to Ser Barristan, who wore a solemn expression, lips pressed tight. The Lord Commander gave the subtlest of nods, as if to confirm that they would do their duty. He was loyal to the king, always, even if the king's decisions were catastrophic. They emerged into the Red Keep's great courtyard, a wide expanse of cobblestones overshadowed by the massive red walls and towers. Word had spread with frightening speed. Already on balconies and ramparts above, spectators gathered. Courtiers, stable hands, scullions peered out from behind corners. The hush weighed on them all. Robert strode to the center where a block had been hastily dragged from the Tower of the Hand. An executioner stood nearby, draped in black, but the king's eyes fell upon Ser Island Payne, the mute headsman who served the crown. "I will not wait," Robert muttered. "Let us see this done now." Eddard Stark's voice was calm though taut. "Your Grace, may I counsel?" "No, Ned," Robert growled, swallowing. "No. You have done your duty by telling me this monstrous treason. Now I must do mine. A king who hesitates in punishing treason is no king at all." Ned wanted to speak further, but the thunderous glare in Robert's eyes told him it was pointless. He looked upon Cersei, who knelt again at the block, her hair shining in the sunlight, so reminiscent of Lannister gold. The years of her queenship, of her manipulations of her hidden children, ended here. A strange swirl of pity, fear, and relief contorted Ned's gut. This was monstrous, yes, but so had her crime been monstrous. And had her treason continued, the realm would be imperiled by the falseness of the line on the throne. Cersei's eyes searched the crowd, no doubt for some last hope, some sign of rescue. None came. Jaime was imprisoned. Tywin was far away in the west. Tyrion was absent as well. There would be no salvation. She laughed once more as if in disbelief. She spoke softly, but the hush in the courtyard was so profound that many could hear. "Do it then. You were never man enough to love me. Show me that you were man enough to kill me." Robert signaled to Ser Island Payne with a sharp gesture of his hand. The headsman drew the great sword, Ice, the blade belonging to House Stark, which Ned had brought with him to King's Landing. Ned's heart hammered painfully at the sight of his ancestral sword in the grip of the king's justice. It was not truly appropriate, but in the chaos of the moment, the king had demanded the largest blade at hand. Ser Island Payne lifted the sword high, his expression blank, and there was a hush. The sun glinted off the steel. Cersei's eyes shut. Ned turned his head at the moment the blade descended. A dull thud. A collective gasp. Then a scream from somewhere in the crowd. A lady, perhaps, or a servant in shock at seeing a once powerful queen's golden head severed from her body. Robert stood, chest heaving, gaze fixed upon what he had wrought. The hush stretched until the king's rough voice broke it. "Ser Barristan. Ned, make sure she is buried. Then gather what remains of her so-called children." "Your Grace," Ned murmured, "the boy Joffrey." "Joffrey is no son of mine," Robert snapped. "That viper's brood," he spat, then drew a ragged breath. For an instant, his face was pale, as though the enormity of what he had done lay upon him like a boulder. Then the anger returned, stiffening his spine. "We deal with them next if they be found traitors to the crown." A stir moved through the watchers. Some were already murmuring that the king had lost his mind, that war with House Lannister was assured. Many stepped back as if bracing for a storm. Eddard Stark laid a hand on Robert's shoulder. "Your Grace, if I may, we should gather the council, Stannis and Renly too, if they can be found, and discuss the matter of succession." Robert turned, brow furrowed with anguish. "Aye," he said. "We shall. And you, Ned, shall help me ensure that the next on the throne is trueborn. If my own line is false, then the realm is in dire need of a rightful king." The wails of watchers and the hush of fear circled them all as Robert turned away from Cersei's corpse. The gold cloaks moved to cover the scene, shooing away the gawkers, though no one moved very quickly. Shock hung heavy in the air. Ned felt no triumph in the queen's death. Only a cold sense of foreboding settled upon him. In that moment, he could almost hear the thunder of war drums echoing from the west. Tywin Lannister was not a man to let such an affront pass unanswered. That same evening, Ned found himself seated in the small council chamber. The heads of various lords and officials were bowed in tense debate around a table strewn with maps, parchments, and half-eaten platters of food that no one had the stomach to finish. The thick wooden shutters had been drawn for privacy. Candles flickered, sending dancing shadows across the richly carved walls. Robert paced at one end of the table. His broad hands squeezed the back of a high wooden chair until his knuckles shone white. Renly Baratheon sat with hands folded, looking pale and stricken. A swirl of conflicting emotions played over his youthful features. Stannis was absent, having only recently been summoned back from Dragonstone, but he was expected to arrive soon. Grand Maester Pycelle stood to one side, occasionally lifting a shaking hand as if to speak, then thinking better of it. Lord Peter Baelish hovered, slender and watchful, a half-smile on his lips that betrayed neither approval nor disapproval. Varys, the master of whisperers, was unnervingly still, his hands folded over his stomach, eyes half-lidded in an unreadable expression. Ned set his gaze on Robert. "We must consider carefully what to do about your supposed children," he began quietly. "Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. We do not wish to punish children for the sins of their mother. You know I cannot abide harming them. Those children are the product of incest with the Kingslayer," Robert retorted, though some of the heat in his voice had cooled to mere bitterness. "I cannot call them mine. They have no claim to the Iron Throne. But what do I do with them, Ned? How can I let them remain at court? They'd always be a threat." Renly coughed. "They might also be a source of strife if they are harmed, brother. Already the rumor spreads through the city. Many are outraged. Some are confused. If you were to, heaven forbid, execute them as well." He trailed off. Grand Maester Pycelle nodded gravely, his chain rattling. "It would be an abomination to shed their blood, children though they may be. Let us, by the seven, at least show mercy. Perhaps they can be sent away to distant lands, or to some keep for custody. It would quell some measure of outrage that might otherwise spark war." Varys spoke then, soft as a whisper. "But war is likely to come nonetheless, my lords. The whisperers in King's Landing say that Tywin Lannister, upon hearing that the king has beheaded his precious daughter, will raise all the banners of the Westerlands in retribution." Robert scowled and sank into the chair he'd been gripping. "Let the old lion come," he said, though the bravado in his tone rang hollow. "He'll find a fierce fight awaits him. We've faced worse foes. The Targaryens had dragons at one time, and we overcame them. We can face Lannisters if need be." Ned was not so certain. "I urge caution, your grace. Our coffers are near empty. Our armies are unprepared. And the Seven Kingdoms have known uneasy peace for years. We're not as ready for large-scale war as you might believe." Littlefinger cleared his throat. "On that note, with the crown in deep debt, largely to House Lannister, ironically, I fear we must consider how to handle those obligations now. The Lannisters will not forgive debts easily, especially after this, unfortunate turn of events." The tension in the room redoubled. Everyone felt the noose of Lannister gold. The realm was afloat on borrowed coin, and those who held the realm's purse strings had just been grievously offended, bloodily so. Robert at last let his face fall into his hands. For a moment, he was not a king but a tired, frightened man facing the repercussions of his own actions. "All right," he said after a pause. "We must name a rightful heir, a successor, if none of my children are truly mine. It's Stannis next in line, isn't it?" Renly stiffened at that. Stannis is your elder brother, true, but he is not beloved by the realm. He is known for his harshness, his unyielding nature. All the more reason to place the rightful man on the throne, Ned said. We must abide by the law. The line of succession is not a popularity contest. Renly shot Ned a look and then turned to Robert. Brother, a king must have the love of the people, or at least their loyalty. The realm is in fragile shape. Stannis might alienate more lords than he would unite. We must consider a less rigid approach. A regency, perhaps, if that is needed. Robert grunted. A regency for who? There is no child in the Baratheon line, not a legitimate one at least. Unless, well, there's Gendry, a bastard, but as brawny as I was in my youth. And there's Edric Storm in the Stormlands. But the realm doesn't want some bastard on the throne, do they? Ned knew well the complicated matter of bastards. He thought of his own alleged bastard, Jon Snow, half a kingdom away at the wall. So many secrets, so many burdens. The law is clear, he said softly. It should pass to Stannis if it does not pass to your children. But you remain king until you choose to abdicate or until you die, which I pray is not soon. Might we not proceed with caution? Summon Stannis here. See to it that we handle the matter properly. Robert nodded at that. Yes, we'll do it properly. I'll not cling to a throne that is built on a lie. If I have no true heir, then the throne goes to Stannis when I'm gone. Until then, I rule. He paused, then glanced at Ned. And you must help me ensure the realm's safety, Ned. Keep watch over the Lannisters, over Joffrey and the others, so none attempt to lay a false claim. Storm's End must remain strong, and we must keep the peace with Highgarden, Dorne, the Vale, all of them. Gods be good. I never wanted to be king in the first place. Ned exhaled slowly. We will do what must be done. He looked around the room, letting his gaze settle upon the watchers. We should deal with Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen soon. Decide their fate before the city grows riotous with rumor. Varys spoke with his usual softness. Some suggest the children should be kept as wards in other great houses. The Tyrells or the Arryns, perhaps, to ensure their good behavior. They need not be slaughtered, nor allowed to roam free and stir up trouble. A gentle captivity, if you will. Robert's face contorted with distaste, but he nodded. Yes, let us do that. If they are wards, they will pose less threat, and none can say I murdered children. Ned, you will see it done. I trust you to be firm but merciful. As you say, Your Grace, Ned replied. He was aware of Baelish's knowing gaze upon him, as if analyzing every flicker of emotion. Indeed, Ned felt uneasy about the entire matter, but he would see it through. That was his duty. One did not ask for easy tasks when duty called. Thus ended the meeting, with tension swirling in the hush of the candlelit chamber. Robert left to brood in his private solar, while the others filtered out in uneasy clusters. Baelish tried to speak to Ned as they departed, but Ned shook his head, not trusting himself to engage in that man's banter. Varys drifted away like a ghost, and Pycelle tottered back to his chambers, muttering about the mother's mercy. Ned found himself outside in the corridor, breathing in the musty castle air. He closed his eyes, picturing the north, the wide open sky, the crisp smell of snow, the steady presence of Winterfell's walls. How he wished he could be there. Yet duty bound him here to navigate a crisis that might unravel the entire kingdom. He opened his eyes and saw that Ser Barristan and Selmy had caught up with him. The old knight bowed his head slightly. Lord Stark, I fear the king's anger has not yet run its course. Ned grunted. It never does, but I believe Robert has enough sense left to avoid a worse atrocity. We must hope that Tywin sees reason, though I doubt it. Ser Barristan sighed. I fear we have a storm on our hands, my lord. War, perhaps. House Lannister does not suffer such injury lightly. There will be a reckoning. Then let us prepare, Ned said, feeling bone-tired. That is all we can do. Word spread through King's Landing in the coming days. The queen was dead, executed for treason most foul. Whispers about her incest with her twin brother Jaime took wing like startled birds. The small folk were scandalized and frightened, for if the king's heirs were not truly his own, what did that mean for the future? Some greeted the news with raucous approval, for the queen had never been widely beloved among the common folk, but others trembled at the notion that war might descend. The Lannister presence in the city shrank abruptly as Goldcloaks loyal to the king began rounding up known Lannister men to question them about any conspiracies. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, remained imprisoned in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, bound in chains. He was allowed no visitors, save for the king's men who fed him and occasionally tried to glean more information. Word was that Jaime merely sneered at them, saying little as though daring them to do their worst. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were taken into custody, though under Ned Stark's careful direction they were kept in modest comfort in a tower suite rather than the bleak black cells. The children, frightened and confused, no longer had their mother to reassure them. Joffrey raged at the guards, proclaiming that he was king, that they would all die for this insult, but the guards merely ignored him, more inclined to pity than fear. Myrcella cried softly when no one was looking, while Tommen clung to his sister, too young to comprehend the full magnitude of the events. From dawn until dusk, Ned Stark toiled with the king's council, trying to steady the city. He arranged for watch patrols through the streets, for a measure of grain to be distributed in Flea Bottom to stave off riots, for messages to be sent to Highgarden and Dorne, requesting calm. The king's official decree was that Cersei Lannister had committed treason and the line of succession was thus changed. Prince Joffrey was disinherited, as were Myrcella and Tommen, and Lord Stannis Baratheon was named next in line to the throne. The king, however, remained Robert Baratheon. He would not abandon his seat yet, for better or for worse. But the greatest threat loomed beyond the city: Tywin Lannister, Warden of the West. Ravens soared to and from the west, bearing taut messages. It was said Tywin mustered his bannermen at Casterly Rock, that the banners with the Golden Lion had been called. Each day brought new rumors of Lannister troop movements or warnings that Tywin marched eastward with a vast host. Robert decided he would call upon the might of the Stormlands, the Reach, and the North if needed. A messenger was sent to Winterfell requesting men from the north to march south if war indeed erupted. That letter, carried by the king's swiftest riders, vanished into the distance while Ned prayed that his son Robb would be able to rally men in time. Meanwhile, Ned petitioned the Lords Tyrell in Highgarden, reminding them that their old rivalry with the Lannisters might make them amenable to standing with the crown. The realm teetered on a knife's edge, and no man could say which way the blade would tip. One evening, as Ned climbed the steps to the tower where the Lannister children were kept, he paused by a narrow window overlooking the city. Torches glimmered across the rooftops and shadows flickered as patrols moved through the muddy streets. Further away, on the horizon, the bay darkened under a velvet sky studded with faint stars. He sighed. How did it come to this? He had hoped that by revealing the Queen's treason, Robert might handle matters discreetly. Instead, Robert's anger had shattered any hope of a quiet resolution. If the realm descended into civil war, blood would run thick in the streets. Was there no route toward peace now? At the top of the staircase, 2 Goldcloaks stood guard before a wooden door. They parted for Ned, who stepped inside to find an antechamber, lamplight flickering across simple furnishings. A nurse sat there, half dozing, while another guard hovered near a second door. The nurse rose quickly and bobbed a curtsy. "Lord, the children are Abed," she said softly. Ned nodded. "I won't stay long." He entered the next room quietly. By the faint glow of a candle, he saw Myrcella and Tommen huddled in narrow beds, separated by a small wooden nightstand. Joffrey was in a separate chamber. Soft breathing indicated the 2 younger children were likely asleep or close to it. Myrcella sat up as soon as she perceived his presence, her eyes huge. "Lord Stark," she whispered. "Be at ease," Ned said. "I simply wish to see that you are well." She swallowed. We miss our mother." She said it in a small, trembling voice, though her eyes held a quiet sadness. "They said she's gone." Ned hesitated. He felt the gravity of what had been done. Yes. "I'm afraid so," he admitted gently. Myrcella looked away, tears glistening. "She wasn't always kind to me or Tommen, but she was still our mother." "Why did the king do it?" Ned felt a pang. Children should not be forced to grapple with such matters, but life was harsh in the 7 kingdoms. She committed a grave crime against the king and the realm. It cost her dearly. It was beyond my power to stop. He kept his voice gentle but firm. "I am sorry." Tommen stirred at Myrcella's words, blinking at Ned. "Where's mother?" he mumbled, confusion etched on his plump cheeks. Myrcella gently hushed him, urging him back to sleep. Ned turned away, uneasy. He did not want to remain. The knowledge that these children would carry the stigma of their mother's crimes weighed upon him. Yet he reminded himself that they were wholly innocent of the acts that had doomed Cersei. Ned made a silent vow to protect them from further harm so long as they did not threaten the stability of the realm. He took a step back, about to depart, when a voice behind him said, "I'll have your head for this, Stark." Joffrey, older than his siblings by a few years, leaned against the doorframe connecting his smaller bedchamber to the larger one. His face, once so smug in its princely arrogance, was etched with fury. "You destroyed my mother. You conspired against us. My father, my real father, will avenge her," he spat. Ned turned to face him fully. The boy had circles under his eyes, his blonde hair wild. He still wore the fine garments that befit a prince, though they were rumpled as if he'd tossed and turned in them for days. "King Robert is your father in the eyes of the law, though you have no claim to his throne," Ned said quietly. "You may not understand now, Joffrey, but your mother's death was not something I desired. It was the king's will. I serve the realm." Joffrey's face twisted. "You will regret this. I'll remember everything you've done. When I'm free from these chains, Ned cut him off, his voice quiet but firm. "You are not in chains, Joffrey. You are protected here. If you threaten harm to others, you'll only make this worse for yourself and your siblings. The king is no friend to you now. You do well to remain calm and accept the mercy being shown. As wards, you might live peaceful lives. Otherwise, my mother taught me never to trust those who pretend mercy," Joffrey snarled. "She said men like you, with your cold northern ways, are hypocrites pretending honor while sinking daggers into hearts." Ned felt his own anger kindle. He forced it down. "I will not argue with you. But the truth remains. You are here under the king's orders. As of now, you are no longer prince or heir. You are simply Joffrey." He pivoted and strode toward the door, leaving Joffrey trembling with fury. As Ned passed into the antechamber, he heard Myrcella softly weeping and Tommen's gentle attempts to console her. He paused to speak with the nurse, instructing her to ensure the children wanted for nothing, and left. Outside, he met the eyes of the guards and he saw that they too had overheard Joffrey's outburst. One guard looked anxious. Another merely shrugged. They all knew how quickly fortunes could shift in King's Landing. Ned offered them a curt nod and descended the spiral stairs. In his gut, he felt a quiet dread. War was surely coming. Tywin Lannister would not let the matter rest. And Joffrey, with the rash cruelty he had shown in that brief exchange, was unlikely to become more docile over time. Ned prayed that once the realm found a steadier footing, Robert might allow him to send the children away to a place of quiet exile. Otherwise, the boy's thirst for vengeance would only grow. Moonlight bathed the Red Keep's outer walls in an otherworldly glow. In the small hours of the night, Ned made his way toward Robert's solar, having been summoned for an urgent matter. He found the king alone except for a cask of wine, the flickering light of half a dozen candles giving his face a hollow, haunted cast. Robert looked up as Ned entered and managed a grim laugh. "Ah, Ned. Come, drink with me. I've had enough of it for 10 men, but I've an urge to see you try." Ned shook his head. "I'll keep a clear head, thank you." He stepped closer, noticing the king had scattered parchments across the table. "War reports, from the look of them. What is it that could not wait?" "Ravens from the west," Robert growled. "Tywin Lannister marches. Word is that he's heading for Harrenhal or perhaps the Gold Road, seeking to position himself close to King's Landing." "Bloody bastard." Robert's face was taut with regret. "I started this. I know it. My rage. But by the gods, Ned, what would you have me do? Let that woman keep a seat beside me while she spat on my name? While she and her brother gods, I can still hardly stomach it." Ned laid a hand on the king's broad shoulder. "What's done is done. We must move forward. You have men from the Crownlands, from the Stormlands, but you will need more if Tywin truly means to besiege the capital. Have you sent word to Stannis?" "Aye," Robert nodded. "He's to bring his fleet from Dragonstone if we need it. Renly is calling banners in the Reach, trying to coax the Tyrells to stand firm with me. And you, Ned, I need the North. I hate to impose, but I have already written to my son Robb. The North will march if called. We do not take such a summons lightly, but the realm must be preserved." Robert gave a hollow chuckle. "Duty, always duty. That's why I've always trusted you, Ned." He paused, gaze drifting. "I never thought I'd become a man who kills the mother of 3 children. Even if she was a viper, that is not the Robert the first hoped to be." "You are the king," Ned said softly, "and kings must do terrible things sometimes." He did not mention the Targaryen children, the ones Tywin's men had slaughtered during the rebellion. Robert had tacitly accepted that atrocity too, though it always left a sour taste in Ned's mouth. Robert closed his eyes. "Sometimes I wish Rhaegar had just killed me on the Trident," he muttered, "spared me from all this misery. But no, I lived, and now all the realm must dance to that tune." Ned said nothing, for there was nothing he could say. Eventually, the king let out a ragged sigh and waved him away, returning to his wine and the scattered parchments. Dawn brought fresh rumors, a swirl of speculation about Tywin's march and whether Jaime Lannister might be ransomed to stop it. Ned was torn. The man was a kingslayer, an incestuous traitor, but ransoming him could avoid a war. Still, Tywin might not be placated by gold or the exchange of his son. He might demand blood for blood. The council gathered, silent and grim. Robert had a large map spread before him with markers denoting Lannister forces rumored to be on the move. "We have to consider offering Jaime's release," Varys suggested gently. "A hostage for good faith might slow Lord Tywin's hand. With his precious golden lion returned to him, he may be more amenable to a truce." Renly snorted. "A truce? He'll want heads for his daughter's death, not just his son back. Perhaps if we handed over the heads of those who advised the execution," he trailed off, glancing at Ned uncomfortably. But Robert only scowled. "I do not reward traitors by giving them back their best swordsmen. No. Jaime remains in my dungeons unless Tywin shows unconditional fealty. That is final." Littlefinger brushed invisible dust from his fine doublet. "And if Tywin does not capitulate? Then we prepare for siege or open battle, which will cost us dearly." So the debate wore on unresolved. War seemed the likely outcome unless Tywin Lannister could be reasoned with. Ned held little hope for that. Weeks slipped by. Letters flew across the realm, alliances were made or broken. Whispers said the lords in the Riverlands were uneasy, for Tywin's approach would inevitably bring destruction to their lands. Some declared for the king, others hedged, waiting to see which way the wind blew. Up in the north, young Robb Stark was said to be mustering bannermen at Moat Cailin, though whether they could march south in time remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the children in the Tower Suite languished. Joffrey's anger had turned cold. Myrcella grew pale and silent, and Tommen tried valiantly to amuse her with childish jokes, but gloom hung over them like a funeral shroud. The king's decree had come down that they would be sent away. Myrcella and Tommen were to be wards of House Tyrell, who had signaled some willingness to stay loyal to Robert in exchange for future favors. Joffrey, being older, was to be kept in King's Landing. Robert would not release that boy, who seemed the most dangerous. If war erupted, Joffrey might become a valuable hostage or a bargaining chip. Ned personally oversaw the day Myrcella and Tommen were put into a litter for travel. He found them weeping quietly, still too stunned by their mother's death and by the looming separation to protest. They were given fine clothes and enough attendants to see to their needs on the journey. Myrcella turned to Ned, eyes brimming with tears, and whispered, "Will we ever come back?" Ned could not lie. "I do not know," he said softly, "but you will be safe under the Tyrell's care." She nodded, and Tommen tried to be brave as they climbed into the covered litter. Guards from both the Crownlands and a small retinue from Highgarden would escort them. Ned stood by as the column departed through the great gates of the Red Keep. He watched them wind down the streets, small folk parting to let them pass. The air was thick with curiosity and rumors, though none dared to throw rotten fruit or to jeer. These were children, after all, and the city's loyalty, though somewhat battered, still bowed to House Baratheon and the memory of royal youth. Joffrey watched from a balcony high above, flanked by 2 gold-cloaked guards. His expression was carved from stone. Ned could not tell what moved behind those eyes: resentment, sorrow, perhaps a glimmer of relief that he would not be parted from King's Landing. Joffrey turned away abruptly once the litter vanished from sight. Time rolled onward. With Myrcella and Tommen gone, the Red Keep felt strangely hollow. The king avoided Joffrey as the boy's very presence stung him. Robert's fury had cooled to a simmer, replaced by regrets and new concerns. War with Tywin Lannister dominated every conversation, every war council. Messages from the north gave Ned a faint thread of hope. Robb was mobilizing, with lords like the Umbers, the Karstarks, the Manderleys sending men. The force would march south in a fortnight. That still might not be enough if Tywin truly brought the full might of the Westerlands. The Tyrells had promised men as well, but they were as cautious as ever, more inclined to weigh the advantage. Mace Tyrell would not join a losing cause lightly. Robert spent his days alternating between furious war preparations and bouts of brooding gloom, often with a flagon of wine in hand. Ned tried to keep him from sinking into utter despair. They walked the walls of the Red Keep at sunset, gazing out at the city and the wide sea. Robert no longer boasted of tournaments or hunting. His mood remained as dark as the crows that perched on the battlements. On one such evening, they stopped by a parapet to watch gulls wheel over the harbor. Robert let out a heavy sigh. "I wonder if Rhaegar Targaryen ever felt so tormented," he murmured. Ned arched a brow at the mention of the slain prince. Tormented about what? Killing. The price of rule. He grew up expecting to be king one day if his father hadn't been mad. Perhaps he knew the burdens. Robert's gaze hardened. But he was a vile man who took Lyanna from me, or so I believed. It all returns to that, doesn't it? My crown, my rage, my regrets. Ned said nothing for a moment. The wind carried the distant clang of harbor bells. We cannot change the past, Robert. We must guide the realm through the present crisis. You remain king. Let that be enough. Robert gave a hollow chuckle. Let it be enough. Aye. Enough to weigh me down until I sink. He turned away, heading for the stairs, leaving Ned to watch the horizon alone. In the distance, the sky darkened like an omen, a harbinger of storms yet to come. At last came the news they had dreaded. Tywin Lannister's host had crossed the Red Fork of the Trident and was marching toward Harrenhal. Fear spread through the Riverlands. Riverrun mustered forces under Hoster Tully, but the old lord was bedridden and Edmure Tully was untested in large-scale war. A letter from Riverrun pleaded for the king's aid, lest Tywin's men ravage the countryside. Robert called a grand war council in the throne room. The Iron Throne loomed behind him as he paced before an assembly of lords, knights, and council members. The echo of their voices and footfalls resounded off the high vaulted ceiling. We must ride out to meet Tywin, Robert declared. We'll not cower behind walls while the West burns the Riverlands. Let him see that the crown defends its subjects. He eyed the cluster of lords. Who among you will ride with me? Or must I go alone? A murmur rose. Many lords declared their loyalty, though Ned perceived a wariness. The realm was uneasy. The gold of the Lannisters had often lined many pockets. Some might prefer a negotiated peace to a pitched battle that risked the king's life and throne. Ned stepped forward. I will ride with you, of course, your grace. The north rallies behind the crown. My son marches south. We shall join our forces if we can coordinate. Ser Barristan and stepped forward as well, steel in his eyes. I am sworn to your king's guard, your grace. I will be at your side. Renly shifted uncomfortably. I'll remain here in the capital to ensure the city's defense and maintain order while you're gone, he said. If Tywin intends some feint, we cannot be unguarded. Robert accepted that with a curt nod. A fair point. We can't leave King's Landing vulnerable. He turned to others. Summon all loyal bannermen from the Crownlands. Let us meet in the field. If Tywin wants blood, we'll oblige him. The meeting dissolved into planning details, routes, supply lines, messenger coordination. Ned oversaw the distribution of tasks, ensuring that the city would not be left without sufficient guards and that the line of retreat, if needed, would remain open. Yet his heart was troubled. The realm was on the verge of a civil war that might tear them apart. In the days that followed, the Red Keep bustled with the preparations of an army departing the capital. Steel-clad knights polished their armor in the courtyards, war horses stomped and snorted in the stables, quartermasters scurried about with crates of provisions. Robert insisted on leaving in grand style, as though the very sight of the king in full martial might would cow Lord Tywin into backing down. Before Ned departed with the king, he sought out Joffrey one final time. The boy was to remain in the keep under guard, a reluctant decision from Robert, but Ned had insisted that bringing Joffrey on campaign would be both dangerous and an invitation for trouble. Joffrey was too unpredictable, too resentful. He found the boy in a side courtyard, surrounded by gold cloaks. Joffrey wore plain clothes of black and red, the Baratheon colors, but no lion sigil. He was practicing swordplay with a wooden blade, hacking at a straw dummy as if it were the source of all his troubles. The guards stood by indifferent. Ned watched for a moment, noticing Joffrey's intense scowl. The boy's movements were stiff, fueled by anger rather than discipline. Finally, Ned stepped forward. Joffrey! Joffrey whipped around, brandishing the wooden sword as if he might strike Ned. The guards tensed. Ned raised a hand. To stay them. What do you want? Joffrey spat. Come to gloat. No, Ned replied calmly. I came to tell you that we depart soon. The king rides to face Tywin Lannister's host. You will remain here in the Red Keep. Your safety is assured so long as you do not attempt anything foolish. Joffrey glared. My grandfather will cut you all down, he sneered. And then he will rescue me and I will claim my rightful throne. I will remember how you all treated me. Ned sighed, feeling a mixture of pity and frustration. In the eyes of the law, you have no claim. I would advise you to let go of that notion. If Tywin Lannister triumphs, it will not be the saving grace you imagine. The boy's eyes flashed. You speak as if I'm some powerless child. But I know how these things work, Stark. Gold and steel buy loyalty, and my grandfather has plenty of both. If he kills King Robert, kills you, who is left to deny me? Ned shook his head. Enough. Your mother's path led to bloodshed and ruin. Do not follow it. You may yet find a different purpose in life. Joffrey's lip curled in disgust as though he found Ned's words hopelessly naive. Without further conversation, he turned back to the straw dummy and slammed his wooden sword against it, blow after blow. Ned departed, leaving the gold cloaks to watch over the boy. As he made his way down the corridors, he prayed that Tywin might be reasoned with, that the realm could be spared the horror of wide-scale war. But in his heart, he suspected the old lion's appetite for vengeance would not be easily sated. It was near midday when the royal army began its march from King's Landing, the gates of the city throne open for the pageantry. Trumpets blared, banners rippled in the breeze. Robert Baratheon rode at the head of the column, clad in gleaming plate and wearing a black cloak pinned with a stag emblem. Beside him rode Eddard Stark, just behind a line of mounted King's Guard. The city's small folk lined the roads, some cheering, others quiet, uncertain. Rumors were that the king sought to slay Lord Tywin for the queen's murder or that the king had gone mad. Many simply stared, anxious for the future. Horses' hooves pounded on the ground, knights in shining armor followed, and footmen trudged in ranks behind them. Supply wagons groaned under the weight of provisions. It was a host impressive enough for any war, though Ned knew it still might be outmatched if House Lannister was truly committed. They rode for days, crossing the rolling hills of the Crownlands toward the Riverlands. Scouts galloped ahead and returned with uncertain tidings. Tywin's army was rumored to be near Harrenhal, but exact numbers were unknown. Rumors of an alliance with the Freys or the Boltons swirled, though Ned found that last rumor unsubstantiated. He prayed it was false. As they ventured deeper into the Riverlands, the land bore signs of Lannister outriders, farms burned, livestock taken, small folk left destitute. Fury simmered among the king's men, seeing the devastation wrought upon loyal subjects. Robert ground his teeth at every new report, vowing to make Tywin pay double. A fortnight into the march, they reached a broad plain by the banks of the God's Eye Lake. The outline of Harrenhal's massive towers loomed in the near distance, black against the horizon. Smoke rose from a scattering of villages around it. The Lannister host was encamped across a shallow river, their banners fluttering, the golden lion on a crimson field, an endless sea of them. The king's scouts reported that Tywin had at least 20,000 men in the area, possibly more. The crown's army had fewer, though reinforcements were expected from the north and from the Tullus. Yet time was pressing. Harrenhal was a key strategic position. If Tywin took it thoroughly and entrenched, the crown's forces might struggle to dislodge him. Robert convened a war council in a large pavilion set upon the field. Lords and knights crammed inside, poring over maps while squires lit lanterns against the gathering twilight. The king's face gleamed with sweat. He pointed to a map. "We will not wait for Tywin to come to us. We attack at first light, drive him from his position, and secure Harrenhal. If the old lion wants a fight, he can have it here." Some lords murmured that caution might be wise. Ned felt uneasy. The king's anger over the burned villages stoked his desire for immediate retribution, but Tywin was cunning, always cunning. Still, Robert's voice was absolute, brooking no challenge. "All we do is talk," Robert growled. "We'll talk ourselves to death if we let fear rule us. My men are ready. And if Tywin flees, so be it. Better to push him back than to cede the field." Ned placed a hand on the map. "We must keep a secure line of retreat. Tywin might feign weakness and flank us. We should position some men to guard our supply lines." Robert nodded impatiently, turning to the lords to delegate tasks. Ser Barristan stood beside him like a living statue of knightly virtue. The tension was palpable. By the time the meeting ended, it was well past dark, but the king's men moved quickly, preparing for a dawn assault. Ned left the pavilion with a heavy heart. He gazed across the plain, seeing torches from the crown's camp arrayed in neat rows, while in the distance, the Lannister fires glowed like a sea of stars. Tomorrow, steel would clash, men would die, and the realm might spiral further into chaos. He could only hope the gods favored them. He returned to his own tent, a small affair near the king's with the Stark banner fluttering outside. Inside, the brazier glowed, chasing away the chill of the night air. Ned removed his armor piece by piece, setting it on a wooden stand. His mind drifted northward to Winterfell, to Catelyn, to his daughters Sansa and Arya, his youngest son Bran, and baby Rickon. Would they be safe if the realm tore itself apart in civil strife? He tried to quiet his thoughts, to find a few hours of rest, but sleep proved elusive. He heard the distant calls of sentries, the restless shuffling of horses, the crackle of torches. Memories of the last war crowded his mind. Battlefields soaked in blood, the stench of death, the heartbreak of personal losses. Now they were on the cusp of another war. And for what? Because Robert's queen had betrayed him, and the king in his wrath had made a brutal decision that House Lannister would not abide. Ned eventually drifted into a fitful doze. He dreamt of Winterfell's crypts, of shadows whispering the name of Rhaegar Targaryen, of Robert's warhammer crashing through bone and sinew. When he awoke before dawn, he felt as though he had never truly slept. Outside, the camp stirred, armor clanking, swords rasping in scabbards. The king's standard was raised high, the crown stag on black cloth. Trumpets sounded. It was time. The dawn light was faint when the two armies came into sight of one another on that wide plain near Harrenhal. A low mist clung to the ground, swirling around the hooves of the warhorses and the boots of marching men. Robert Baratheon, astride a massive warhorse, wore plate armor that seemed to swallow his bulk, and upon his head a gleaming helm with a golden stag's rack. He raised his warhammer to signal his men. Across the shallow river, Tywin Lannister's lines formed, red and gold banners rippling in the early light. There was no sign of Tywin himself from afar, but Ned knew the old lion would be somewhere near, orchestrating the battle. A hush of anticipation passed through the crown's ranks. Archers knocked arrows, infantry raised shields, knights prepared lances. Ned, mounted and clad in his own stark armor, guided his horse beside Robert. The king exhaled. There they are, the bastards. They came all this way for my head. Let them come. He spurred his horse forward, leading the cavalry toward a natural ford in the stream. The foot soldiers thundered behind, the pounding of thousands of boots merging into a single roar. Horns blared on both sides, signaling the charge. Arrows whistled overhead as Lannister archers let fly, peppering the advancing lines. Men cried out, some stumbling, but the momentum carried the crown's host onward. Ned ducked beneath an arrow that hissed past his helm. Around him, knights brandished their weapons, letting out fierce war cries. The shallow water splashed as they crossed the ford, meeting the Lannister lines in a savage collision of steel and flesh. Chaos erupted. Horses screamed. Men shouted. The ring of sword against shield resounded. Blood sprayed across the muddy ground. Ned guided his mount carefully, parrying a spear thrust from a Lannister man-at-arms. He slashed back, feeling the jolt as his blade struck flesh. A swirl of golden lion crests passed before his eyes. Some were illusions in the swirling melee, others Rhaal foes seeking to unhorse him. Glancing sideways, he saw Robert in the thick of the fighting, his massive warhammer crushing a Lannister knight's helm in a single blow. The king roared with battle lust, urging his men forward. The king's guard fought around him, Barristan Selmy's white cloak stained with splashes of red. But the old knight moved with lethal grace, cutting down foes with well-placed strikes. Ned pressed on. The morning sun crept higher, burning off some of the mist, revealing a vast battlefield of swirling confusion. Trumpets from the crown's side urged an advance, while Lannister horns called for reinforcements. Everywhere, men struggled and died, the ground turning slick with mud and blood. Somewhere behind the lines, Ned heard fresh horns. Reinforcements arrived from the Riverlands, led by Edmure Tully perhaps. The Lannister flank found itself under new pressure. For a moment, it seemed the crown might break through. Yet the Lannisters were no green recruits. They held formation, regrouping under the red and gold banners. Hours wore on. The sun rose high. Bodies piled in the shallows of the stream, the water running pink. Wounded men groaned, calling for mothers or wives. The air stank of copper and sweat. Horses without riders galloped madly through the chaos. At last, Ned spied a cluster of men wearing the gold lion crest, assembled around a towering figure in gleaming plate. A lord or general, by the look of it. Could that be Tywin? The figure was older, with pale blonde hair visible through the visor's gap. Ned urged his horse toward them, rallying a group of crown knights. If they could capture or kill Tywin Lannister, the battle might end decisively. But the swirling melee defied easy pursuit. A line of Lannister infantry barred Ned's way. He parried frantically, shouting for men to follow. Some were struck down by spears. He nearly lost his seat when a pike gouged his horse's flank, but the animal recovered, and Ned cut down the pikeman in a fluid stroke. Blood spattered Ned's visor, and he raised an arm to wipe it away, glimpsing the figure he thought was Tywin withdrawing behind the lines. A horn call from Robert's side signaled a new push. "With me!" The king's deep voice boomed. Ned caught sight of Robert forging ahead, a wedge of heavy cavalry around him. They smashed into the Lannister ranks, driving them back a dozen yards. But fresh Lannister reserves arrived, and the lines stabilized once more. Some time later, Ned scarcely knew how long, for battle warped one's sense of time. A battered knight rode up to Ned, shouting above the din, "My lord, the king is wounded!" Ned's heart lurched. He forced his mount through the press, searching desperately for Robert's standard. He found the king slumped in his saddle, near a small rise in the terrain. Ser Barristan supported him, shield raised against arrows. Blood seeped through a dent in Robert's breastplate, near the left side. The king looked pale but alive. "Gods," Ned breathed, urging his horse closer. "Robert!" Robert coughed, dark blood flecking his lips. His grip on his warhammer trembled. "I'm fine," he growled, though his voice was weak. Just a scratch." Ned could see it was more than a scratch. The blow had cracked the plate. Every breath Robert took sounded wet and raspy. "We need to get you off the field," Ned said urgently. "Ser Barristan, we must withdraw the king from the fray." Barristan nodded grimly. "I'll guard his flank. Lord Stark, form a shield around him. If he falls, the men will lose heart." Ned signaled to the knights nearby, and they formed a protective circle inching away from the front line. Arrows still rained sporadically. The swirl of battle continued around them, but for the moment they managed to guide Robert back towards safer ground. Ned's mind raced. If Robert died here, in this field, it would plunge the realm into chaos. Already, the question of succession was uncertain. Stannis was not present. War with the Lannisters might grind on, unstoppable, if a king's body lay cold in the mud. At the rear, they found a pocket of relative safety behind a shield wall. Maesters hurried forward from the baggage lines, summoned by frantic shouts. They helped lower Robert from his horse, and Ned dismounted to assist. Removing the king's breastplate, they found a deep puncture wound near the ribs, bleeding profusely. Robert gasped, face twisted in pain. "Hold him," barked a maester. "We must staunch the bleeding quickly, or he'll be done for." As they worked, Robert's eyes rolled, and he squeezed Ned's arm with surprising strength. "I didn't finish the fight," he managed, voice slurred with pain. "If I die, Ned Stannis, throne. Promise me." Ned gripped Robert's hand. "Be at peace. You will not die. We will see you through this. You have my word. Stannis will be your heir, if it comes to that, by law and by honor." Robert's eyes slid shut, and he made a strangled sound. The maesters scrambled with bandages, poultices, potions. Barristan hovered nearby, sword in hand, scanning for threats. In the distance, the clangor of battle continued, but Ned forced himself to focus on Robert. If the king lived, the realm might yet find stability. If not, Ned did not wish to dwell on it. Hours later, the final outcome of the day's battle was uncertain. Evening approached, and both armies drew back, exhausted and bloodied. It seemed neither side had won a decisive advantage. They had battered each other mightily, with losses on both ends. Harrenhal still loomed in no man's land, unoccupied. Patrols clashed sporadically, but the main fighting ceased. That night, the Crown's host made camp behind a hastily constructed palisade. The Lannisters held their own lines not far off. The gloom of a stalemate settled upon them. Ned paced outside Robert's tent, awaiting word from the maesters. At last, one emerged, face set in grim lines. "He lives for now, my lord," the maester said. "But the wound is grave. The blade punctured a lung, it seems. Fever has set in. We do all we can." Ned closed his eyes briefly. "May the gods be merciful." Barristan placed a gentle hand on Ned's shoulder. "We must be strong. If Robert does not survive, the men will need your leadership." Ned shook his head. "Robert is the king. We must keep him alive. I'll not consider the alternative yet." But in the depths of the night, with the moans of the wounded echoing in the field, Ned felt the chill of doubt. Robert's life hung by a thread. If he passed, the realm's fragile hope for a lawful succession might unravel. Stannis was absent, and Tywin Lannister might sweep the field. And what then? Another Targaryen rebellion? A fracturing of the Seven Kingdoms into petty warlords? Ned stared at the dark sky and wondered if the realm would ever see peace again. Back in the Red Keep, news traveled slowly. Joffrey grew restless, hearing only scattered rumors about battles in the Riverlands. Little did he realize how pivotal his captivity might become if the king died. Far away, Tywin Lannister weighed the next move, thirsting for vengeance. And in the north, Robb Stark marched with an army that might turn the tide if they arrived in time. For now, on that bloody field by Harrenhal, Eddard Stark stood watch over a king whose life flickered like a candle in a drafty hall. The realm poised on the edge of the sword, uncertain whether it would bleed. Cersei Lannister's death had set all these wheels in motion, and the cost was still to be reckoned. No matter how the pieces fell, Ned Stark knew one thing: there was no going back. The old illusions had been shattered, and now a new royal line, if it could be called such, must be secured. Perhaps that line was Stannis Baratheon, grim and unwavering. Perhaps it was none of the Baratheons. The Seven Kingdoms would soon learn the shape of its future in steel and fire and blood. The gods might show mercy, or they might not. All Ned Stark could do was hold fast to honor in a world unraveling. And so he watched the king's fevered face and prayed for morning to bring some respite. But dawn was a long way off, and war, once kindled, was not easily quenched. Darkness had fallen over the camp, the chilly wind blowing across the open field where so many lives had been lost only hours before. On either side of the makeshift barriers, wounded men groaned under the open sky or lay silent in the mud, never to speak again. The crown's banners hung limp in the night air. Far off, the faint lights of the Lannister encampment flickered on the horizon, shimmering like a low constellation of malevolent red stars. Within the king's pavilion, Eddard Stark stood beside Robert Baratheon's bedside, watching as Grand Maester Cobry, a frail man with watery eyes and a deliberate manner, sponged blood away from the wound that threatened to claim Robert's life. The king's breathing was shallow. His skin, slick with sweat, had taken on a ghostly pallor. He muttered once or twice in his feverish dreams names from the distant past, Lion a chief among them, though he also rasped out curses at the Lannisters. Ned found himself gently pressing Robert's shoulder each time the king stirred, trying to calm him as one would a thrashing stallion. Outside, the voices of the camp had dimmed to whispers and the crackling of distant cook fires. It was near the midnight hour, yet no one rested easily. Ser Barristan and Selmy stood vigil at the tent's opening, his white cloak stained with the day's battles. He glanced at Ned with weary eyes that reflected too many memories of too many wars. When at last the maester finished applying a fresh poultice and tied the last bandage in place, Ser Barristan lifted the tent's flap and the old man shuffled out, promising to return before dawn to check the king's condition once more. Ned murmured his thanks and turned back to Robert, who had gone still again, eyelids half-closed and lips parted. The scent of blood, sweat, and medicinal herbs clung to everything. Ned found a folding chair and lowered himself onto it with a sigh. His legs still trembled from hours of fighting, long surges across the battlefield, steel meeting steel, the shock of each strike echoing up through his arms. He tried to steady his breathing, reminding himself that he lived, that he had survived. The same could not be said for so many on the field that day. He heard movement, turned, and saw Barristan watching him closely. "My lord," the Lord Commander said softly, "you should rest. We can keep watch over him. You'll do no one any good if you collapse." Ned gave a faint shake of his head. "I'll rest, but not yet. Not while the king is so close to the stranger's grasp." He cast a long look at Robert's ashen face. "Gods be good, he fought like a demon today. I saw him crush a knight in gilded plate with a single blow. This wound, did you see who dealt it?" Barristan nodded. Gravely, "A Lannister bannerman, one Ser Adam Brax, if the men are to be believed. Brax is said to have fallen soon after. Another man's spear finished him. The king had turned away, riding for the next foe. A single thrust found a gap beneath his arm. Bad luck. Another inch, and perhaps it would have merely glanced off. Instead, his words trailed off. Ned could sense his sorrow, though Barristan hid it behind the stoic calm that had been his way for decades. The best knights accepted that battle was chaos, that death rarely singled out only the sinful or the weak. Even so, to lose Robert Baratheon so soon, Ned could hardly bring himself to speak the thought aloud. "Tomorrow," he said at last, "the lines might clash again. We won ground, but not enough. Tywin Lannister will have pulled his men back to regroup, and we have no more advantage than they do." Ned rose with an effort, pressing a hand to the small of his back. The bruises from riding in heavy armor had not fully set in, and each step sent a sharp sting through his muscles. "I must plan. Without the king to lead, the men will look to me, or to any strong lord who offers them a direction. We cannot appear divided. I'll meet with the lords at first light." Barristan nodded. "They will heed you, Lord Stark. You have the respect of many. and the king named you Hand of the King. Even if they doubt your northern ways, you're the closest thing to rightful authority we have in this camp." "I would rather have Robert on his feet," Ned muttered. "This is not my realm to command." "You have done your duty before in the rebellion," Barristan reminded him, voice low. "You and Robert together triumphed then, and I believe the gods are not yet done with you. You'll do what you must again." Ned turned to the king, who lay as if carved of white stone. The rise and fall of his chest was almost imperceptible. Perhaps the poultices might draw out the corruption. Perhaps he would linger on, half-living, for days. Or perhaps by sunrise he would be gone, and the realm plunged into deeper turmoil. "I'll do what I must," Ned murmured, echoing Barristan's words. He took one last look at Robert's closed eyes, then left the tent. A small group of guards had formed a ring around the entrance, each man wearing a helm with the crowned stag sigil. Most of them showed the day's battle in their posture. Slumped shoulders, spattered armor, the wide stare of someone who had watched friends die. They glanced at Ned with weary respect, standing straighter as he passed. Beyond the ring of guards, the camp sprawled across a gentle rise in the land. The night had cooled, an autumn chill drifting in from the watery expanse of the god's eye, and the stench of the battlefield had lessened with the day's breeze. Torches bobbed among rows of canvas tents. In the distance, men's voices were hushed, as though all recognized the precariousness of their position. The silhouette of Harrenhal's broken towers loomed even in darkness, a relic of a cursed past that had once known dragon fire. Ned spotted a few familiar shapes moving near a large pavilion where the senior lords would meet. As he approached, they parted. Lords Hayford, Rosby, and others from the Crownlands were murmuring among themselves. Each turned to Ned with expectant eyes. "My lords," Ned said quietly, "we must speak of the morning." They gathered inside the pavilion, a spacious construction of thick canvas supported by tall wooden poles. Lamps set on folding tables cast wavering light across haggard faces. A large map of the Riverlands lay unrolled, corners weighed down with rocks. Outside, guards remained at the flaps, allowing no one inside save those who had a reason to be there. Renly Baratheon arrived soon after, having changed from his blood-splashed tunic into simpler traveling leathers. Though he had stayed behind in King's Landing initially to keep watch, he'd eventually ridden west to catch up to Robert when it became clear war could not be avoided. Renly's face showed anger and apprehension. The boyish grin he had once so often worn was long gone. He spotted Ned at once, crossing the pavilion in quick strides. "Is Robert?" Ned shook his head. "Alive, but only just." Renly sank onto a bench, pressing a hand over his eyes. "Gods. And no certainty he'll last the night, I take it. We have to be prepared for either outcome." Ned gestured to the map. "What news from the scouts?" A Crownlands knight cleared his throat. "They say the Lannister forces are in retreat a small distance from the ford. They've pulled back behind earthen embankments, likely building defenses. They also send out patrols. There have been skirmishes throughout the evening. It's not a full withdrawal, more a regrouping." Lord Hayford's voice shook slightly. "Our losses were heavy. The king led the charge and we gained ground, but only so far. We've gleaned little from prisoners about Lord Tywin's next move. Some claim he wanted to draw us into a trap at Harrenhal, but we struck too soon. Others say he's waiting for reinforcements." Ned's gaze flicked to the lines drawn on the map. "And have we word from the Tullys?" "Edmure Tully's forces are out there still, by the western roads. They aided us, but not in the numbers we hoped. Lord Hoster Tully is ailing. Edmure's no great strategist, they say. And as for the north, Robb Stark is coming," Ned said. "The roads are long, but I received a raven just before we departed King's Landing. He and his bannermen march along the King's Road. If the gods grant it, they'll appear from the north within a fortnight." "Can we survive a fortnight?" Renly asked, voice bitter. "If Tywin is not content to fortify if he attacks at dawn." Ned studied the map again. "We'll hold a defensive position near the burned villages. We have the advantage of that small ridge in the stream. If Tywin tries to push us outright, he'll find we're not so easily scattered. Our men are battered, but they hold the memory of victory from this morning. We drove the Lannisters back once." One of the older lords, Wensington, tapped his fingers on the edge of the table. "And what if Tywin demands parley? Some might say we should at least listen." Renly scoffed. "Parley? Tywin Lannister wants vengeance for his daughter's blood. He won't rest until he sees the king undone or the realm in his pocket. Unless we surrender Jaime, which Robert will never agree to, nor do I think we should. Ned's mouth twisted. He could almost hear Littlefinger's voice whispering that the realm might be spared all this blood if only they ransomed Jaime back to Tywin and bent to certain demands. But that would only feed the lion's pride. We keep Jaime. If Robert recovers, we may negotiate from a position of strength. If Robert, he paused, pain flickering through him. If he doesn't recover, we'll have to ensure the rightful succession is in place. Stannis is heir, but he's not here. That leaves you, Renly, or me, or the council to hold the realm together until Stannis arrives. The words hung in the air, cold and heavy. Renly's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. The other lords looked uneasy. The thought of a realm in flux with no king to unify them was terrifying. Tywin Lannister would tear them apart. Ned pressed his palms against the table's surface. For tonight, see that our lines remain vigilant. Double the guard along the stream. Let archers keep watch for Lannister incursions. We must hold until dawn. If the king's condition changes, I'll send word. They made further arrangements for how to ration the limited supplies. Carts were not nearly as full as they'd hoped, and for how to move the wounded safely if they had to retreat. When they finally dispersed into the darkness, each lord, each knight, carried the weight of uncertainty on his shoulders. Ned lingered for a moment, gazing at the flickering lamps, the map scrawled with lines. He allowed himself one deep breath of the damp night air, then turned to do what he could to maintain the fragile unity Robert's presence had once enforced with ease. He found a brief rest in the hour before dawn in his own small tent that smelled of sweat and horse leather. Sleep came to him only in fragments, haunted by the memory of Robert's fevered face and by fleeting images of Tywin Lannister, an older man with cold green eyes, orchestrating a thunderous assault across a red-drenched field. Sometimes Ned thought he heard a lion's roar outside his tent, but it was only the wind rattling the canvas. When morning arrived, the clouds overhead were gray, promising an overcast day. A thin drizzle had begun, soft and almost mist-like, enough to make the ground slick with mud. The horns sounded in the Crown's camp, urging men to break their fast and assemble. Ned roused himself, donned a lighter set of armor than he had worn in the previous day's battle, and made his way toward the king's pavilion again. The guards parted wordlessly. Inside, he found Maester Cobry speaking in hushed tones with Ser Barristan. Robert lay in the same position, head propped up on pillows. His eyes were open, glassy with fever, and he seemed barely aware of the men around him. A moan escaped his lips as the maester tried to coax him to drink a thin broth. His beard glistened with sweat. Ned stepped closer, heart twisting. He'd seen Robert wounded before, but never like this. The king was a bear of a man, always bigger, louder, more alive than any other. To see him so diminished felt like the toppling of a great oaken tree. "Ned," Robert croaked. The voice was so soft that Ned wondered if he imagined it. "You came." Ned said gently, kneeling beside the cot. "I'm here. Save your strength." Robert coughed, wincing. "Hurts like 7 hells." Ned placed his hand on Robert's arm. "The maester has you on milk of the poppy?" "Not enough," Robert ground out through clenched teeth, though the next moment his eyes unfocused, sliding shut again. He drifted between half-consciousness and delirium, the lines of pain etched across his face. Maester Cobry shook his head when Ned glanced questioningly in his direction. The message was clear: Robert's fate was far from certain. Should infection spread, or if the internal bleeding were too severe, no amount of tending would save him. Yet if he endured the next few days, perhaps the gods would spare him. Ned pressed a hand gently to the king's brow, feeling heat radiate from him. For an instant, Robert's eyes snapped open once more, and Ned saw the old warrior's fury flash there, but then his gaze dimmed and he slumped back. Outside, horns brayed anew. The Lannisters were stirring. Ned arose, exchanging a curt nod with Ser Barristan. "I must see to the men," he murmured. Barristan's face betrayed the heartbreak he felt, but the old knight squared his shoulders and offered a grave salute. Ned left, tension knotting his stomach at the thought of returning to the field without Robert at the fore. The camp was alive with commotion, men gripping weapons, helping each other don armor, cursing the drizzling rain that slicked the ground. Through gaps in tents, Ned glimpsed fresh lines forming, rank upon rank of foot soldiers battered from the previous day's clash, but grimly determined. The thunder of hooves announced knights trotting toward the muster point. Banners were lifted, though they hung damp in the gray air. Ned reached his horse, a tall, sure-footed stallion with a black mane. He ran a hand down the horse's neck, feeling the beast shudder. "Easy, boy," he muttered. "We'll see this through." A stable hand helped him secure his sword belt. He had never worn the king's own sigil, only that of House Stark, the direwolf in gray on a field of white. Men-at-arms parted to let him pass, some bowing or murmuring "Lord Hand" or "Lord Stark." He realized that if Robert truly could not lead them, many in the host saw Ned as the next figure of authority. That notion weighed on him like a millstone around his neck. He rode to the front, joined by a cluster of Crownlander lords who had formed the remains of the royal cavalry. An uneasy hush fell as they turned to Ned. One, a knight named Ser Balman Bewarsich, cleared his throat and asked, "Shall we form up as before, my lord? Will the king ride forth?" Ned drew a breath. "The king is gravely wounded. He cannot command the army today, nor ride at our head. I speak on his behalf. Until or unless he recovers, we hold this line. Should the Lannisters advance, we meet them. If they hold, we remain prepared. We do not charge blindly across the battlefield, not until we know more of their dispositions." He surveyed the ring of uneasy faces. "We do not want to be lured into a trap." Ser Gaillard Morrigan frowned. "Some men say we should press the advantage. The Lannisters took great losses too. If we wait, they may receive new reinforcements from the west." Ned weighed that. "We're expecting help from the Tullis, and my own men from the north. Harrenhal is not yet in Tywin's grasp. Let him be the one to make a rash move. We'll remain cautious." He spurred his horse forward, guiding the cavalry in a slow walk across the muddy track that led east of the camp. The foot soldiers followed behind. The drizzle made everything look drab, as though the color had been washed from the day. Yet a tension crackled in the air, the sense that battle might erupt at any moment. Once they reached the small ridge overlooking the shallow stream, Ned halted and peered through the gloom. Across the field, he could make out the faint shapes of Lannister outriders, their banners snapping in the chill wind. It did seem that Tywin's men had pulled back further since the night prior, presumably digging in deeper positions or else plotting a new approach. No immediate attacks came that morning, and for a time both armies settled into wary observation. Archers on both sides would occasionally let loose a small volley, but the distance was too great for real harm. The drizzle turned to a steady rain in the afternoon, muddying the field so thoroughly that cavalry maneuvers became treacherous. Men cursed the weather, remembering how often storms had favored Robert Baratheon in previous conflicts. This time, the weather brought no advantage to either side, only discomfort and danger. Corpses from the day before still lay uncollected in the no-man's land, crows flapping down to peck at exposed flesh. The stench carried on the wind, and some men retched behind the lines. Ned could feel his men's morale waning, the adrenaline of the previous day replaced by exhaustion, worry for the king, and the raw horror of war. If only they could have forced a decisive victory. Instead, the Lannisters still waited in force across the field, and Tywin was no fool. He could wait for the crown's host to starve, or for Robert to die, or for some crack in the alliance to appear. Late in the day, just as the sky began to darken, Ned was conferring with a few lords when a scout galloped up, soaked to the bone. The man reined in sharply and saluted. "My lord, the Lannisters raise a white flag. A party of knights rides this way under the sign of truce. They request a parley with the king." A ripple of dread went through the assembled lords. They looked to Ned, who felt his heart lurch. A parley? Tywin was either trying to stall for time or he believed he had a strong enough hand to dictate terms. Yet refusing a parley might embolden the lion further. Better to at least hear what they had to say. "Tell them we'll meet on neutral ground," Ned instructed. "But the king is grievously injured, he will not attend. I will speak for him as hand of the king." The scout bowed and rode off. Ned cast a glance at Lord Hayford, Lord Wensington, and the others. "Select a handful of men for escort. We keep it small. Ser Barristan will come with me if he's willing." Word was sent for Barristan, who arrived swiftly, his face set in that stoic resolve. "I will ride at your side, Lord Stark," he said. "I only hope we can trust them not to break the truce." "Tywin wouldn't dare risk the outrage of slaying the king's hand at a parley," said Ned. "At least not in open sight. We must do this carefully." They arranged to meet at a small clearing beyond the stream, watched by each side's archers from a safe distance. The drizzle slackened to a sullen mist by the time Ned and Barristan, flanked by a few crown knights, reached the designated spot. The crossing was muddy and Ned's mount slipped once but found its footing. Through the haze, they spotted a group of Lannister riders, 5 men, each clad in crimson cloaks and gilded half-helms, carrying a tall lance bearing a white cloth. At their center rode a man with silvering blonde hair, holding himself rigidly wearing black and red enameled armor. That must be Lord Tywin. Even from a distance, Tywin Lannister's presence was formidable. He had a stern, hawkish face etched by lines of power and sleepless nights. His eyes were pale green with flecks of gold that caught the dying light. He reined in, studied Ned and his companions with an expression that gave away nothing. Then he inclined his head a fraction, a gesture that might pass for courtesy in times less fraught with blood. Ned and his party approached slowly, halting at a spear's length. Barristan and Selmy dismounted first, holding the reins of his horse, and Ned followed suit, ignoring the sinking sensation in his gut that told him this meeting would be fraught with danger. He felt the wet grass squelch underfoot, saw how the Lannister knights also dismounted but kept their hands near their sword hilts. Tywin stared into Ned as he, too, swung down from his saddle. He did not bother with pleasantries, no, my lord, or lord hand. Instead, he said, in a measured, low tone, I requested the king. Instead, I have you, Stark. Ned inclined his head with as much calm as he could muster. The king was wounded in yesterday's battle. He cannot ride. I speak for him as hand. Tywin's lips tightened. Then let us speak plainly. I am here to demand the release of my son Jaime Lannister, who is wrongfully held prisoner by your king. Furthermore, I demand justice for the murder of my daughter, Queen Cersei, whom your king executed without trial. If these demands are met, perhaps the realm can be spared further bloodshed. At that, Ned felt a flicker of anger. Cersei Lannister was found guilty of treason, of adultery, and incest. King Robert had cause. Tywin's eyes flashed. You speak to me of cause? There was no open trial, no proper hearing. He condemned her in the Red Keep courtyard like a common criminal. She was the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Ned bristled, but Barristan caught his eye, subtly urging calm. Ned exhaled, steadying himself. She confessed as much when cornered, Lord Tywin. The king's fury led to that outcome. Then the king is a savage fool, Tywin said, voice rigid. He had other options. War need not have come to pass. Now I march not only to avenge her, but to preserve House Lannister's honor, which Robert Baratheon has tried to trample. If Jaime is not released, if justice is not done, I will see House Baratheon cast down in blood. Ned forced himself not to rise to the provocation. And what would you consider justice, my lord? The death of the king, Tywin answered at once, eyes cold. The restitution of House Lannister's rights. The immediate acknowledgement that my grandchildren, yes, even if you call them baseborn, will be well cared for, not imprisoned like common criminals. Or, if you prefer a more peaceful route, then at the very least Jaime must be returned to me, the king must abdicate, and the crown must pay for my daughter's life in gold and concessio. N.S. He paused. I suspect your king would rather die than yield any of that. Ned stared, heart-hammering. He felt the enormity of Tywin's demands like a physical blow. Robert would never accept them. It would be his destruction. You speak of terms no man could accept. That is no negotiation, but an ultimatum. Tywin shrugged, showing a flicker of contempt. Then war continues. My men will push forward. We both know that your so-called victory yesterday was inconclusive. I have more men yet to come from the Westlands. You await Stannis, perhaps? Or the North? How many men can the North truly spare, with winter on the horizon? Ned's eyes narrowed. You cannot hope to defeat the combined might of the Crown, the North, and the Stormlands. Highgarden, the Vale, do you plan to make enemies of them all? I have enough gold to buy more friends than you suspect, Tywin said, a razor edge in his voice. The realm is weighed with debts. Gold shifts loyalty swiftly, especially if your king is half dead already. Ned's pulse quickened. Tywin was calling Robert's health into question, though how exactly he knew the king's condition was poor remained uncertain. Spies, no doubt. If you mean to extort us, it will not work. King Robert stands firm. A silent beat passed. Tywin's expression never changed. Tell me, Stark, if Robert should die from that wound in his chest, who rules then? Stannis is far from here. Renly is untested. Perhaps they will tear each other apart before they ever face me. And you're a soldier, not a king. You have no great fortune or cunning for these games. I wonder how long you can hold the pieces together. Long enough, Ned said, though the words sounded hollow in his own ears. He felt the Lannisters' malice like a tangible presence. A swirl of memory returned to him, the Targaryen children butchered at the end of the last war. He had suspected Tywin of that cruelty, and it had hardened Ned's heart against House Lannister ever since. Tywin's knights shifted behind their lord, clearly uneasy in the presence of Ser Barristan and Selmy, whose legendary prowess was enough to keep them from rash moves. Tywin's mouth drew into a taut line. Your parley is worthless if you will not so much as entertain the thought of returning Jaime or paying restitution. We shall settle this in steel, then. I hope your king enjoys dying far from the capital he so casually defiled." Ned managed a small, controlled breath. "We have not refused anything outright, Lord Tywin, but your demands are impossible. If you would negotiate in good faith, propose something less monstrous." Tywin regarded him for a long moment. "What I offer is the only path to peace. My son's freedom, acknowledgement that House Lannister has been grievously wronged, and significant concessions from the crown. The alternative is that I burn my way to King's Landing and tear that iron chair from beneath Robert Baratheon's corpse." A cold hush fell over the clearing. Rain dripped from the trees, the only sound for a time. Finally, Ned said, "So be it. The king will hear of your demands, and if he recovers, he will speak for himself. In the meantime, we do not yield. Let the realm witness who draws first blood after this parley." Tywin mounted his horse with lithe efficiency for a man of his years, setting the white flag's shaft upright in his stirrup. His gaze swept across Ned, Barristan, and the handful of crown knights. He said nothing more, only snorted softly before turning his stallion and spurring it away. The Lannister retinue followed, their crimson cloaks fading into the mist. Barristan let out a breath. "He's as cold as they say." "Yes," Ned muttered, mounting again, his mood heavy. "And as dangerous as a cornered lion. Come, Ser Barristan, this yields us nothing but the knowledge that war is all but certain. We'll return and prepare for the worst." They rode back in silence, mindful of the puddles that spotted the ground, feeling the weight of Tywin's ultimatum pressing upon their shoulders. If Robert did not survive, the realm might face a crisis to dwarf any since the Mad King's rule. And even if Robert lived, Tywin would not relent. The war would continue to burn until one side was reduced to ruin. That evening, Ned called another council in the main pavilion. The lords listened with grim faces as Ned relayed Tywin's demands. No one expressed surprise that Tywin's terms were so punishing, some might have expected worse. Lord Wensington asked if King Robert might consider releasing Jaime, but Ned shook his head. He would see that as rewarding the Lannisters' rebellion. Cersei's crime was monstrous. Letting Jaime go free would only embolden Tywin. So the council decided to hold their ground, to await reinforcements, and to pray the king would recover in time to rally the men for another major clash. Some advocated a surprise night attack while the Lannisters were still regrouping, but Ned saw too many risks, especially in the mud and the darkness. The men were exhausted and morale unsteady. They needed time to reorganize, to see to the wounded, to bury the dead. They also needed Robert Baratheon, awake and roaring as he always had. None of them said it outright, but the king's presence had once been the heart of the entire cause. A few men wore expressions that hinted at creeping despair. Ned tried to offer them a measure of hope, but found his own store of optimism running thin. At dawn the next day, a fresh wave of Lannister infantry probed the crown's lines near the stream, testing for weaknesses. There were minor skirmishes, a few men lost on each side, then a withdrawal. For the next week, the conflict took on a grimly repetitive pattern. Small-scale battles, archers trading volleys, neither side committing to a full assault. Tywin's men spread out, cutting off some supply routes, while Ned's outriders patrolled fiercely, capturing or slaying Lannister scouts when they could. Through it all, the rain continued intermittently, turning the land into a mire. Robert remained in his sickbed. The fever raged, then would subside, only to flare again. Some days he was half lucid, able to sip broth and mutter fierce words about leading a charge. Other days he lay so still that Ned feared he was slipping away. Grand Maester Cobry bled him once, then applied more poultices. Ned watched in anxious frustration as nothing seemed to truly heal the king. On the 6th night after the parley, Robert woke in a trembling sweat, raving that Rhaegar Targaryen was coming for him, that the trident burned with dragon fire. It took 3 men to hold him down while the maester administered the milk of the poppy. "My lord," Cobry told Ned in private, "if he can hold out another week, perhaps the wound will seal and he'll begin to recover. But if the infection worsens, or he tears the wound open in his delirium..." The old man trailed off, grim-faced. Ned did not let the king's men see how much those words terrified him. Instead, he barked orders for continued vigilance, prayed for the arrival of Northern or Stormlands reinforcements, and tried to keep the men from losing heart. At times, he sought Barristan's counsel, or pulled Renly aside to impress upon him the need for composure. Renly seemed half-panicked beneath a mask of forced calm, twisting a ring on his finger whenever asked about Robert's condition. Meanwhile, in the Lannister camp, there were signs of more arrivals. Fresh banners, new tents. Word drifted through the ranks that Ser Gregor Clegane had joined Tywin's host with a cadre of savage riders, that Kevan Lannister had brought more cavalry from Lannisport. Some whispered that Tyrion Lannister, the imp, was rumored to be traveling from the Vale with a band of mercenaries, but that remained uncertain. Whatever the truth, Tywin's strength seemed to grow daily. On the 8th day since Robert's wounding, Ned was called urgently to the picket lines at dawn. He arrived to find a commotion. A half-dozen men clad in the sigil of House Tully had stumbled into the Crown's camp, one carrying a battered banner that showed the Tully trout. All were muddy and wounded, their armor scoured by hard travel and skirmishes. The man in charge, his face half concealed by a helm missing its visor, revealed himself to be Edmure Tully, Hoster Tully's son and Catelyn's brother. He had led a small group in a desperate bid to link up with Robert's forces. "My lord," Edmure said, sagging in his saddle when Ned approached. "We tried to hold the fords along the Red Fork. Tywin's outriders harried us day and night. We lost half our men. The rest are pinned behind the lines at Riverrun." Ned dismounted and clasped Edmure's hand. They had met before, though not often. "You made it through alive. That's something. Come. Sit, eat, and tell me all that's happened." Edmure's eyes darted around, scanning the soggy tents and the ring of weary knights. "Where's King Robert?" "Injured," Ned said. "I speak on his behalf." Edmure's shoulders sagged further. "Seven save us. Then who commands? Or is it you, Lord Stark?" "We all do what we can," Ned replied. "Tell me of Riverrun." Edmure swallowed hard. "My father is ill, old, and bedridden. I tried to muster what men we could. We clashed with Tywin's outriders along the Red Fork. Our force was too small, 2,000 men, mostly levies from the local lords. Tywin's men cut off our retreat. We're pinned in. I led this sortie to try to coordinate with Robert, but we lost so many." His voice caught. "The Lannisters are terrorizing the countryside, burning villages near the Tumblestone. They want to starve us at Riverrun or force a siege. If Tywin can keep you locked here by Harrenhal, he'll have free rein to crush the Riverlands." Ned heard the frustration in Edmure's voice, the same frustration he felt daily. "And the Vale? Has your sister Lisa called her banners?" Edmure hesitated. "We received no aid from the Vale. Lisa remains locked in the Eyrie with her boy, refusing to risk war. She says the Vale must remain neutral, that her son is too precious to endanger. My father tried to reason with her, but she sent a curt response: the Vale does not march." Ned cursed under his breath. Another alliance lost to fear and caution. The Vale's knights could have turned the tide, but Lisa Arryn had never been of a mind to risk her young son's safety. So the Riverlands bled, and House Tully's pleas fell on deaf ears. After ordering the Tully party to rest and be fed, Ned brought Edmure to the command pavilion for a council of war. There, Edmure recounted in detail Tywin's actions across the Riverlands, the pillaging, the methodical destruction of Tully's supply lines. Every day that the Crown's army stayed pinned near Harrenhal, the Lannisters gained ground toward Riverrun. Edmure pleaded for a relieving force to sweep in and break the siege. Renly, who sat with arms folded, frowned. "We can scarcely mount a relief expedition if Tywin is still strong enough to threaten us here. We'd be dividing an already outnumbered host." Ned nodded. "We must hold this position until either the northern host arrives or the king recovers enough to lead a decisive blow. If we scatter our strength, Tywin will pick us off." Edmure's voice grew desperate. "Then the Riverlands will burn while you wait. Hundreds of villages, thousands of small folk, my father." "I know," Ned said heavily. "I have kin in Riverrun as well, remember. My wife is a Tully. My children carry Tully blood. But we cannot be rash. If we rush to Riverrun, Tywin might cut us down on the march or slip behind us to strike at King's Landing. The realm will be lost piece by piece." Edmure looked away, tears of fury and helplessness in his eyes. "We Tullys have always been loyal to House Baratheon and House Stark. Now my father may die under siege." A long silence followed. The only sound was the drip of rain on canvas. The men in the pavilion stared at the map as though searching for a sign of hope. Finally, Ned cleared his throat. "We'll do what we can, but we must see how Robert fares in the next few days. If the king recovers enough to ride, we can attempt a forced march. If not, we pray that Robb Stark's host arrives soon from the north." Thus, for the next 5 days, the Crown's army and Lannister forces circled each other like two weary wolves. The front lines engaged in small feints, nighttime raids, and skirmishes that left more dead in the mud. Word reached Ned that Tywin had begun dispatching roving groups of knights to sow terror deeper in the Riverlands, preventing local lords from rallying to the Crown. Meanwhile, the Crown's men struggled to maintain morale, their king still laid low, their supplies dwindling. Robert's condition saw the faintest flicker of improvement. On one evening, he managed to sit upright for a few minutes. Though his face was gaunt and his beard unkempt, a spark of his old fire flared in his eyes when Ned told him of Tywin's demands. The king tried to swing his legs off the pallet, insisting on standing, but nearly collapsed at once and had to be guided back. "I'll kill that bastard," he rasped, voice hoarse. "One blow with my hammer. I'll cave in his chest." "Rest," Ned urged, pushing him gently down. "You must regain your strength. The men won't benefit from you tearing open the wound anew." Robert groaned. "I can't even piss without help. Curse the Lannisters. Curse them all." For a moment, his big hand gripped Ned's wrist. "If I fall, promise me you'll see Stannis crowned. The realm." "Enough," Ned said. "You're not dead yet. We'll get you back on your feet. Then you can decide how to handle Tywin." Robert gave a snort that ended in a cough. "I'll handle him by burying him 6 feet under. Gods, I miss the simpler days. Drinking, whoring, hunting boar. Now I'm half a corpse in a soggy tent letting good men die for me. I never wanted this, Ned." Ned felt his throat tighten. "It's the burden we share. Rest. I must go see to the lines." Robert sagged back, his eyes closing again, breath rattling. Ned left, fighting the urge to smash something, a barrel or a table, to vent the frustration roiling in his chest. Instead, he poured that energy into continuing to fortify their position, spurring outriders to gather what food they could from unburned villages and trying to keep the rumor of defeat from infecting the host. At last, on the 13th day after Robert's injury, a herald came tearing into camp, shouting that riders approached from the north. Ned rushed to the vantage point at the ridge, scanning the distance. Through the midday sun, which had finally broken the stretch of gray skies, he saw dust clouds. Banners. Knights on horseback, flanked by a great column of foot soldiers. As they drew nearer, his heart leapt at the sight of the great gray direwolf banner of House Stark. The North had arrived. He mounted his horse and rode out with a small escort to greet them. The first lines were indeed men of the North, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing cloaks of thick wool. The banner of House Umber was among them, as was House Manderly's mermaid. Leading the vanguard, riding a massive warhorse, was Robb Stark. He was tall for his age, though still boyish in the face, perhaps no older than 15 or 16. But Ned saw steel in his son's bearing, a seriousness that Winterfell had instilled. Beside Robb rode Theon Greyjoy, slender and confident, a reined-in smirk on his lips. Behind them came roiling columns of bannermen, at least 10,000 strong, if not more. It was a formidable host, but Ned knew, gloom tugging at him, that even that might not be enough to break Tywin if the Lion's reinforcements kept streaming in. Still, it was a chance, a spark of hope. Robb pulled up his horse, dismounting in a rush. His gray eyes shone. "Father," he cried, his voice cracking with relief as he clasped Ned's arms. "I feared we'd come too late. We heard rumors of terrible fighting. Are you well? Is the king?" Ned embraced his son, feeling the burdens of these past weeks lighten just a bit. "I'm uninjured. Robert is alive, but barely." Robb's face went pale. "Then it's true." The men in the taverns whispered that he'd been struck down. Ned nodded and drew Robb aside, letting the northern lords behind them pass by. Theon, the great Jon, Roose Bolton, and others followed, though Bolton's pale eyes flicked around with that unsettling coolness. "We'll talk further in camp," Ned said. "For now, know that we're grateful you've come. The realm stands on the brink of a great war." Robb swallowed. "If it's war House Stark must fight, then we'll do our duty." Ned studied his son, thinking how quickly youth had been stripped away. At Winterfell, Robb had always been so eager to spar with wooden swords, to ride out with the huntsmen, to laugh with his siblings in the courtyard. Now, the world's harshness bore down on him. Ned said softly, resting a hand on Robb's shoulder. "Let us see you settled." The northern banners rolled in, forming a new camp that joined with the Crown's existing fortifications. Soon, the entire plain around Harrenhal was bristling with activity. Tents were pitched in neat rows, fires were lit, and the combined host of the Crown and the North swelled to well over 20,000 men. Even so, Tywin's forces were rumored to rival that number and might surpass it if more Westerland bannermen arrived. Night fell on a new dynamic. Men from the North mingled around fires with Crownlanders, exchanging rumors and war stories. Robb and the lords from Winterfell convened with Ned, Renly, Edmure Tully, and other senior officers for a late council. At last, Ned could formulate a plan that might unify them all. In a large tent lit by braziers, the lords stood around a long table. Renly was there, along with Barristan and Selmy, while Edmure Tully sat, fidgeting, bruised from his harrowing escape. Robb, face set in determination, listened closely. Several northern lords, Great John Umber, Roose Bolton, Galbart Glover, stood behind him, arms crossed. Ned pointed to the map. With the north here, we have a chance to press Tywin's lines. Another approach is to try splitting our force, sending a contingent west to relieve Riverrun while we hold Tywin here. Edmure stirred. That would be a godsend, but we must be certain the Lannister host can't isolate and destroy your contingent. Tywin's cunning is legendary. Roose Bolton, who had said little so far, cleared his throat with a measured calm. We might attempt to feint, draw Tywin eastward, then send a swift force around his flank to break the siege at Riverrun. If House Tully regains its strength, that will push Tywin into a two-front conflict. Renly frowned. Yes, but who commands the contingent to Riverrun? Our best generals are needed here to match wits with Tywin. And if Robert does not recover soon, we cannot risk you, Lord Stark, leaving the main host. Robb spoke up, voice clear despite his youth. Send me, father. I know I'm young, but I've brought the north this far. The men will follow me if you command it. If we can break through to Riverrun, it will relieve Edmure's forces and gain us another strong ally. A hush fell. Ned regarded his son with a father's mix of pride and worry. Robb had proven himself able to lead men on the long march south. By all accounts, the northern bannermen respected him, seeing in him the potential of a Stark in war. But to send him into a pitched battle with Tywin's outriders was still a grave risk. Edmure, too, studied Robb with an uncertain expression, while the Great John gave a mighty nod as if in approval. Ned exchanged a glance with Barristan. The old knight gave no overt sign, but Ned sensed he believed. Bold moves might be necessary. Tywin would not be easily undone by half measures. Very well, Ned said slowly. We'll plan a two-pronged strategy. If Tywin commits his main force to hold us here, Robb and a swift contingent can cross the Trident upstream, slip behind Tywin's lines, and make for Riverrun. Edmure rubbed his stubble. Lord Stark, you have my gratitude if you do so. But we must be sure the crossing is feasible. Tywin's outriders are everywhere. If they detect Robb's movement too soon, they could pin him against the river. Roose Bolton spoke with a careful, measured tone. At night, we might use small boats or a hidden ford once we identify a suitable location. If we can keep it quiet and limit the size of the party, surprise might be on our side. The Great John let out a booming chuckle. I'll follow the young wolf, he said, clapping Robb on the shoulder. We'll show these lion curs what it means to face men of the north in open battle. Robb's eyes glinted. We'll need cavalry, but not so many as to lose the advantage of stealth. Lord Bolton, Great John, if you ride with me, we'll strike quickly. Father, you hold Tywin's attention here. Ned nodded, pride mingling with dread in his chest. Yes. We'll keep them engaged so Tywin can't dispatch all his men to chase you. You must ride swiftly, use cunning to avoid direct confrontation with Tywin's main force. Free Riverrun, link with Edmure's men, and strengthen the Tully position. Then we converge from two sides, forcing Tywin to fight on both fronts. Renly rubbed his chin. It's a gamble, but all war is. At least this might put Tywin on the back foot, forcing him to decide whether to stay near Harrenhal to keep the king in check or to wheel west to face Robb Stark's flank. Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. You must be cautious. War is not a game. Lives are lost in every misstep. I know, Robb said firmly. I've seen it already on the road south, men who died to bandits, outriders. I'll do my best, father. Ned squeezed his shoulder. Then we have a plan. God willing, we'll see it succeed. They spent the next day gathering intelligence, quietly preparing the chosen men for the westward mission. Robb selected several northern houses known for their discipline: Umber, Serwyn, Glover, small pockets of Bolton's men, and a handful of Crownland knights who had proven skilled at stealth tactics. They set off under cover of darkness, slipping away in small groups to avoid drawing attention. The idea was to regroup at a secluded crossing known to local guides, then push west toward Riverrun. Edmure, still battered, volunteered a handful of Tully outriders to aid in navigation. The rest of the Crown's host would remain in defensive position near Harrenhal, feinting attacks on Tywin's lines to keep him guessing. On the morning the last group slipped away, Ned stood at the edge of camp and watched the silhouettes vanish into the mist. His son was among them, riding with stiff determination, Theon Greyjoy close at his side. the direwolf banner furled around a lance so as not to draw attention. They carried it with them, though, for the time when subtlety was no longer needed. Ned closed his eyes, sending a silent prayer to the old gods of the north. Then he returned to the king's tent to see how Robert fared, and to prepare for the battles to come. Robert had managed to stay awake for a quarter of an hour that morning. He sat on a camp stool, swaddled in blankets, sweat dotting his brow. When Ned told him of Rob's departure, Robert made a faint grin through cracked lips. "So your boy rides to war while I rot in this bed. Hells, Ned. You never told me fatherhood could be so humiliating." "You'd be proud of him," Ned said. "He's grown strong and sure. A true Stark." Robert coughed painfully. I hope he's half as fierce as you. If he meets Tywin's brats in the field, teach him to smash first, talk later." Ned shook his head. "We pray it doesn't come to a direct confrontation. For now, rest. The men take heart merely knowing you're still breathing." Robert stared at the damp canvas overhead, eyes reflecting deep frustration. "I don't want to be a symbol, Ned. I want to fight. This waiting, it feels like my blood is turning to ice. I keep hearing Tywin's voice, mocking me that he'll break down King's Landing's gates and put my head on a pike next to Cersei's. Half the time I'm not sure if it's a dream or if my guards are whispering near my cot. Then soon enough, if the gods are kind, you'll be back in the saddle," Ned said gently. "And if not, we'll hold the realm. One way or another." Robert's gaze slid to him, sadness darkening his eyes. "I'll not leave you to pick up my pieces, old friend. This realm is my responsibility, cursed though it may be. I just pray for one more day of strength, so I can do what needs doing." His voice faded, and Ned helped him back onto the cot, where he sank into uneasy sleep. Outside, the camp bustled, knights polishing armor, archers fletching new arrows, outriders departing with hushed instructions to harass the Lannisters. The plan demanded that Tywin see an active threat, raids, small battles, so he wouldn't guess that thousands of men had peeled away in the night. The following days were fraught with tension. Sporadic rain returned, churning the ground into mire again. Tywin's lines remained vigilant. Twice, Ned sent out cavalry probes that skirmished with Lannister outriders, feigning attempts to break their flank, then retreating in good order. More men died, but each small engagement served to keep Tywin's gaze fixed on the main camp. And from Tywin's vantage, the Crown's host still seemed formidable enough. He could not be certain how many might have slipped away. All the while, ravens soared overhead, likely bearing dispatches from Tywin's camp to the Westerlands. Ned prayed that Robb could move quickly before reinforcements arrived. Word arrived of renewed atrocities in the Riverlands. Villages near Riverrun burned, fields salted. Ned tried to reassure Edmure Tully that Robb's force would soon strike. Edmure in turn prayed daily for the safety of his father and the folk of Riverrun. Meanwhile, Robert's condition inched forward in incremental gains. He was able to stay awake longer, complaining that the maester's attempts at feeding him watery broth were more torturous than any Lannister spear. The infection in his chest seemed to recede, at least somewhat, and though his breathing was still labored, some color returned to his cheeks. On the 12th day after Robb's departure, just as Ned stood in the outer lines observing a Lannister patrol, a horn call from the rear of the camp rang out. Shouts echoed, "A raven! A message from the west!" Ned dismounted and hurried back through the muddy lanes. Soldiers parted, letting him pass, until he reached the command pavilion where a panting messenger waited, clutching a scroll with the Stark seal. The man wore northern garb, spattered with travel grime. Ned took the scroll, heart-pounding, and broke the seal. The letter within was short but vivid, written in Robb's neat script. "Father, we have reached Riverrun. We engaged a portion of Tywin's outriders near the Red Fork and drove them off. Edmure's men joined us for a final push. Riverrun is free from siege. Lord Hoster Tully still lives, though he is ill. We have reclaimed the land for House Tully and repelled the Lannister presence to the west. Many of the local lords flock to our banner now that Tywin's blockade is broken. If you can keep Tywin pinned near Harrenhal, we will march east in force and close the vice on him from behind. Pray for our swift success. My love to Mother and my respect to you, my lord. By the grace of the gods, victory is at hand. Relief flooded Ned. He read the words again. Feeling tension he had carried for days slipped from his shoulders. Robb had done it. Riverrun was free. Tywin's hold on the western riverlands was broken. That meant more Tully and local levies would rally to them, and Tywin could no longer rely on an unopposed western flank. Renly, Barristan, Edmure, and others gathered around him as he read the message aloud. Edmure let out a shaky breath, eyes misting. My father is still alive. The siege is broken. He sank against the table, as though his knees might fail him from relief. Barristan's face lit with quiet satisfaction. The young wolf moved swiftly. Renly rubbed his jaw. That means Tywin will be forced to respond. If he stays here near Harrenhal, Robb will come from behind with the Riverlords. If Tywin marches west to face Robb, you can push from here. He's trapped in the middle. Ned exhaled slowly. Yes, if all goes well, we might have Tywin cornered. But we cannot be reckless. Tywin might retreat south or attempt to slip away. Or he could dig in at Harrenhal's monstrous castle. We must keep our men ready for a final blow. He hurried to Robert's tent with the good news, the letter tucked in his belt. The king was awake, though leaning heavily on pillows, having just finished a bowl of strong broth. He looked up as Ned entered, eyes sharper than they'd been in days. Well? Robert demanded. Ned grinned, scarcely able to contain his joy at the first truly hopeful news in weeks. Robb has freed Riverrun. Tywin is pinned between two forces. The tide is turning. Robert let out a rasping laugh. Your boy outfoxed the old lion. By the 7, I wish I'd seen it. We should send him a cask of ale as a reward. Ned's grin widened. You can do better than that once you're on your feet again. He's earned great honor. Robert nodded, forcing himself upright. Then let's end this war, Ned. Let's smash Tywin once and for all. I'll be damned if I sit here coughing while your son does all the heroics. Maester Cobry says you're still weak, Ned cautioned, but Robert's glower told him the king would not listen to talk of resting much longer. I'll lead the men even if I need a cart to carry me, Robert growled. Get the knights assembled, put out the call for a full muster. We must be ready to march within days. I'll see Tywin's head on a spike for what he's done. He pounded a fist on the bed frame, then winced, pressing a hand to his side. Damn it, I need a warhorse that won't jostle me too much. We have to time this strike right. Ned hid his concern. Robert was still pale, and every movement caused him pain. But the king's determination blazed too brightly to be dimmed. Perhaps he could lead from the rear, letting Ned and Barristan command the main assaults. A single day of pitched battle might decide the war. With Riverrun free and the north in place, they finally possessed the advantage. In the days that followed, Ned oversaw frantic preparations. Ravens flew to Riverrun, urging Robb to bring his combined forces east, skirting the fords and linking with them near Harrenhal. Scouts reported that Tywin's own outriders seemed anxious, that the Lannister camp was stirring with activity like a nest of hornets poked by a stick. Tywin was too experienced a commander not to realize the danger. He might attempt to retreat to the safety of Harrenhal's colossal walls or to slip away by the Gold Road. The question was, which? Robert, ignoring the maester's protests, insisted on donning partial armor and moving about on horseback for at least an hour each day. His face contorted in pain at every jostle, but he refused to remain bedbound. He would ride around the camp, calling out encouragement to the troops, who answered with cheers and cries of "Long live King Robert." Ned could see how it lifted morale just to see him upright. Even if his posture was stooped, sweat beading on his brow, it meant the king was alive. Men who had fretted about betrayal or subterfuge felt steadier with Robert's presence reasserted, however faint. On the 18th day after Robert was wounded, the watchers on the ridge spotted a dust cloud to the west. That evening, horns rang out in the gloom. A fresh army appeared, bearing twin banners, the grey direwolf of Stark and the red and blue shroud of Tully. Over 10,000 men approached with strong cavalry, pikemen, archers, and siege engines requisitioned from Riverland's forges. At their head rode Robb Stark, Edmure Tully's returned men, and local lords like Jason Lannister, whose hawk banner snapped in the wind. The battered defenders of Riverrun had fully joined the northern cause, swelling the ranks to a new height. That night saw a reunion of father and son. Robb entered the king's pavilion, eyes scanning the surroundings in awe. Robert sat upright in a stout chair near the brazier, wearing a simpler leather jerkin rather than heavy plate, with bandages still visible along his side. The hush in the tent spoke to the solemn significance of the moment, the alliance at last fully formed, father and son come together for the final blow. Ned stood by Robert's side, a hand resting on his sword hilt. Rob bowed, then straightened. The torchlight played on his auburn hair, reminiscent of Catelyn's Tully coloring, but his expression bore the serious lines of a Stark. "Your Grace, father," he said, glancing at both in turn. "We stand ready." Robert fixed Rob with a calculating look that gave way to a half-smile. "So this is the young wolf who's outmaneuvered Tywin's outriders and freed Riverrun. I owe you a debt, lad. Your father must be proud." Ned felt his chest swell. He reached out, clasping Rob's arm. "I am proud beyond measure." "Thank you, my son." Rob's cheeks reddened slightly. "We only did what had to be done." The Lannisters were unprepared for a quick strike from the north. Once they realized we had so many men, they broke. "We lost good people, though, and the countryside is ravaged." Robert grimaced, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Tywin's done more harm than 1,000 raiders. He'll pay for that. By the 7, if I can manage to fight even in half this battered body, I'll do it. He cast a fierce look around. "Let all here witness, we are ready for one final push. With the Tullus, the North, and the Crown's men allied as we should be, the Lannister host can be smashed. I'll not give Tywin another chance to slip away." Barristan Selmy, standing near the brazier, bowed his head. "Well spoken, Your Grace." Ned and Rob exchanged a glance. The king's bravado was heartening, but his injury was real, and the Lannisters were no trifling foe. Tywin, cornered, might be more dangerous than ever. In the next hours, plans took shape. They would muster all forces at dawn and march under a united banner to the broad fields before Harrenhal, where the Lannisters had entrenched. A direct confrontation was now inevitable. If Tywin tried to retreat, the combined cavalry would harry him until he had no choice but to stand and fight or take refuge behind Harrenhal's blackened walls. Even Harrenhal might not save him if the combined armies laid siege, though no man welcomed the thought of months in that cursed place. The mood was electric as horns sounded at first light. Robert insisted on riding at the front, though he wore only partial armor, breastplate, and greaves, leaving his injured side heavily bandaged beneath the steel. Ned and Barristan flanked him, discreetly ready to support him if he faltered. Renly remained behind to coordinate the second wave, directing supply wagons. Rob rode further along the line, commanding a large portion of the northern cavalry with the Great John at his side, while Edmure Tully, still stiff with healing wounds, took a central position with the River Lords. A hush fell across the morning. The massive host advanced with steady purpose, mud-sucking at boots and hooves. Overhead, the clouds loomed gray, threatening rain again. Scouts returned breathless, reporting that Tywin had not fled. His lines waited on a broad slope near Harrenhal's gate, banners snapping, the Golden Lion on crimson, a forest of them. Siege engines, pikes, archers, the Lannisters had fortified their position with sharpened stakes and shallow trenches. Ned's heart thumped as he rode beside Robert, scanning the distance. They were about to throw everything into one battle that could decide the fate of the realm. The memory of the rebellion came rushing back, that final confrontation with the Targaryen loyalists. Now it was Lannisters in place of Targaryens, but the sense of history repeating weighed on him. The armies drew within bowshot. Horns blared. There was no parley this time, the moment for words had passed. King Robert raised his warhammer, grimacing as his side pulled. A ragged cheer went up among his men at the sight of him leading them again. Ned swallowed, hoping the king would not topple from the saddle mid-charge. He signaled the archers to move forward while the cavalry trotted in formation. On the other side, Lannister horns answered with a brassy blast, and archers in crimson tunics stepped forth. Barristan Selmy turned slightly in the saddle, calling for shields to be raised. Arrows flew, darkening the sky with a whir. Men cried out as the first wave found its marks. The Crown's archers responded, sending shafts screaming across the field into Lannister ranks. Then came the low rumble of cavalry picking up speed. The ground trembled under the thunder of hoofs. The air was filled with the roar of thousands of men surging into battle. Robert, spurring his horse, howled a battle cry that carried over the tumult. Barristan and Ned flanked him, swords drawn, ready to carve a path. The lines crashed together in an explosion of steel, flesh, and bone. War cries rose, horses screamed, lances shattered. Men fell screaming into mud slick with blood. The clangor of swords and the crack of shields rang out across the plain. Ned felt the old, terrible adrenaline surge through him. He guided his horse skillfully, parrying a Lannister halberd that came too near Robert's injured flank. The blow jarred Ned's arms, sending shockwaves through his shoulders. He pressed forward, slashing, pressing his shield to knock a foot soldier aside. Arrows hissed overhead, some striking friend and foe alike. In the swirling chaos, he glimpsed Barristan laying about with deadly precision, King Robert raising his hammer to crush a Lannister knight's breastplate in a single bone-shattering blow. Robert's face was a twisted mask of pain and rage. He roared again, urging the men forward. Along the left flank, Ned saw Robb Stark's cavalry smash into the Lannister ranks with thunderous force. The Great John, bellowing with savage glee, swung an axe that cleaved through mail. Riverlords rallied behind them, the Tully Trout standard fluttering. Edmure Tully fought with a borrowed sword, for his own had been lost in a previous skirmish, but he pressed forward valiantly, a cluster of pikemen at his back. The Lannister line buckled in places, then reformed with grim discipline. Tywin had placed his best captains along the line, and they would not break easily. The struggle went on for what felt like hours. Ned lost track of time in the swirl of combat. The press of bodies, the screams of the dying, the tang of blood, all merged into a hideous tapestry of battle. At one point, he spotted Tywin Lannister himself astride a tall warhorse near the center, rallying the men in shining golden-laid armor. Tywin's face was set in a ferocious scowl. He shouted orders, dispatching reinforcements to threaten parts of the line. If they could reach him, perhaps they could end it. But the melee was too thick. Ned could not carve a path so easily. Slowly, the Crown's superior numbers, bolstered by the newly arrived Northern and Tully forces, began to tell. The Lannister flanks wavered, hammered by repeated charges from Robb's cavalry. Archers found vantage points behind the lines, sending volley after volley into the mass of red-cloaked soldiers. Up near the front, Robert led a wedge of heavy knights that tore a hole in the Lannister center. The king's warhammer rose and fell, though Ned noticed how Robert occasionally sagged in the saddle, clutching his side. Blood was soaking through the bandages beneath his steel, but still he fought on, unstoppable in that moment of final fury. Seeing the tide turn, Tywin Lannister tried to shore up the center, but cracks opened on every side. Trumpets from the Crown's lines blared the call to advance, and thousands surged forward. The Lannister lines buckled, men slipping in gore-slick mud. Pockets of their forces fought desperately, refusing to yield. Then, near the left flank, a cluster of Lannister bannermen broke ranks and fled. Panic rippled outward. More men tried to retreat. Some, seeing no hope, threw down weapons. Others were trampled beneath the press of fleeing horsemen. Still Tywin held the center, flanked by loyal knights, scowling like a man who could bend the battlefield to his will by sheer force of will. But even his presence could not hold them all. Ned, pressing through the melee, glimpsed Robb hacking at the remains of a battered Lannister spear line. The Great John towered beside him, driving men back with every swing. Barristan Selmy cut a path on the far side, cloak stained red, but moving with unstoppable grace. Trumpets sounded again, a triumphant chord. The Lannister banner wavered, then fell. At last, Ned broke past a ring of bodies, seeing Tywin Lannister only 20 yards away, a cluster of mounted knights protecting him. The old lion turned, locking eyes with Ned for an instant. Ned saw the fury there, as if Tywin weighed the possibility of driving deeper into the fight to strike at Robert or Ned personally. Then Tywin's gaze flicked to the chaos behind him, his men scattering. The realization that the battle was lost cut across his face. One of Tywin's knights urged him, "My lord, we must retreat or we'll be overrun." Tywin bared his teeth in a snarl of contempt. For a heartbeat, Ned thought he might charge forth a final suicidal gambit. But no, Tywin yanked hard on his reins, turning his horse. "Fall back," he roared to his bannermen. "Regroup at Harrenhal." They wheeled around, spurring their mounts toward the towering black walls in the distance. Ned, spurring his own horse, called out after them. "Don't let them reach the gates unchallenged." But the ground was littered with corpses and the wounded, and the Lannister knights who remained were fighting a rearguard action to shield Tywin's withdrawal. A line of men with pikes stepped in, and Ned had to veer aside, deflecting a thrust that nearly took him in the thigh. Another pike caught Ned's horse in the flank, and the beast whinnied in agony, collapsing to its knees. Ned was thrown, the breath driven from his lungs. Pain shot through his side as he landed on a corpse-strewn patch of mud. Dazed, he struggled to rise. 2 Lannister men-at-arms rushed him. Ned barely had time to jerk up his shield. A sword crashed down, jarring his arm. He spun away, slashing at one soldier's legs. The man cried out and toppled. The other soldier stabbed at Ned's unprotected back, but a flash of white armor intervened, Barristan Selmy, who parried the blow with lethal speed. Barristan's longsword then opened the man's neck in a single stroke. The soldier crumpled. "Lord Stark," Barristan urged, extending a hand. "We must push on." Ned forced himself to breathe, ignoring the throbbing pain in his ribs. He grasped Barristan's gauntlet hand and hauled himself upright. Tywin, he gasped, he's escaping. Barristan's eyes flicked to the galloping cluster of Lannisters. We may trap him at the castle gates. Robert is leading the center. They pressed forward, weaving through pockets of fighting. The Crown's forces had gained a near-total victory in the field, but the battered remains of Tywin's core group retreated toward Harrenhal's main gate. Ned saw Robert leading a desperate chase, warhammer raised. Blood streaked the king's armor. He was laboring for breath, but still urging his knights forward. Dozens of Lannister riders swirled around Tywin, forming a shield wall to protect him. The path to Harrenhal's gate was strewn with debris from hasty Lannister attempts at defense. Ned tried to push past the rearguard, but more Lannister riders interceded, forcing him into another exchange of blows. Barristan pivoted to assist, sword lancing out. By the time they dispatched these foes, Tywin's group had gained the relative safety of the moat and the causeway leading to Harrenhal's massive gate. Archers on the ramparts loosed arrows, driving back the Crown cavalry that tried to close the distance. The monstrous castle loomed, a black fortress with 5 gargantuan towers, each half-ruined but still formidable. Even with a fraction of his army, Tywin could hold Harrenhal for a time, turning it into a fortress of last resort. Robert, at the head of a group of knights, tried to surge onto the causeway. A volley of arrows rained down, one piercing the gap near his left thigh. Robert roared in pain, almost falling from his horse. The men behind him retreated to the base of the causeway. Tywin and his entourage thundered through the gate, the portcullis squealing downward behind them. The last sight Ned had of the old lion was his stern, gold-flecked eyes glaring out from beneath his helm. "All riders, fall back," roared one of Robert's captains, seeing how deadly the arrow fire had become. Ned, Barristan, and the others reined in. The king, breathing raggedly, swayed in the saddle, the arrow still lodged in his thigh. Ned rushed to his side, ignoring the confusion around them. Men were shouting triumph in the field, capturing scattered Lannisters who had not made it back to the castle. But in front of Harrenhal's gate, a grim stalemate had emerged. Ned reached up, trying to steady Robert, who seemed on the verge of toppling. "You fool," Ned said, voice tight with concern. "You should not have pushed so far with that wound." Robert's face twisted. "I had him," he snarled, spitting blood. "I had the old bastard in my sights." His eyes fluttered, and he nearly lost consciousness. Knights surged around them, forming a protective circle as more arrows rained from the castle walls. The Crown's men retreated to a safer distance, dragging wounded along. The clang of the portcullis resounded as Tywin's men sealed the fortress. It was a chaotic swirl of partial victory. The field was won. The Lannister army lay shattered outside Harrenhal's walls, thousands dead or captured. Tywin himself, with a fraction of his men, had barricaded himself inside Harrenhal. Ned saw knights cheering, hugging each other, standing over fallen foes. Others ran to search the wounded for any sign of life. A scattering of Lannisters threw down swords and knelt in surrender, hands raised. And near the causeway lay the battered body of Gregor Clegane, also wounded and pinned beneath his dead horse, though it took 6 men to pry the beast off him. Some cried out that the mountain had to be killed lest he rise again. Others insisted on capture. Ned had no breath to address that. All he cared for was Robert, who slumped in the saddle, arrow lodged in his upper thigh, fresh blood streaming down his armor. With Barristan and 2 knights' help, Ned guided the king away from the arrow fire to a relatively safe patch of ground. Robert groaned when they lowered him from the horse, every motion sending agony through his side and leg. "Maester," Ned called, panic lacing his voice. "We need a maester here." A handful of men hurried forward, Grand Maester Cobry among them, face pale with shock. He fell to his knees beside Robert, carefully cutting away the straps of the king's greave to reach the arrow. "Your Grace," he murmured, "this will be painful. We must remove the arrowhead." Robert clenched his teeth. "Just do it. Do it." He fixed a fierce gaze on Ned. "We took the field. That's what matters." A storm of emotion churned in Ned. They had indeed taken the field. The Lannister army was decimated. Thousands of captives, so many dead. Tywin was cornered at Harrenhal, presumably cut off from reinforcements. The war might yet see a swift end if they forced a siege and compelled the old lion to surrender. But Robert was grievously wounded again. The taste of triumph mixed with blood and tears. As Cobry worked, Robert howled, thrashing as the arrowhead came free, covered in gore. The king coughed raggedly, nearly passing out. Maesters pressed cloths to the wound, doping him with milk of the poppy once more. Ned pressed a shaking hand to Robert's shoulder, whispering words of encouragement that he barely believed. Would the king survive yet another grave injury? All around them, the day's battle concluded. Horns signaled victory. Men screamed with savage joy or collapsed weeping in the mud, thankful to be alive. The Greyjoy's laughter echoed across the field, while other lords stooped over corpses of dear friends, eyes damp. The crows circled overhead, hungering. Harrenhal's black walls loomed, defiant in the midday sun, harboring Tywin Lannister like a cornered beast. Ned rose, spattered with mud and blood, and surveyed what they had wrought. Their triumph was real, but incomplete. The war was not over so long as Tywin had breath. Yet the momentum was now firmly in the crown's hands. Once Robert stabilized, if he stabilized, Ned would move to encircle Harrenhal, cutting off all supply lines. A final negotiation or a final assault might follow. The cost would be high, but the realm could not endure a drawn-out war. The Black Towers stood silent, daring them. Barristan Selmy rested a hand on Ned's arm. "We've done it," the old knight said softly, though sorrow tinged his voice as he surveyed the battlefield carnage. Ned nodded slowly, eyes flicking to Robert's limp form. "Aye," he said, voice hoarse. "But the price is steep. Let us see it through, for the realm's sake." And so the day ended in a bloody triumph, the ground littered with the dead and dying. The battered forces of the crown stood victorious on the field of Harrenhal, while Tywin Lannister cowered behind black walls. The roar of distant storms gathered on the horizon as though the gods themselves were not yet done with these mortal struggles. In the makeshift infirmaries and tents, men prayed for their wounded king, hoping that this time fate would not claim him. And in the heart of Harrenhal, Tywin surely fumed, plotting his next move in the face of near-certain defeat. Night fell in a hush of exhausted silence, broken only by the moans of the injured. Torches glimmered across a field of mud and scattered equipment. The aftertaste of victory was bitter, steeped in death. Yet for all the horrors of the day, the realm might still be saved. Eddard Stark knelt in his tent later that evening, alone but for his own thoughts, replaying the images of Robert's blood-smeared armor, of Robb's triumphant cavalry charge, of Tywin's furious face as he fled for the safety of Harrenhal. Tomorrow and the days to come would determine how the realm would heal from such wounds, or if it ever would. And so, in the encampment of the living, men whispered thanks to the Seven or the old gods or any deity that might grant them solace. In the castle of the dead, Harrenhal's cursed stones bore silent witness to yet another dark chapter of war. And far beyond, in King's Landing, in the Vale, in the north, the ripples of this day's battle would spread, shaping the fate of Westeros in ways none could yet fully see. The lion was cornered, the stag and wolf ascendant, but for how long? For, in the great Game of Thrones, there were always new pieces yet to move, new shadows yet to fall. The only certainty was that all were bound to pay the iron price of ambition and pride. The campsite stank of blood and smoke in the aftermath of victory. All around the muddy expanse outside Harrenhal's colossal walls, men trudged about in dazed celebration or weary lament for the dead. Shouts and horns had subsided into a low rumble of activity. The gathering of bodies, the collection of abandoned arms, the rustle of tents as the combined forces of the Crown, the North, and the Riverlands began the transition from pitched battle to siege. Clouds roiled overhead in a bruised sky, threatening rain at any moment. The ground underfoot was torn by hooves and churned with gore, an earth that would reek for days, if not weeks. Near the center of the newly established encampment, King Robert Baratheon lay under a canvas pavilion, drifting in and out of consciousness. A fresh arrow wound burned in his thigh, while the older chest wound pulsed with leftover infection that had never quite vanished. Grand Maester Cobry hovered at the king's bedside, aided by two lesser maesters who mopped sweat from Robert's brow and changed his bandages hourly. His breathing was labored, each exhale a ragged rasp. Yet his hand still clenched into a fist whenever he stirred, as though he might snatch his warhammer at any second and ride straight into battle. Several times he tried to sit up, only to be eased down by Eddard Stark or Barristan Selmy. Eddard stood watch now, brow lined with exhaustion. His own mail was spattered with dark stains, and a bruise along his ribs throbbed where he had fallen from his horse. Yet he remained upright, anchored by duty. Outside the pavilion, the voices of the men rose and fell, each rumor swirling like autumn leaves. Tywin Lannister was locked inside Harrenhal, the old lion cornered. The combined armies had won the field, capturing hundreds, if not thousands, of Lannister soldiers. The monstrous Harrenhal, so vast it dwarfed all other castles in Westeros, now stood as a black fortress of last resort for House Lannister's patriarch. As night threatened, torches burned along the ramparts, and enemy archers lingered in the arrow slits, daring any approach. When Robert moaned, Ned knelt by him, gripping the king's hand. The flesh there felt clammy. "Steady," Ned said softly. "We'll see your wound tended. Rest. There is no more fighting today." Robert's eyelids fluttered. "Did we kill the lion?" he mumbled, voice slurred by milk of the poppy. "Not yet," Ned answered. "Tywin is within Harrenhal's walls, and we have him surrounded." Robert's lips twisted in pain or frustration. Perhaps both. "Not good enough," he muttered. "Should finish him." The words trailed off in a wet cough. Ned exchanged a glance with the Grand Maester. Cobury's expression was as grave as ever, but there was no immediate panic in his features. Robert had lost blood, yet he was strong. If the arrow wound did not fester, the king might outlast his injuries. Still, there was no denying the gravity of 2 major wounds in so short a span. Robert had tested the limits of his body, and each day of war exacted a higher toll. Outside the pavilion, a cluster of lords and knights had begun to gather. Their voices resonated with equal parts triumph and apprehension. Ned recognized Renly Baratheon's measured tone, along with the deep laughter of Great John Umber, the quiet murmur of Roose Bolton, and the more urgent cadences of Edmure Tully. Occasionally, Ned heard the words siege or assault repeated, each alternative weighed against the steep cost in blood. Harrenhal, with its massive, towering walls and labyrinthine interior, had repelled armies in the past. A direct assault might be pure folly, especially if Tywin still commanded an elite corps of Lannister knights within. Ned rose, pressing Robert's hand gently onto his chest. "Rest, my friend," he whispered. Robert's eyelids were already drooping, lulled by the poppy's haze. Ned followed Cobury outside, where Barristan Selmy waited with a respectful bow. "How is he?" the Lord Commander asked in a low tone. "Holding on," Ned replied, but in no state to make decisions. "Let us gather the lords. I'll speak with them." They made their way to an open area near the largest fires. Torches sputtered against the twilight, casting shifting shadows on the men's tired faces. The Great John stood with arms folded, his enormous presence dwarfing those around him. Edmure Tully, gaunt and battered, leaned on a makeshift cane, but his eyes were bright with gratitude that Riverrun had been spared. Renly frowned, brow furrowed, hands clasped behind his back as though he weighed each possibility. Robb Stark was there too, fresh from ensuring the wounded were cared for. A smear of dried blood streaked across his cheek, and his expression bore the solemn lines of someone who had seen too many men die. When Ned arrived, conversation quieted. More figures trickled in: northern lords, river lords, crownland knights, and formed a loose semicircle. Ned cleared his throat, exhaustion rasping in his voice. "My lords," he began, "the king recovers from his new wound. In his place, we must decide how to proceed. Tywin Lannister has retreated into Harrenhal, and I doubt he'll yield the castle willingly." Renly stepped forward, sliding a hand through his dark hair. "We've broken his main army, but he still holds a portion of knights and foot within those walls. The question is whether we starve him out or attempt to storm Harrenhal by force." A wave of tension passed through the circle. Harrenhal was infamously large, its halls capable of housing thousands, its walls near impossible to breach without months of siege. Great John Umber let out a rumbling harumph. "Starving him out might take half a year or more," he pointed out. "Harrenhal's stores must be stocked if he had any sense to plan for a siege." Edmure Tully nodded. "They've known we were in the area for weeks. He'd have prepared. A direct assault could cost hundreds of lives, maybe thousands. But if we wait too long, Tywin's allies might attempt to relieve him from the west." Roose Bolton's quiet voice slithered into the pause. "We should consider that Tywin's control in the Westerlands might not be as ironclad as it was. After his defeat here, many lesser lords could be wavering. A few more swift victories and House Lannister's dominion might collapse. On the other hand, if we appear hesitant, some might rally to him again." Ned exhaled. "We must press our advantage, but not squander our men's lives in a futile assault." He glanced at Robb. "You saw how swiftly victory can be lost if we misjudge the situation. A single folly before those walls could hand Tywin an opportunity to strike back." Robb inclined his head, jaw set. "Agreed. We gained a measure of fortune these past weeks, but Tywin remains cunning. He might feign weakness, let us breach a portion of the walls, then slaughter us in the labyrinth of Harrenhal's courtyards. Better to maintain a steady siege if we have no hope of a quick infiltration." Ser Barristan cleared his throat. "We also have the question of whether Tywin might choose to parley, perhaps ransoming Jaime Lannister for surrender of the castle. But after his demands at the last parley, I suspect the old lion's pride won't allow him to capitulate so easily." The murder, he calls it murder, of his daughter Cersei remains unavenged in his eyes. A silence followed. They all knew Tywin's thirst for vengeance was legendary. Ned recalled the final days of the rebellion when Tywin had presented the bodies of Rhaegar's children as a gift to Robert, an act that had sickened Ned and haunted him ever since. This was not a man who yielded readily to compassion or moral scruples. At last, Renly spoke again. Given the fortress's size, a swift storm is madness. We can, however, ring the castle with our men, deny Tywin any chance of slipping away, and attempt to treat with him under terms more favorable to us. I've already begun consolidating siege equipment from the local blacksmiths. If we show we can bombard him relentlessly, he may see the futility of holding out. Ned nodded. We do it. Tonight, we'll begin establishing a perimeter, place watchers on every possible exit, and form the lines of circumvallation. No supply or reinforcement passes to Tywin. He cast a glance around. We must be mindful that no surprises come from the west. Have we scouts out there? Edmure managed a tight smile. I've dispatched riders to comb the roads leading to the Westerlands. They'll warn us if a rescue force tries to approach. The local folk are mostly on our side after all the devastation Tywin wrought. Then we have our plan, Ned said, voice carrying across the ring of faces. We hold Tywin in Harrenhal, offer terms if he'll hear them, but we do not relent. If the king improves, he will confirm or alter our approach. Until then, we stand together. A murmur of assent passed through the gathering. Men drifted away into the gloom, returning to their units with orders to fortify the blockade. Great John Umber thumped Robb on the back, praising the outcome of the battles that had led them here. Roose Bolton slipped away with quiet steps, while Edmure Tully lingered briefly to trade words with Ned about the battered state of the Riverlands. Finally, only Ned, Robb, Renly, and Barristan remained, the torch casting a shifting glow that accentuated their fatigue. Ned beckoned to his son. You fought bravely, Robb. Your victory at Riverrun turned the tide. Yet many challenges lie ahead. Go rest if you can. We'll need your mind sharp in the days to come. Robb gave a respectful nod, though lines of weariness bracketed his eyes. I will, father. May the gods grant the king a quick recovery. When he was gone, Renly exhaled, loosening the tension in his posture. 7 save us from another long siege. If Robert remains bedridden, who knows what new mischief might arise across the realm. King's Landing, for instance, Joffrey is still locked away, and our hold there might grow shaky if the lords fear the king is dying. Barristan tightened his jaw. A fair concern. But for now, the capital remains under the watch of the gold cloak sworn to the king, and we have no reason to think they'll break loyalty. It bears watching, Ned said. But one fight at a time. He turned away, heading back toward Robert's pavilion, a swirl of dread and resolve coiling in his stomach. In the distance, Harrenhal's silhouette loomed, black towers scraping the sky. Somewhere within those cursed walls, Tywin Lannister would be planning his next move. That night, the Crown's forces lit a ring of bonfires around the castle, forging a perimeter that stretched from the North Tower to the southern Barbican. Watch patrols took their shifts, crossing muddy ground to stand at intervals behind hastily erected palisades. From the ramparts, Lannister archers glared down, but did not loose any shafts. Perhaps they, too, needed time to tend their wounded and recoup from the day's slaughter. A raw wind howled across the open field, flapping tent walls. Eddard Stark found himself in his small quarters, a wedge-shaped tent pitched beside Robert's grand pavilion. He sat on a camp stool, gingerly removing his armor. Bruises twinged in his side where he'd landed after that pike took down his horse. His arms were stiff from hours of sword work. The faint smell of boiled wine drifted from a small pot hung over an oil brazier. A young squire knelt there, preparing to bathe Ned's cuts. Ned closed his eyes, letting his mind drift northward for a moment to Winterfell's quiet courtyards, the swirl of snow in the godwood. He thought of Catelyn, far from these horrors, and of their younger children, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon. He prayed they were safe, that the chaos of war had not reached the north. War was never content to remain in neat boundaries and often spilled outward like a dark tide. Still, for now, the battles were concentrated in the Riverlands. That, at least, was a small mercy. A rustling at the tent's entrance brought him back. He looked up to see Robb stepping inside, shoulders slightly hunched in exhaustion. The squire paused his ministrations, bowing to the young lord before exiting, leaving father and son alone. "Forgive me, father," Robb said quietly. "I couldn't sleep." Ned gestured for him to sit on a wooden chest. Robb obeyed, leaning forward with elbows on his knees. His leather tunic was scratched and stained, but no fresh blood was visible. He seemed physically unhurt, a relief beyond measure. "You have much on your mind," Ned observed. Robb nodded. The men, some are celebrating. Others, especially from the Riverlands, weep for all that's lost. We won a great victory, but Harrenhal looms before us like a black pit. He swallowed, glancing at Ned's bandaged forearm. I worry what Tywin might attempt. He's cornered, which makes him dangerous. Ned understood. We'll keep the siege tight. Harrenhal's walls are high, but they can't feed an entire force forever. Eventually, they must face the terms we offer or starve. He paused, studying Robb's troubled face. Yet the cost of a prolonged siege might be harsh on our men, too. We have the advantage here, but we can't hold this position indefinitely. Robb's gaze flicked to the ground. The Great John says we ought to storm Harrenhal while morale is high, that the men want to see this done. But that's madness, isn't it? Harren the Black built that fortress to withstand dragons, or so they say. Ned nodded. He did, and Aegon Targaryen's dragons still cracked those walls with dragon fire. We have no dragons. For us, a direct assault is near suicidal. Our best hope is patience, or some stroke of cunning if Tywin tries to break out. We'll see what becomes of him. Robb let out a long breath. I never thought I'd see so much blood. That final charge. The ground was slippery with it. It felt like we were crossing into the mouth of hell. Ned placed a hand on his son's shoulder. War is not a thing of glory. We do our duty, but the cost is always high. Robb swallowed, nodding. Aye, father. I see that now more than ever. Ned squeezed Robb's shoulder briefly, then let his hand fall away. Go find some rest if you can. Tomorrow we'll set the watch rotations. There's little else to do but keep Tywin pinned until the king can either lead negotiations or we decide to force terms upon him. Robb rose. I'll try. He hesitated, half turning back as he gripped the tent flap. Thank you, father, for trusting me enough to let me ride to Riverrun. I know how risky it was, but I'm glad I could repay House Tully's loyalty. Ned managed a faint smile. You repaid more than that. You gave the realm a chance at peace. Now let us see it through. Robb nodded, then slipped out into the night. In the silence that followed, Ned exhaled slowly. Sleep tugged at him, but he forced himself to keep his eyes open a bit longer, letting the squire return to finish dressing his wounds. Outside, the faint murmur of the camp's lifeblood continued. Men on patrol, horses snorting in the darkness, distant songs from a lonely group of soldiers. And overshadowing all, the silhouette of Harrenhal's broken towers, crouched like a beast that refused to die. By morning, the sky had paled to a watery gray, and a fresh drizzle slicked the plain. Ned awoke stiff and sore but methodically dressed, pulled on his boots and strode outside. Already, the siege lines were forming. Wooden barricades set at intervals, watch fires smoldering. Archers stood behind sharpened stakes, eyes scanning Harrenhal's high ramparts for any sign of Lannister movement. The air smelled of damp earth and wet canvas. He went first to check on Robert. The king had managed to sit upright, propped by pillows. A maester changed the bandages on his thigh, revealing an ugly wound ringed with inflamed skin, but no sign of blackening or foul-smelling discharge. Robert's gaze flicked up at Ned's approach, and he let out a grunt. There you are, Ned. Are we storming that black monstrosity yet? Ned shook his head. No, we're establishing a siege. Attacking head-on would cost too many lives. Robert's nostrils flared. Harrenhal, bah. If I had my old strength, I'd tear those gates off their hinges. But I suppose you're right. My body's not up for it. His voice was bitter, frustration evident. He gestured impatiently to the maester, who knelt at his side. Finish your damn bandaging, old man. It hurts no matter what you do. Cobry offered a small bow. As you say, your grace, but you must allow the wound time to mend. Overexertion could cause a fresh tear. Robert let out a muttered oath, wincing as Cobry tied off the bandage. What of Tywin? He rasped. Has he shown his face, tried to parley again? Not yet, Ned said. Perhaps he's too busy counting his dead, or preparing to endure the siege. Robert grunted. Well, let him rot in that cursed fortress. I'll hang his bones from the gatehouse once we're done. He paused, a fleeting grimace crossing his face. Though I'd rather see him face me with a sword in hand. The old weasel is too sly for that, I suppose. Ned gave a small inclination of his head. Once you've recovered more, we can decide how best to proceed. For now, the men take heart that you yet live and command. A flicker of pride or relief touched Robert's features. Good. Keep them in line. We've come this far, 7 hells, Ned. I didn't wage a war to end it half-finished. Ned forced a reassuring tone. We'll see it done, Robert. With that, he left the pavilion, nodding to the guards posted outside. They looked relieved to see the king awake, even if he remained in pain. A realm at war was a realm in need of a living, visible king, not a rumor of death in the command tent. The day stretched, a long haze of drizzling rain and tense waiting. Scouts reported no sally attempts from Harrenhal. At midday, a herald approached the castle gate under a white flag, calling for Tywin Lannister to speak. No arrow flew to strike him down, but no response came either. The gates remained closed, archers perched silently above the portcullis. By dusk, the herald returned to Ned, shaking his head. They wouldn't show themselves, my lord. Only the crows swirling overhead answered me. That evening, the crown's leaders convened once more in the same open area near the watchfires. Robert remained in his tent, so Ned led the council. Renly stood with arms folded, mouth set in a thin line. Edmure Tully had regained some color after a day of rest, but worry clouded his eyes at the mention of ongoing destruction in the Riverlands. Robb listened quietly, flanked by the Great John and Bolton. Ser Barristan hovered, a silent sentinel. We can attempt to lob stones with siege engines, Renly said. But Harrenhal's walls are infamously thick. We might do more to harass their morale than truly break the fortress. Edmure stroked his beard, wincing at the fresh bruises on his arm. It might still force them to reply, firing arrows or sallying forth. Any chance we have to whittle them down helps. A large portion of our men are idle right now, which gives Tywin time to regain his balance. Ned nodded. Let's put them to work. Build siege towers, prepare catapults. We'll test the defenses. Meanwhile, we'll rotate the watch, keep men from getting too comfortable. If Tywin tries a surprise breakout in the night, we must be ready. He felt an unspoken heaviness settling. The glories of open battle had been replaced by the slow grind of siege. Soldiers who had charged valiantly onto the field now sat in muddy trenches, huddling under soaked cloaks, watching forbidding walls with no sign of activity. The tension could erode morale if left unchecked. So the next days rolled into each other in a pattern of dreary vigilance. Rain hammered the fields intermittently, turning tracks into muck and hampering the movement of large siege engines. Still, the crown's men built them piece by waterlogged piece. The ring around Harrenhal stayed strong, manned by a shifting rotation of archers, pikemen, and cavalry readied for any sign of Tywin's cavalry. Occasionally, from a vantage point in a half-collapsed tower outside the castle, Ned or Barristan glimpsed Lannister shapes patrolling Harrenhal's battlements. Once, a distant swirl of crimson cloaks near the top of Kingspire Tower suggested that Tywin himself was surveying the siege, but it was impossible to be sure. Meanwhile, wounded from the battle continued to die, their injuries too severe or their infections unstoppable. Pits were dug far from the main camp and funeral pyres burned day and night. The stench of rotting flesh lingered, only partially masked by smoke. It was a grim routine. Soldiers sought comfort in dice games or in the small beer distributed from supply wagons. Ned and the other commanders knew that if the siege dragged on too long, restlessness might breed desertion. Robert's condition improved in fits and starts. On the 5th day of the siege, he managed to hobble out of the pavilion, leaning heavily on a crutch. He insisted on touring the lines. Ned and Barristan escorted him, though each step was clearly agony for the king. Still, men cheered at the sight of him upright again, the crowned stag emblazoned on his cloak. Robert bore the pain with clenched teeth. After an hour, he nearly collapsed from fatigue, but his presence raised spirits and reminded everyone of the crown's authority. It took 2 nights to help him dismount his borrowed horse at the end, but none doubted his will. In the quiet that followed Robert's small tour, Ned found himself summoned by Edmure Tully, who wanted to discuss the plight of the Riverlands. They met near a smaller fire at the camp's perimeter. Edmure's eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, his hair straggling in wet tangles. Lord Stark, he said, voice low, I receive letters daily from villages west of Harrenhal. They starve, their fields ravaged by Lannister foragers. Even with Tywin pinned here, stray bands remain at large, roving under no one's command. I beg you, let me take a small force to sweep them out to bring relief to the small folk. Ned understood the frustration. If I let you go, we risk weakening our siege lines. Tywin could sally out at that moment or attempt to break out. Edmure grimaced. What if we coordinate with Robb? He and some of the northern cavalry could help me quickly put down these remnants, then return in short order. We'd be gone no more than a week, I swear it. Ned mulled it over. The Riverlands had suffered enough. Allowing Lannister stragglers to continue raiding and terrorizing the countryside would only spread more misery. Yet dividing their forces was dangerous. I'll speak with Robb, he said finally. If the king agrees, perhaps a small contingent could be spared. But be cautious. Even a band of a few hundred Lannister raiders can ambush a smaller force if we're not prepared. Relief flickered in Edmure's eyes. Thank you. The Tully name is tarnished if we abandon our own folk in their time of need. Ned promised to address the matter that evening at the War Council. True to his word, he brought it up in front of Robert, who reclined in a sturdy wooden chair with one leg propped on a camp stool. The king's face twisted in annoyance at first, but he recognized the logic. Aye, he grumbled, we can't let stray Lannister curs roam free. Send the Tully boy if he's so eager, but no more than a few hundred men. We need the rest here to keep Tywin trapped. So it was decided. Edmure and Robb rode out at dawn 2 days later with 300 cavalry between them, plus 100 mounted archers from the Riverlands. They fanned out westward, determined to bring relief to the battered region. Ned quietly prayed it would not become a fiasco. Meanwhile, the siege continued. Catapults were finally assembled, and under Robert's direction, they hurled stones at Harrenhal's walls. The range was too great to inflict real damage on the thick curtain ramparts, but occasionally a chunk of masonry cracked or tumbled. A few times, Lannister archers retaliated, sending a flurry of arrows that fell short in the mud, indicating a mismatch in distance. It became a strange game of intimidation, each side demonstrating a willingness to destroy, neither side achieving much. At night, the Crown's watchfires ringed the castle like a necklace of flames. Scouts took to the marshy terrain near the Waters of the God's Eye, wary of any attempt by boat or hidden gate. Harrenhal was rumored to have secret passages older than Aegon's conquest, but the Watchers did their best to seal every route. On the 8th day of the siege, as dusk settled in, a commotion stirred along the lines. Ned, resting outside Robert's pavilion, heard shouting and rose at once, drawing his cloak tight. Soldiers hurried past, calling out that a messenger approached from the castle, a man in Lannister colors waving a white flag. Ned wasted no time, summoning Barrist and Selmy and a few other knights. They rode out to the midpoint between Harrenhal's gate and the Crown lines, torches flickering in the twilight. There, they found a lone Lannister herald seated on a nervous horse. The man bore a slender staff with a white cloth attached. He wore a soaked crimson cloak and looked pale as chalk. He inclined his head stiffly when Ned and his party approached. Lord Eddard Stark? I am he, Ned said, reining in. Barristan and the others formed a protective semicircle. The herald cleared his throat. I bring word from Lord Tywin Lannister. He requests a parley with the hand of the king and the king's council to discuss an exchange of terms. Ned studied the herald's expression, seeing fear beneath the man's forced composure. Why now? The herald flinched. Lord Tywin did not confide in me the reasons for his timing, my lord. Only that he is prepared to speak under conditions of safe conduct for both sides. Barristan gripped the hilt of his sword. Your lord has refused parley for days. What's changed? The herald hesitated. He gave me no explanation, Ser Barristan. Only that if you agree, he will meet you on the plain at midday tomorrow. Ned exchanged a look with Barristan. We must consult the king, he said at length, but likely we will agree to speak. Return and inform Lord Tywin we will attend the parley with an escort of knights. There will be no violence unless he provokes it. Relief flickered across the herald's face. He bowed and turned his horse, galloping back toward the looming gates. As Ned and the knights rode back to camp, Barristan said softly, Tywin must be running short on options, or he'd never lower himself to ask for talks again. Ned gave a grim nod. We'll see what he offers. That night, a sense of charged expectation swept the camp. Men whispered of betrayal or cunning trickery. Some joked that Tywin had discovered his stores of food were low. Others guessed he meant to demand Jaime Lannister's freedom in exchange for the castle. Word spread that in the morning, a meeting might decide whether the siege ended quickly or dragged on for months. Robert insisted on attending in person. "I'm tired of rotting in that damn chair," he declared when Ned visited his pavilion. "I'll ride out, show that old lion I'm not dead yet." "You can barely walk," Ned protested. Robert's glare was fierce. "I'll be on a horse, not dancing a jig. If I must be carried into the parley, so be it. I will not cower in my bed while you parley my W. Air away." Ned realized there was no use arguing. Robert's pride was a stubborn beast, and the men would be emboldened to see him at the negotiation. Still, Ned reminded him to wear light armor only, no sense tearing open his wounds with heavy plate. Robert grumbled but assented. At midday, a party of a dozen rode forth from the crown's lines, King Robert, seated on a tall destrier that snorted and shook its mane, Ned Stark and Barristan Selmy, each clad in partial armor, Renly Baratheon and a few lords from the north and Riverlands. 50 knights hung back at a short distance to ensure their safety, though they would not crowd the parley itself. Opposite them, across the muddy field, Harrenhal's gates opened and out rode Tywin Lannister with a small escort of gold and crimson knights. They also stopped a good distance from the castle, forming a neutral patch of ground in plain sight of both camps. Ned's heart thudded at the sight of Tywin. The man wore gilded plate, though the gold had lost some of its luster after weeks of war. His clean-shaven face displayed deep lines of fatigue, his pale green eyes ringed by shadow. Still, he carried himself with an iron pride, as though no defeat could truly touch him. A standard-bearer behind him flew a small Lannister pennant, while 2 knights flanked him on either side, each with hands close to sword hilts. King Robert dismounted slowly, wincing but refusing help. Ned and Barristan hastened to his side. On the opposite side, Tywin slid from his horse in a smooth motion, ignoring the muddy ground. The 2 men, king and rebellious lord, faced each other with only a short span of trampled grass between them. The hush was absolute. Even the wind seemed to die. Tywin spoke first, voice level. "Your Grace, I am gratified to see you well enough to stand. There were rumors you might be on death's door." Robert's lip curled. "I've enough life left to crush your skull, old lion." He shifted, trying to disguise his discomfort. "State your business. We've wasted too much time." Tywin inclined his head, the faintest parody of a bow. "I proposed this parley because the realm has bled too much already. I would hear what terms you might offer for the safe release of Jaime Lannister and to end the siege without further slaughter." Ned felt Robert's anger flare beside him. Barristan subtly edged closer, as if anticipating a violent outburst. Robert rumbled a curse. "Your son, the Kingslayer, is our prisoner. He stays that way until you answer for your treason and for your daughter's crimes." Tywin's gaze flicked to Ned. "So you still cling to that? My daughter was executed like a common criminal if rumor holds true. I see no sign that you regret it." Robert ground his teeth. "She was no victim. She bedded her own brother, tainted my throne with her incest. That was treason enough. Do not pretend otherwise." A flicker of rage touched Tywin's face, swiftly masked. He turned to Ned. "Lord Stark, is there no place for compromise? My son in exchange for an end to hostilities? Have I not heard that House Stark values honor and justice above all?" Ned answered quietly, "House Stark does not condone adultery, incest, or regicide, my lord. And it was your daughter who allowed the realm to be deceived for years about the heirs to the throne." Tywin's jaw tightened, but he chose to focus on Robert. "Name your price, then, for Jaime's freedom. Land? Gold? I have substantial wealth hidden from your meager treasury." Robert spat on the ground. "We owe you nothing. You are cornered in Harrenhal, your army shattered. The only reason you live is that we can't be bothered to haul your carcass out of that fortress. If you want your precious son back, kneel to me. Swear fealty. Renounce any claim to the throne on behalf of your so-called grandchildren. And surrender Harrenhal to the crown." A stillness followed that challenge. Tywin's knights stiffened, one reaching reflexively for a sword hilt. Robert's escort tensed in return. Tywin's face remained impassive, though Ned sensed fury boiling beneath. "My so-called grandchildren, you say?" Tywin murmured, the words dripping with venom. "You have effectively murdered their mother, locked them away, and now you demand I kneel as if I'm a dog that soiled the carpet?" Robert's mouth set into a line. "I'd demand your head if we weren't trying to end this quickly. Kneel, Tywin, or rot behind those walls. I will wait as long as it takes. Jaime will stay caged. And when you starve, I'll walk into Harrenhal and mount your skull on a spike beside the blasted courtyard." Tywin's lips quirked in the barest flicker of disgust. You speak like a drunk, Robert, but perhaps your men will eventually tire of the siege. Winter approaches, or so the Starks like to say. He paused, raking Ned with a glance. Tell me, Lord Eddard, do you truly believe your northern bannermen will stand idle for months, maybe years, to starve me out? Ned answered steadily, they will do as I command for the good of the realm. You have no hope of rescue. The West is in turmoil, your allies scattered. If you cling to pride, you'll only doom your remaining men. Tywin's posture exuded contempt. Then you offer no terms beyond unconditional surrender and kneeling. That is no negotiation, but an insult. Robert let out a snort. Insult, is it? Good. Let me add another. Your pride cost you your daughter's head. Don't let it cost you your life, too, though I'd not weep if it did. For the first time, Tywin's composure cracked. His mouth drew into a tight line, and Ned saw the flicker of raw hatred in his pale green eyes. Then Tywin drew a breath. You will regret your arrogance in time, Robert Baratheon. I tried to spare the realm more suffering. I see you have no interest in that. We'll spare the realm by removing the rot, Robert snapped. If you have no better offer, this parley is over. A terrible hush fell. For an instant, Ned braced for violence. Tywin looked as though he might whip out a blade, or at least fling a gauntlet at Robert's head. But in the end, the Lord of Casterly Rock merely set his jaw. So be it. We will see which of us breaks first, your grace. He spun on his heel, gestured to his knights, and strode to his horse. The Lannister retinue remounted, turned, and galloped back toward Harrenhal's gate. Robert glared after them, shoulders trembling with anger or pain, perhaps both. Barristan quickly moved to support the king. Robert cursed under his breath. Bring me my horse. I'm done listening to that bastard's prattle. He spied Ned's stricken look and let out a ragged breath. He'd sooner die than kneel, Ned. And so he shall. They returned to the siege lines in moody silence. The men who had watched from afar gleaned the gist of what happened. Tywin offered nothing, and Robert demanded everything. Talk was done. Now the siege would proceed in earnest. The next days saw catapults fling heavier stones, and engineers attempted to build covered rams to test the outer barbican. Lannister archers responded with flaming arrows, setting some siege equipment alight. Occasional skirmishes flared near the approach to the castle's gatehouse, each leaving fresh bodies in the mud. During a gray afternoon 6 days after the failed parley, Edmure Tully and Robb Stark returned from their expedition, leading a column of weary riders. They brought fewer men than they had taken, but the battered banners of House Tully and House Stark still flew. Relief spread through the camp as they arrived, caked with mud and smelling of smoke. Ned greeted them personally, examining Robb's face for any sign of injury. His son's cheek bore a shallow cut, and his eyes looked hollow with fatigue. We found scattered Lannister raiders, perhaps 200 in total, Robb reported. We drove them off or cut them down. Some surrendered. The farmland is in ruins, but we did what we could to help the small folk rebuild. Edmure's men left supplies at a few villages. Edmure nodded, though sorrow lined his face. Too many graves. But at least those who remain can breathe easier. Any progress here? Ned shook his head. Tywin refuses to yield. Robert is content to starve him out or attempt to. We have an uneasy stalemate. That stalemate dragged on. Rain pelted the camp at night, turning trenches into foul bogs. Several times, small groups of men deserted, slipping away in the darkness. The rummaging local area was nearly stripped of resources, forcing supply wagons to come from the Crownlands and from the north. The men grumbled. Harrenhal's towering spires glowered in the distance like a malevolent presence. Another 2 weeks passed. Late in the second week, after another fruitless day of catapult bombardment, a swift rider arrived from the west, breathless and mud-splattered. Ned, standing near a brazier, saw the man dismount with trembling knees and rush toward Robert's pavilion. Sensing urgency, Ned followed, summoning Renly. Inside the large tent, they found Robert half dozing on a bedroll, his chest wound still tender and his leg heavily wrapped. He jerked awake when the rider stumbled in, escorted by 2 guards. "Your Grace," the rider gasped, bowing. "I come from the crag, in the Westerlands. I have tidings. One of Lord Tywin's bannermen is raising men to march east. Lord Brax, they say, or the remnants of House Marbrand. They plan to attempt relief of Harrenhal." Robert sat upright so abruptly he grimaced in pain. "Impossible. I thought we hammered the West into submission." The rider shook his head. "With your main forces here, they see a chance. They've gathered a small host, 3,000 or 4,000 at best. and they planned to cross the Red Fork to approach Harrenhal from the north side. Ned felt a chill. 3,000 or 4,000 might not be a crippling force, but if they coordinated with Tywin from inside Harrenhal, it could break the siege lines. The Crown's men had grown complacent. Morale was low. An assault from behind could cause chaos. "We'll not let them blindside us," Robert growled, gingerly rising. "Send outriders. Prepare a detachment. We'll smash them before they get close." Renly exchanged a worried look with Ned. "We must be careful. If we strip too many men from the siege, Tywin could attempt a breakout the moment we face his relief forces. We need a plan that keeps Harrenhal secure while also meeting the threat from the west." Robert's eyes flashed with impatience. "Then gather the lords. We plan tonight. Tywin thinks he can outlast us, but we'll show him." Soon, the War Council formed again around a large table. The soggy map of the region was unrolled, corners pinned by daggers. Renly traced the route the relief force might take, pointing to the Red Fork's shallower crossings. Edmure Tully recognized some of the terrain. "They could pass near Maidenpool, or they might try further up at the Ruby Ford," he said. "Though that's quite a distance. My guess is they want a lesser-known crossing to surprise us." Roose Bolton spoke with a cool demeanor. "We must deploy an intercept force. It need not be large if we choose favorable ground, perhaps near the headwaters of the Red Fork. Then, if they attempt to cross, we strike them on the riverbank." Robert scoffed. "I'll lead the intercept myself. I'm tired of letting others fight while I fester." Ned shook his head gently. "You're still wounded, Your Grace. A forced march would open that thigh wound again. And we need your presence here in case Tywin tries to sally forth." Robert glowered. "Am I to remain a cripple, then? Let me prove I can still face battle." Renly stepped in. "Brother, the realm needs you well. Let one of us command the intercept. Ser Barristan or Lord Stark or even your good brother Stannis if he were here." "We can manage without risking you." Robert's anger flared, then ebbed. He sank back onto a wooden bench, rubbing a hand over his eyes. "Fine. Let the rest of you decide." His voice was rough with frustration. "But I want those Westerland's fools destroyed. No more half-measures." Ned studied the map, mind churning. "If we send a suitable force to the west, we risk weakening the siege. Tywin may sense the moment we're thin. We should place a cunning commander in charge, someone who can defeat the incoming force quickly, then return. Ser Barristan is an obvious choice, but we also need him to maintain discipline around the king. Perhaps Robb and Greatjon Umber might suffice, with some northern cavalry." Robb, standing by the table, straightened. "I can do it, father. We've scouted those roads before, and the Greatjon is eager for another fight. We'll ride light and fast, strike them before they even see us, then come back." Greatjon Umber let out a booming laugh. I'd like that well enough. Another chance to bloody my axe. We'll leave enough men so that the old lion in Harrenhal can't break out." After more debate, it was agreed that Robb, with Umber and 1,000 mounted Northmen plus a smattering of Riverland levies, would depart at once. They would circle around Harrenhal, then cut across the region to intercept the reported Lannister relief. That left the majority of the Crown's host under Ned, Renly, Edmure, and Bolton to maintain the siege. Robert remained in nominal command, but Ned could see how the king's injuries wore on him. Each day Robert's temper grew shorter and his face paled with the strain of walking. That night, in the drizzle, Robb and his force departed. Ned stood at the edge of the camp, watching the silhouettes vanish into the darkness, torches guttering in the wind. He felt an uneasy mixture of pride and dread once more, pride in Robb's determination and proven skill, dread at sending him into another uncertain fight. He forced himself to remember that the boy was nearly a man, tempered by the harsh fires of war. In the days that followed, the siege lines remained taut. Harrenhal's garrison tried a few probing attacks at night, small sally groups dashing forth to test the Crown's watch. But each attempt was swiftly repulsed by archers and barricades. By dawn, broken bodies of Lannister men littered the field. Ned felt no triumph in these minor victories, only a grim sense of inevitability. Tywin tested for weaknesses but found none. The standoff continued. A week passed and rumors drifted in that Robb had engaged the Westerland's force near an old mill on the Red Fork. Some claimed he had crushed them in a swift dawn attack. Others said the battle still raged. The tension gnawed at the men in the camp. Would relief come, or would they stand idle until winter? Then, on a bitter morning marked by biting cold, Ned stood upon a rise of earth that overlooked Harrenhal's moat. The skies were clear for once, the sun glinting on the blackened towers. Renly approached, breath misting in the chill air, and pointed across the field. A small group of riders approached from the west, their banners not immediately visible. Archers along the crown lines tensed, waiting to see if they were foe or friend. As the riders drew closer, Ned's heart leapt at the sight of the gray dire wolf standard. Robb was returning, fewer in number, but the survivors bore themselves with confidence. At their head rode Robb, with Great John Umber looming behind him, the man's laughter carrying faintly on the wind. Men in the siege lines let out cautious cheers, opening the perimeter to allow them inside. Ned descended from the rise and walked to meet them. When Robb swung down from his saddle, Ned embraced him. "Thank the gods you're safe. The men have waited on word." Robb was spattered with dried blood, a new slash across the arm hastily bandaged. "We found the relief host near the forks. We fought 2 skirmishes. They tried to outmaneuver us, but we cornered them on a narrow pass. We have prisoners, father, many of them, including Lord Brax. Their force is shattered." Cheers erupted as men realized the threat from the west had been neutralized. Great John thumped Robb on the back, adding boisterously that they'd captured wagons full of supplies. "We can feed half the siege with the spoils from the west," he boomed. Soldiers laughed and slapped each other's shoulders, relief coursing through them like fresh wine. Renly arrived, offering a broad grin. "Well done indeed. It seems Tywin's last gamble to break our lines has failed." Robb's face glistened with sweat despite the chill. "It was close at times. They had some cunning knights, but once they saw we had the numbers and the advantage of terrain, their heart went out of them. Many threw down their arms." Ned nodded solemnly. This was a major blow to Tywin Lannister's hopes of rescue. "We'll present the prisoners to Robert." With the Westerland's relief shattered, Tywin might finally see reason, assuming his pride doesn't damn him further. That afternoon, the word spread quickly through the siege camp: the young Stark had destroyed the last Lannister relief force. Battered and humiliated, Tywin was now cut off from all outside help. His men, presumably short on provisions, had to know the fortress was untenable in the long run. Some among the crown's ranks predicted that Tywin would attempt a final breakout assault at night, a desperate charge. Others said he would wait until hunger forced him to sue for peace. Even Robert Baratheon, pacing with an uneven limp in his pavilion, let out a rare laugh at the news, proclaiming that the lion was now toothless. 3 nights later, watchers on the western walls spied unusual commotion inside Harrenhal's yard, torches swarming, silhouettes of knights scurrying as though mustering. Archers tensed, expecting a sally at last. Ned rode to that side of the camp, joining Ser Barristan to peer through the gloom. Indeed, the courtyard beyond the battlements flickered with torchlight, a swirl of movement. Then, with little warning, the drawbridge lowered. A company of mounted knights emerged, all bearing a strange banner, white cloth. The watchers hesitated, uncertain whether this was a trick. The knights advanced at a walk, arms held high in a gesture of surrender. Ned signaled the archers to hold. He galloped forward with Barristan, meeting them halfway across the muddy space outside the gate. The leader removed his helm, a grizzled man in Lannister plate. "I come under a flag of truce," he called, voice echoing in the hush. "Lord Tywin wishes to treat for peace." Around them, the crown's soldiers stirred in excitement and caution. After so many false starts, Tywin had sent an actual surrender party? Ned, heart-pounding, nodded curtly. "Very well. We'll escort you to the king. But mind you, if this is a ruse." The knight bowed stiffly. "We come unarmed, Lord Stark. Our lord simply wishes to avoid further bloodshed." Before Ned allowed them inside the lines, the crown's guards carefully searched each rider, confiscating any hidden weapons. The Lannister knights seemed resigned, heads low. Ned felt a swirl of emotions. Could it be that Tywin had finally bent, forced by starvation, or the hopelessness of his cause? Within the hour, the lead knights were brought before King Robert in his pavilion. Ned, Barristan, Renly, and a handful of other lords stood by. The Lannister knight knelt, speaking in a subdued tone. "Your Grace, Lord Tywin Lannister sends word that he is prepared to yield Harrenhal on condition that Jaime Lannister be returned to him and that House Lannister retain its ancestral seat at Casterly Rock with no punitive measures of confiscation." A hush followed. Robert's mouth twisted. He was seated, leg extended, but the presence he radiated was still formidable. He's cornered, and now he tries to name terms as if we're equals. Harrenhal is mine by rights, and he is the tray. Tor, does he not recall that I demanded he bend the knee? The knight swallowed. Lord Tywin acknowledges the king's rightful authority and is prepared to bend the knee, Your Grace, if that is what it takes to spare the lives of those who remain with him in Harrenhal. Renly's brows shot up. It appears the old lion has found humility at last. Robert's gaze snapped to Ned. He wants Jaime. We keep him locked in the Red Keep, yes? The Kingslayer stays in chains. Why should I give that up? The realm has spent rivers of blood to put Tywin in this position. The Lannister knight interjected softly, my lord would never have yielded if not for the fate of his son. Jaime Lannister's life is dear to him. He begs the king's mercy in exchange for which he swears House Lannister shall never again raise arms against you. Robert's face hardened. He swears. But what is the word of a man who betrayed me for years, letting me bed a woman who bore me no true heirs? He spat on the ground. I should have your old lion's head, not his word. Ned stepped forward carefully. Your grace, consider the realm. A quick end to this war spares thousands more lives. If Tywin yields and kneels, if we break House Lannister's power, the kingdom can heal. If we refuse, Harrenhal could cost us more blood yet, especially if the winter snows come early. Robert's glare smoldered, but he exhaled. I'll not let him leave unscathed. I want more than a vow. He must pay for his crimes. Gold, men, whatever I demand. The Lannister knight nodded rapidly. He will pay any indemnity. His coffers remain vast. He begs only the life of his son and the dignity of House Lannister's seat. Let him keep Casterly Rock as his inheritance. Renly and Barristan exchanged glances. Ned sensed Robert's mind churning. At last, the king rapped a fist on the arm of his chair. I will meet him myself, but only if he comes forth from Harrenhal unarmed with no more than 10 men. I will not step inside that cursed keep. And if I see any treachery, I'll butcher him on the spot. The Lannister knights bowed. We shall relay the king's command. Lord Tywin will comply if he truly wishes for peace. Within 2 hours, the watchers on the lines saw Harrenhal's gates open again. A small procession emerged into the crisp morning air, Tywin Lannister at the forefront mounted on a pale horse, his armor left behind in favor of a plain black doublet. 9 knights followed, all unarmed. The crown's men parted, letting them pass through a corridor of swords. No jeer sounded, the moment carried a solemn gravity. The old lion's expression was set in stone as he advanced on the muddy plain where the king waited, seated on a stout horse to avoid standing too long. Ned and the others flanked Robert. Tywin halted a dozen yards away, dismounted carefully, and walked forward. The hush was absolute. All across the lines, men craned their necks to witness the moment. As Tywin reached the king, he paused. Robert stared down at him, no pity in his eyes. Then, with slow deliberation, Tywin Lannister lowered himself to one knee in the mud, head bowed. An audible murmur rippled through the crowd. Your Grace, Tywin said, voice carrying over the stillness, I, Tywin of House Lannister, do offer my sword and my fealty to you as the rightful king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. His tone was carefully controlled, but a tremor of bitterness laced each word. I pledge my life, my men, and my wealth in service to the realm for the sake of ending this strife. Robert's nostrils flared. Ned could see the roiling of conflicting emotions in the king's eyes, rage, triumph, maybe even sorrow for how far things had fallen. At last, Robert raised a gauntlet hand. Rise, Lord Tywin, he said in a rough voice, but know this, your crimes are many. Your daughter's treason nearly destroyed the realm. I should have your head. Tywin stood back stiff. You would not be the first to suggest it, your grace. Robert glowered. You say you'll pay whatever I demand. So be it. We shall speak of exact terms soon. For now, know that you'll forfeit a staggering sum to the crown, enough to cover every debt we owe. And your armies are disbanded, your knights sworn not to take arms against me. If any rebel, you'll be held accountable. Tywin inclined his head in acceptance, lips pressed thin. Robert continued, voice echoing over the field, as for your son Jaime, once you've complied with all conditions, I'll release him to you. But not a day sooner. He remains in the Red Keep, where he will not leave unless I am fully satisfied House Lannister is bent, broken, and loyal. A flicker of anger crossed Tywin's face, but he suppressed it. I understand, he said quietly. Robert's horse shifted, and the king winced, leaning on the pommel to ease his leg. We will also reclaim Harrenhal in the name of the crown. You and your men vacated immediately. The garrison will lay down arms and surrender their weapons. Any knight who wishes to keep his rank must swear the same oath you have sworn, or else be deemed traitors. Tywin nodded, jaw tightening. It shall be done. The tension in the air weighed heavily. Then Robert barked an order. Lord Stark will oversee the formalities. If I find you've lied, Tywin, if you've hidden swords or meant treachery, I'll see you in chains. A muscle in Tywin's jaw twitched, but he forced a small bow. I expect no less, your grace. Thus, in front of thousands of assembled soldiers, the greatest rebel to the throne, father to the disgraced queen, yielded at last. Men exhaled in relief or let out ragged cheers. Some brandished spears in savage satisfaction. Ned stood there, a swirl of emotions in his chest. He had wanted justice for so long after seeing the realm so nearly undone by the Lannisters' deceit. Now Tywin bent the knee, yet the cost in blood had been incalculable. Was it truly worth it? Could the Seven Kingdoms find peace at last, or would this only sow seeds for future conflict? They moved quickly after that. Ned and Barristan led an honor guard into Harrenhal's main gate, where the Lannister garrison was already stacking weapons under the watch of newly arrived Crown Knights. The battered courtyards echoed with the clang of steel as men tossed swords onto heaps. Some knights looked defiant, others broken. Harrenhal's grand hall, with its lofty, half-ruined ceiling, held lines of men waiting to recite oaths of fealty. Tension and humiliation rippled through them, but the outcome was inevitable. The fortress changed hands without further bloodshed. Tywin directed his personal chambers to be opened for inspection. Inside, Ned found an opulent if austere arrangement. Chairs draped in red, a thick wooden table strewn with maps, and a large chest brimming with gold ingots. Tywin gestured to it, face unreadable. Take what you must. It's only a fraction of House Lannister's wealth, but consider it a down payment. Ned eyed the chest. The king will decide how much is enough. Until then, we'll place Harrenhal under crown administration. Tywin said nothing, only let out a tight breath. Outside, the wind howled against the scorched walls, as though the ghosts of Harrenhal lamented the events unfolding. By dusk, the Lannister forces had marched out of the castle, those who would leave. Some knights chose to remain but laid aside their Lannister sigils, pledging loyalty to the king. Others were escorted away as prisoners of war. Tywin himself departed Harrenhal on horseback, heading for the crown's encampment under close guard. Robert demanded Tywin remain near him until all conditions were settled. An uneasy hush fell over the newly emptied fortress, its corridors left echoing with memories of blood and power undone. Robert ordered a celebratory feast in the camp that night, though his own mood was far from celebratory. Drums boomed, horns blared, and soldiers drank themselves silly in relief that the war appeared to be done. Yet the king's face remained clouded. Sitting in a large chair outside his pavilion, leg propped up, he watched men cavort around bonfires, wrestling and dancing with mugs sloshing. Tywin Lannister was locked in a guarded tent, guarded by men who would cut him down if he tried to escape. Ned approached Robert quietly, noticing the king swirl a cup of wine in his hand. "A day of victory, your grace," Ned said, though he felt no joy in the words. Robert stared into the flames of a nearby fire. "A victory that took how many lives, Ned? 10,000? More?" Ned set his jaw. "War always costs dearly, and if the Lannisters had continued their treason, more would have died." Robert gave a hollow chuckle. "You're right, and yet I can't forget the screaming I heard on that field. Children in the Riverlands orphaned, farmland burned. Gods, I never wanted the crown. Now I spill rivers of blood to keep it." He rubbed at the bandage on his thigh, face twisting. "Well, it's done for now." Tywin kneels. "Once I secure his gold, we'll pay off the realm's debts, restore some semblance of order. Let the people forget that their king had to slaughter so many to preserve his rule." Ned inclined his head. "We do what we must, Robert." Robert didn't reply immediately, only drained his cup and stared at the swirling fires. Some time later, Ned left him to his brooding. The camp buzzed with relief, men toasting the end of the siege, hugging old friends. Beyond the perimeter, Harrenhal's black towers stood in silhouette under a half-moon. Ned wondered if the fortress would pass to some loyal vassal, or if Robert would hold it as a royal seat for a time. So many questions remained. Yet the realm would at least know peace from this front. Morning came, and Tywin was summoned to a formal meeting of the King's Council in a large tent. Robert presided, surrounded by Ned, Renly, Barristan, and other lords. Tywin entered with his chin held high, though his face was carefully blank. A hush fell as he stood before the king. Robert rasped out the terms. Tywin was to dispatch official ravens to the Westerlands, commanding all his bannermen to lay down arms. He would pay a staggering indemnity to the crown, enough to settle the Iron Throne's outstanding debts to the Iron Bank of Bravos and others. He would also publicly denounce Cersei Lannister's children as illegitimate, acknowledging they had no claim to the throne. Lastly, until Robert declared otherwise, Jaime Lannister remained a hostage in King's Landing to guarantee House Lannister's good behavior. Tywin's face was rigid, eyes flicking over each man in the tent. He did not protest, perhaps because he knew any argument would be futile. At length he said, "I accept." Robert exhaled, shaking his head as though he could scarcely believe it. "Then so be it. We'll begin arrangements at once." Tywin bowed stiffly and left. The room seethed with a complicated blend of triumph and resentment. Some men wanted to see him on his knees in chains. Others felt a glimmer of relief that the matter was handled. For Ned, it was a moment that tasted like cold iron. He had no love for Tywin Lannister, but he recognized that letting him live might spare the kingdom more chaos. In the days that followed, the Crown's host gradually dismantled sections of the siege lines. Men marched into Harrenhal, occupying it in the king's name. Barristan Selmy led a careful inventory of the castle's stockpiles. Meanwhile, messages flew across the realm, proclaiming the official end of hostilities with House Lannister. A hush of disbelief met these declarations in the towns and villages, as no one quite trusted that the lion would remain tamed. But the battered soldiers and small folk clung to any hope for respite. Robb Stark and Edmure Tully were singled out for praise, their deeds in halting the Lannister relief recognized by the king in a brief ceremony. Robert, still pained, pinned small golden stags onto their cloaks, a token of gratitude. Robb bowed, though a hint of sadness still lingered in his eyes. He had seen too many horrors for a youth of 16. One chilly dawn, Ned and Robb stood on a parapet of Harrenhal, gazing over the cracked battlements at the wide waters of the God's Eye. The fortress was theirs now, or rather the Crown's, but the gloom of the place weighed on them. Down in the yard, royal banners replaced Lannister banners, fluttering in a wind that carried the scent of ash. Robb spoke quietly. "So many men died. Do you think it's truly over?" Ned rested a hand on the cold stone. "For now, yes. Tywin's beaten. His host is broken. Without Jaime, he'll not dare another rebellion. Robert means to solidify his rule. But peace in Westeros can be fragile." Robb nodded, swallowing. "At least the Riverlands can rebuild. That's something." Ned studied the expanse of half-ruined towers. "Aye, and so can we all. The realm must have time to recover. With the Lannisters subdued, the greatest immediate threat is ended." They stood for a time in silence, letting the caw of distant crows fill their ears. Robb's gaze wandered to the battered ramparts, the charred remains from old fires centuries past. "What happens now with Joffrey and the other children of Cersei?" he asked. "They're innocent, in a way. Should we keep them locked away?" Ned sighed. "Robert has not decided. He might send Joffrey to the Night's Watch or keep him as a ward. Myrcella and Tommen are already wards in distant keeps. None of them can pose a claim to the throne anymore. They'll live, I think, though overshadowed by their mother's treason." Robb's jaw tightened. "I can't imagine being a child in that cell. But I suppose it's better than an execution." Ned nodded gravely. "Yes. Robert can be merciful in his own way, and the realm has no taste for more bloodshed. Let them live and fade into obscurity." Below, in the courtyard, robed functionaries scurried around crates of gold ingots and coin, carefully counting the king's new spoils. House Lannister might remain wealthy, but this indemnity would replenish the Crown's treasury substantially. Soldiers who had survived the war would finally get their pay. The illusions of unstoppable Lannister fortune had taken a blow. Time wore on, and eventually the day came for Tywin Lannister to depart Harrenhal under close escort, heading to King's Landing. Robert had decided that Tywin should attend the capital to finalize details of the indemnity and to ensure Jaime's captivity remained a firm guarantee. Tywin endured the arrangement with chilling composure. His knights were scattered, his banners in tatters, but he carried himself with the bearing of a proud lord, refusing to show weakness despite everything. When the time came to break the main camp outside Harrenhal, Robert Baratheon summoned Ned to his pavilion for a final conversation. The king, struggling to put weight on his bad leg, gripped a wooden cane. "It's time we return to King's Landing," Robert said. "The realm must see a stable court, a king on the throne, and Tywin brought to heel. I'll not leave him out of my sight for long." Ned inclined his head. "I understand. With Tywin's surrender, There's no need for a standing army here. But Harrenhal? Who will hold it in your name? Robert let out a dry laugh. A cursed seat if ever there was one. Perhaps I'll grant it to some loyal retainer or keep a crown garrison for the time being. We'll sort it out in King's Landing. For now, I just want to be done with this bloody war. Ned hesitated. Your Grace, if you do not object, I'd like to return to the north soon. My family awaits me, and I've been away too long. Winterfell needs its lord. Robert's expression softened. I understand, but not immediately. Come with me to King's Landing first. Help me restore order. Then, if you're set on leaving, I won't stop you. Ned pressed his lips together, recalling how he had once fled King's Landing in disgust at the intrigues there. This time, the city was in no shape for more turmoil. Perhaps Robert truly needed him. As you command, I'll see you through the transition. So it was agreed. Over the next few days, the bulk of the army packed up, lowering tents and loading wagons. The battered crown banners flapped in a cold wind. Harrenhal was left under a minimal garrison, a swirl of rumors about who might eventually take possession. The roads leading east were muddy, but passable. House Tully's men parted ways, many returning to Riverrun to begin the long reconstruction of the Riverlands. Those of the north who wished to return under Robb's command were granted leave. Others stayed to accompany Ned to King's Landing, pledging themselves for a short while longer. Robert, still not fully healed, traveled by litter for most of the journey, his mood sour. Tywin Lannister rode under guard, silent, the ghosts of his defeat trailing him. Now and again, he would exchange a cool glance with Ned Stark, but no words. Renly rode near the front, working with a handful of loyal knights to keep the caravan orderly. Barristan Selmy ensured Robert's safety at all times. On a gray morning, they finally approached the gates of King's Landing. The city rose in the distance, sprawling over hills near Blackwater Bay, its walls battered by storms of rumor and fear. As Robert's litter rolled through the gate, small folk lined the streets in subdued curiosity. Whispers traveled faster than the wagons. The king had returned victorious. Tywin Lannister was a prisoner of sorts. Some cheered, others looked on with haunted faces. The recent war had unsettled trade and threatened famine, and the city's underbelly was hungry. Still, Robert forced a grin when he exited the litter at the Red Keep's courtyard, leaning on his cane. He roared for ale, telling the gold cloaks to rouse their spirits, for the king was home. Ned watched from horseback as Tywin Lannister was guided into the keep under heavy escort, stoic and proud. The banners of House Baratheon, the crown stag, flapped overhead, a sign that the realm was once more under the king's watchful gaze. Some time later, Ned dismounted, stepping onto the familiar stone yard he had last seen under far darker circumstances. Servants hurried about carrying crates and bundles. Robb, on a horse behind him, gazed at the towering red walls with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "So this is the capital," Robb murmured. "It's bigger than I imagined." Ned nodded. A place full of wonders and treacheries alike. They made their way up the steps and into the great hall where Robert's throne, carved with iron swords from Aegon's conquests, stood at the far end. The new arrivals, dusty and tired, fanned out. Robert sank onto the iron throne with a pained grunt, cane resting across his lap. On either side, gold cloaks snapped to attention. Tywin was led in, flanked by 4 guards. Ned joined the lords near the dais, tension pulsing through the hall. Robert beckoned. "Lord Tywin, stand forth." Tywin approached, each step echoing on the stone floor, eyes flicking to the throne that for so long he had manipulated from behind the scenes through Cersei's marriage. Now he faced the man who had personally undone his family's illusions of power. Robert's voice rang out in the high-ceilinged hall. "By the power of the Iron Throne, I accept your surrender. You shall remain in the Red Keep under watch until I am satisfied your oath is true. Jaime Lannister remains in our dungeons. In time, if your loyalty proves steadfast, I may allow you to buy his freedom with gold and good behavior. But if I sense the slightest hint of treason, I'll have your heads, both father and son." Tywin's face was pale, but he kept it stony. "I understand, your grace." With that, the king gestured. Guards stepped forward to guide Tywin away, presumably to a suite of rooms that would be luxurious but guarded at all times. The Lord of Casterly Rock disappeared behind the thick doors, surrounded by watchful eyes. Ned let out a long breath. It was done. The Lannisters were effectively broken, dethroned from their place near the seat of power. The queen who had orchestrated so much deception lay in a grave, her children scattered and stripped of princely titles, her father forced to bow before the king he despised. The entire realm had changed from the moment Ned revealed the truth of Cersei's treason. Now, at last, a fragile peace might settle if Robert managed to govern without letting bitterness consume him. Outside the Red Keep's windows, King's Landing bustled below. Waves sparkled in Blackwater Bay under a late afternoon sun. The city still held squalor and secrets, but for the moment, the greatest threat to stability had been defanged. Ned felt relief, overshadowed by the knowledge that power in Westeros shifted like sand. For every crisis resolved, a new one might rise. At least for now, the realm would have a chance to heal from the wounds inflicted by the Lannisters' ambition and Robert's wrath. Robb approached him, having left the hall to stand by a corridor that overlooked the courtyard. "Father, is it truly over?" Ned rested a hand on his son's shoulder. "Wars rarely end in a single moment, but this threat is ended. Robert will fill his coffers with Tywin's gold and keep the lion caged. That should keep any further rebellion at bay." Robb let out a slow breath. "Will we return north soon?" "Yes," Ned promised, "though we'll remain a while to help the king settle affairs, pay the army, and see that no new plots arise. Then, if the gods are good, we'll ride for Winterfell. We have family to see, a castle to tend." Robb's eyes lit with relief. "I look forward to crossing the neck again to breathe northern air." Ned managed a small smile. "So do I, son. So do I." In the days that followed, the realm held its breath, waiting to see if the king's new order would hold. Robert presided over council meetings with a new vigor, leaning on Ned for counsel and Ser Barristan and for moral guidance. Renly helped shape economic reforms, using Tywin's gold to repay the crown's debts. Littlefinger, reappearing with his usual smirk, slithered around, ensuring certain loans were refinanced. Varys, the master of whisperers, moved softly, sniffing out pockets of discontent. Meanwhile, the remnants of Tywin's loyalists in the Westerlands began to disband quietly, realizing no help was coming from Casterly Rock. The Red Keep cells still held Jaime Lannister, carefully watched, though no one knew how that proud knight fared in captivity. Joffrey remained in a separate tower, a boy stripped of princely finery, under the watch of gold cloaks. Sometimes Ned heard rumors that he threatened guards or spat curses, but no one paid them heed. Myrcella and Tommen, wards of House Tyrell and others, might never see King's Landing again. The line that once seemed poised to inherit the throne had evaporated into a footnote of shame. As the weeks rolled on, the battered realm showed signs of rebirth. Grain shipments trickled into King's Landing. The threat of mass starvation receded somewhat. The charred fields of the Riverlands began the slow process of regrowth, aided by coin from the crown. Lords who once feared Lannister retribution now wrote to the king, offering renewed fealty. Winter was still on the horizon, but perhaps the realm would face it with some measure of stability. And though Robert grieved his own illusions, his false children, his lost illusions of a contented marriage, he found he could still laugh when the wine was good and the talk turned to hunts or feasts. One crisp morning, Ned Stark awoke to the caw of gulls drifting in through a high window of the Red Keep. He rose, dressed in simple garb, and gazed out over the city. Sunlight bathed the rooftops in gold. Something about the day's light made the towers seem less forbidding. Robb was in the courtyard, practicing swordplay with a few northern companions, each blow a testament to how far the boy had come. Ned descended the stairs and stepped into the courtyard. Robb paused in his spar, breathing hard, saluting his father with his practiced sword. Ned studied him with quiet pride. "Keep at it. I'll watch for a while." The clang of wooden blades resumed. Each strike echoed among the stone walls. A short distance away, Robert Baratheon emerged, leaning on his cane, face set in a faint wince. He joined Ned, arms folded across his broad chest. For a moment, they watched the younger men train in companionable silence. When the session ended, Robb and the others bowed, stepping aside. Robert let out a gruff chuckle. "Your boy's a fine swordsman, Ned. And he's beaten the Lannisters in open war. I might name him the Young Wolf if that pleases." Ned raised a brow. "He might like that. He's earned some recognition." Robert's gaze slid across the courtyard to the walls, where guards stood at intervals. "We have a realm to mend. It won't be easy, but at least Tywin is on a short leash." He grimaced. "My leg pains me still, but the maesters say it will heal in time. Perhaps I'll even ride properly again, hunt boar and deer, as I once did." Ned nodded. "The realm needs a king who's strong and fair. Try not to let bitterness rule you, Robert." A faint smile tugged at the king's lips. "I'll do my best, old friend. I won't claim to be a wise king or a just one, but I can try not to be a monster. That's more than Tywin managed. They lingered a while, discussing minor matters such as how to reorganize the city guard. Eventually, Robert sighed and said, "You'll want to go home soon." "Yes," Ned admitted, "but not before you're settled. Winterfell calls me. My family calls me. We've lost too many days to war." Robert clapped Ned on the shoulder, careful of his bruises. "We'll see you off with proper thanks. The realm owes you much, Eddard Stark. Without your honesty, I might still be oblivious to Cersei's treason, fathering bastards in the Red Keep while her lion brood plotted. Better to know a bitter truth than live a sweet lie." Ned inclined his head. "That is the way of it, Robert. Winter is coming, but perhaps we can face it with clearer eyes." The king snorted. "If winter dares come, I'll smash it with my hammer." Then, with a faint smile, he limped off, leaning heavily on his cane, but shoulders squared. Ned watched him go, reflecting on how different the realm might have been had Cersei lived, had the lies remained hidden. All that chaos and bloodshed had led here to an uneasy peace in which the king and the realm stood battered yet unbowed. Later that day, Ned passed through the Red Keep's corridors, thinking to check on Joffrey's status. He found the guard at the tower door standing alert. When Ned asked, the guard reported that Joffrey was surly but not overtly dangerous. The boy's anger had cooled to sullen resentment, as though he had realized his position was hopeless. Ned told the guard to ensure he was fed decently. Punishing a child seemed cruel, even if that child had threatened so many. Far better he remain in quiet captivity until Robert decided his ultimate fate. Word came from the Vale that Lisa Arryn still refused to involve herself in the crown's business. From Dorne, messages were polite but cautious, the Martells harboring old resentments. Still, without the Lannister threat, those resentments no longer threatened immediate war. The Tyrells, flush with the prestige of hosting Myrcella and Tommen as wards, extended courtesy to the king. The North had begun to settle into the idea that Ned would return soon, bringing Robb, and that for the moment, the kingdom was at peace. Eventually, Robert held a small ceremony in the throne room, awarding Ned Stark the official thanks of the crown. Barristan Selmy, dressed in shining Kingsguard plate, read out the royal declaration of gratitude for House Stark's service, praising Robb's victory at Riverrun and commending the Northern Bannermen who fought so valiantly. The applause that followed in the Great Hall was not thunderous, too many still mourned the war dead, but it was sincere. Ned stood with Robb at his side, meeting Robert's gaze, and they exchanged a nod. In that moment, it seemed that the bond of old friendship had weathered storms that might have destroyed lesser ties. The next week, Ned and Robb made final preparations to journey north. Robert insisted they take a handsome escort of knights, for bandits still roamed the war-ravaged roads. Tywin's lavish gold had begun to refill the treasury, and part of that coin purchased fresh provisions for travelers. Robb seemed almost giddy with anticipation. "I can't wait to see Mother, Bran, Rickon, Arya, Sansa," he confided to Ned. The idea of Winterfell's courtyard, no more battlefields. Ned gripped his son's arm. "You've changed much, Robb. Or does that? But your mother will be proud to see you safe." On the morning of their departure, Robert stood in the Red Keep's yard to bid them farewell. He leaned on his cane, still clad in partial armor, as if he might ride out at any moment. Behind him, Renly and Barristan offered polite smiles, while a cluster of knights parted to let Ned and Robb approach. Robert extended a gauntlet hand. "Go well, Ned," the king said. "The North is lucky to have you. Should trouble arise, I'll call again." Ned clasped his hand firmly. "I pray the realm knows peace for years. But if you do call, I'll come. That I promise." Robert turned to Robb, eyeing him with an appraising gaze. "Keep that sword arm strong, boy. And keep the spirit that's carried you this far. The realm will need such men if dark times come again." Robb bowed respectfully. "Thank you, your grace." A short distance away, Tywin Lannister stood on a balcony, forced to witness the departures as part of his captivity. His gaze was cold, but he made no move, no gesture. Jaime was still in the Red Keep's dungeons, and Tywin was powerless to alter that fact. The final result of his rebellion was that he remained in gilded chains, the unstoppable lion reduced to watch the king's loyal lords depart in peace. Ned felt that gaze on his back as he and Robb mounted their horses. He wondered if the old lion dreamed of vengeance, or if his spirit was truly broken. Perhaps neither. Tywin Lannister was a man who could wait for years to settle scores. But for the moment, the realm belonged to Robert and the roads to the north lay open. A swirl of emotion filled Ned's chest as he guided his horse through the gatehouse, flanked by loyal knights and proud northerners. Robb rode at his side, posture upright. City dwellers parted to let them pass, some cheering lightly at the sight of the victorious northern lord. Others merely watched in quiet curiosity. The dawn sky glowed pink over the rooftops as the party emerged onto the King's Road. They set a steady pace, the sound of hooves drumming in unison. With each mile, King's Landing faded behind them, the memory of war receding into a tapestry of half-healed wounds. Ned turned in his saddle at a rise, glimpsing the distant shape of the city's walls. The Red Keep's towers glimmered faintly, the seat of power that had consumed so many lives these past months. He turned forward again, feeling the northern wind on his face. Robb spurred his horse to match him, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. They had miles to go before winter fell, but each step carried them closer to home, to the family that had prayed for their safe return. The realm's future lay in the hands of a king who had learned harsh lessons and a Lord Lannister who had been stripped of pride. Peace, however fragile, had been bought at a terrible cost. But in that moment, father and son rode north with hope that the scars of war might one day fade, and that the Seven Kingdoms could remember a time when Robert Baratheon reigned, and Eddard Stark stood beside him, ensuring that justice and honor still had a place in Westeros. So the road unspooled before them, winding through fields and hills that would soon feel the first chill of oncoming winter. Ned Stark breathed in the crisp air, letting the north call him home. War's clamor receded, replaced by the steady rhythm of hoofbeats and the promise of seeing his loved ones again. Whatever new challenges might arise in the future, at least this day, he rode in peace, and that, he reflected, was victory enough for a weary land. They rode north along the King's Road, leaving King's Landing behind under a blue-white sky and the waning warmth of early autumn. Eddard Stark glanced back only once at the city's towering walls, the Red Keep perched upon its highest hill. He half expected to see Robert Baratheon on the battlements, shouting a final farewell, but the king was surely deep in council business by now, or else brooding over his wounded leg. A swirl of memory tugged at Ned. War, blood, the roar of siege engines, and he exhaled, banishing the ghosts. The realm was at peace. The Lannisters lay subdued, if not entirely broken. Robb rode alongside his father, helm slung at his saddle. The youth kept scanning the horizon, as though he couldn't wait to spot the first sign of open country. Their escort numbered some 24 men, a handful of Stark guards, a few trusted knights of the crown sent by Robert to keep the road safer, and a cart carrying spare provisions for the slower pace that Ned preferred on such a journey. Far behind them stretched the rest of the king's roads. Other travelers, merchants, and minor lords heading in or out of the capital, but the Starks group kept mostly to themselves. "How many days, father, until we reach Winterfell?" Robb asked after a time, breaking a companionable silence. 3 weeks if the roads hold and the weather is fair," Ned answered. "But autumn can be fickle. A sudden storm might slow us more than we'd like. Patience is a virtue in travel." Robb's face betrayed the trace of a smile. "I know. Still, I feel I've been away a lifetime. I want to see Mother, my brothers, my sisters, and Winterfell itself. I long for the sight of its walls and that ancient forest." Ned understood. War had hardened Robb, turning a boy of 16 into a proven commander, a youth who had tasted the cost of blood. But behind that new steel, Ned could sense the longing for home, the hunger to be simply a son and brother again. How well Ned knew that feeling. He'd spent too long under the Red Keep's shadows in the days of King Robert's earliest reign, haunted by memories of a father and brother cruelly murdered by Aerys Targaryen. Then, as now, the pull of the north was as powerful as any vow. They pressed on through gentle farmland, the summer's final harvest bundling in the fields. At a village on the third day, the local folk gave them cautious greetings. Some recognized the direwolf banner or Ned Stark's face, and a few knelt in gratitude, for the word had traveled that Eddard Stark and his son had helped end the war with the Lannisters. No one spoke openly of Cersei's death or of the realm's turmoil, but the farmers' eyes showed relief. They spoke of hoping for a calmer winter. Ned nodded politely, leaving them with a few extra coins or words of encouragement. Robb watched, absorbing how a lord might show quiet generosity without pomp. The nights grew chill. Their escorts built fires, ringed wagons, and set watch rotations. By the end of the first week, the farmland thinned, replaced by sparser settlements and wilder terrain. Ravens sometimes croaked overhead, and the wind felt sharper. Ned and Robb hunched in cloaks of wolfskin, reminiscent of the North's first breath on the horizon. Though it was only the edge of autumn here in the south, Ned could almost feel winter stirring in the distant north. Soon, they would see the leaves turning gold and brown, and the nights icing over. He wondered if winter would be mild or harsh. No one ever truly knew. On the 10th day, near midday, they encountered a traveling septon heading south with a small donkey cart. He recognized Ned and Robb at once, bowing so low that he nearly toppled his donkey. He told them that rumors of the king's great victory had reached even the remotest back roads. How Tywin Lannister bent the knee, how Jaime Lannister remained a hostage, and how the infamous queen's treason had been punished. "The small folk rejoice, my lord," the septon said. "For they say the king's hand delivered us from false heirs and bloody war." His watery eyes shone with fervor. Ned felt a twinge of discomfort at such praise, but he thanked the septon briefly and pressed a few coins upon him for good fortune on the road. They parted ways, leaving the septon's blessings behind, and traveled on. Robb remained quiet for a time, then confided softly, "That's septon's words about the small folk rejoicing. Do you think the realm truly celebrates? We saw so much devastation in the Riverlands." Ned sighed. "People cling to hope, especially after war. They may be relieved it didn't last longer. But there will be anger too, at all the deaths, the burnt villages. Robert faces a challenge to mend such wounds. Still, peace is better than the alternative." Robb nodded, seeming to accept that. The road wound ever northward. Late that afternoon, they found the inn where they planned to shelter for the night. It stood at the junction of the Rosby roads, a rustic place with a sagging roof but a sturdy stable. Ned's party took nearly every available room. The knights set up in the common hall, while Ned and Robb shared a cramped chamber on the second floor. The innkeeper, a reedy man with a wide grin, served them a meager stew and stale bread, apologizing that the Lannister war had disrupted supply lines. Ned thanked him all the same. He was weary of fancier King's Landing fare. A simple meal was a comfort now. Over supper, Robb asked questions about the North's politics, about the Bannerman's state of readiness. "Do you think they'll remain mobilized for long?" he asked. "Many marched south under our banners. Not all returned alive." Ned dabbed at the stew with bread. "They'll return to their homes, no doubt. Winter is coming. Every man must see to his own land. House Stark will remain the feudal guardian of the North, but we will not keep them at arms if there is no threat. We'll let them rest." Robb gazed into the flickering lantern that lit their small table. The inn's common hall echoed with talk and clatter, but the father and son found a pocket of quiet. "I still see it sometimes," Robb admitted, voice low. "The battles, Harrenhal's black walls, the men who fell around me. If we have peace, I'll be glad enough never to see war again." Ned reached across to grip his son's forearm. "Yes, it leaves scars. But your mother's eyes and your siblings' laughter will ease it, you'll see. You fought bravely. Now you deserve to live as a young man again, at least for a while." Robb gave a half-smile and returned to his food. Ned saw the echoes of a boy he once had known, but older now, tempered by the flames of war. In a realm so full of uncertainty, a father could only hope that was enough. They slept fitfully, woken by raucous songs from the knights in the common room. By dawn, the inn's yard was thick with mud, but they set out anyway, forging a steady pace north. The days blurred into a routine of riding, scouting for safe campsites, occasionally meeting travelers. Twice they passed smaller caravans, one carrying timber to the capital, another bringing wool from the meadows near Maidenpool. People recognized the Stark banners, calling out blessings or thanks. Ned marveled at how swiftly rumor traveled. Even in the deep countryside, they knew that Tywin Lannister had surrendered and that King Robert reigned unchallenged. Gradually, the land changed, the hills grew starker, the nights colder. Stunted trees replaced farmland. The King's Road cut through stretches of pine and spruce. Robb's cheeks reddened in the crisp air. Their southern escorts muttered about the chill, pulling thick cloaks tighter. Ned felt an odd surge of comfort, as if the wild breath of the north welcomed him. They were nearing the Neck, a marshy region that marked the boundary between southern lands and the domain of House Stark. Sure enough, the bogs and wetlands came into view on the 20th day. Narrow causeways snaked across a seemingly endless expanse of reeds and standing water. Birds shrieked overhead and the heavy stench of marsh decay clung to the wind. The men went single file, leading their mounts carefully to avoid slipping into the muck. At Moat Cailin, they found the ancient ruin that once guarded the approach to the north. 3 battered towers rose on an earthen embankment, all half sunken and black with age. Stark men still maintained a presence there, though only enough to keep an eye on travelers. Banners with the dire wolf flapped in a damp breeze. When Ned's party arrived, a handful of watchmen emerged from one intact tower, calling out greetings and gazing wide-eyed at Lord Stark in the flesh. They wore hides against the swamp's chill and reeked of the bog. Ned dismounted, greeting them by name where he recognized a Karstark man, an Umberman. They were stunned to see him. Word had reached them of the war's end, but they had expected Ned to remain in the south much longer. Lord Stark, said the watch captain, a wiry man with a short beard. The Neck is quiet again. No sign of Ironborn or outlaws. We hold Moat Cailin in your name. Ned smiled. Well done. Our realm is at peace, so I expect no trouble from the south. But stay vigilant. Peace can be fragile. The watch captain promised they would. That night, Ned's group camped beside the base of one of Moat Cailin's towers. The swamp's mist crept in at dusk, and strange animal cries echoed across the murk. Robb listened, eyes half-lidded in thought. I remember coming here once when we rode south with the host. It was so different then. I was younger, eager for adventure. Ned nodded at the memory. In some ways, that was a lifetime ago. Now we return with heavier hearts, but at least victorious. Our home calls us onward. They pressed north the next morning, crossing through the final watery stretches of the Neck until the ground rose and the air grew colder still. Pines thickened, bristling with spiny needles. Occasionally, they glimpsed a small settlement or hill fort where the locals recognized the Stark sigil and hurried to open gates or offer news. Some spoke of stray bandits, but no serious threat. Ned took note, promising them that House Stark would handle any trouble. He felt a sense of rightness at reclaiming these duties, as if the realm needed not only a king in the south but also a strong warden of the north. Finally, the day came when they reached the wide plain that opened toward White Harbor in the east and the great road that led to Winterfell in the west. The wind was keener here, the sky vaster. Men drew their cloaks tight. That evening, as they camped under a stand of oak, the first flurries of snow drifted from low clouds. Robb let a snowflake land on his palm, where it melted quickly. We're home, he whispered. Ned only smiled. They had another week's travel to reach Winterfell, but the winter's earliest breath greeted them like an old friend. Even some of the southern knights, though they shivered, admitted there was a beauty to the North's stark horizon. On the second day in that region, they met riders from House Cerwyn who were out patrolling. Their captain nearly toppled off his horse in shock at seeing Ned. My lord, we heard you'd won the war, but we didn't know you were returning so soon, he quickly asked after the king and the outcome with Tywin Lannister. Ned gave him a brisk summary, and the man's face lit with relief. We'll send a raven at once to Winterfell, my lord. Your lady wife will want to prepare for your arrival. So it was that on a crisp dawn 7 days later, they found themselves cresting a low ridge from which the tall, gray walls of Winterfell were visible in the distance. Robb caught his breath, spurring his horse to the ridge's edge. The fortress rose from the rolling farmland, massive walls of ancient stone, outer towers crowned with walkways, and beyond them the first keep and the great keep, spires tapering into the pale sky. Thin ribbons of smoke wafted from the kitchens, and the nearby forest, thick with oaks and ironwoods, glimmered with frost. Ned felt his chest tighten. Despite all the sorrow and turmoil, the sight of Winterfell filled him with quiet triumph. He was returning not as a prisoner to some southern court, nor a casualty of war, but as the lord of this holdfast, father to children who had waited too long for his presence. The horses sensed a quicker pace, as if they, too, yearned for stables they knew well. The southern knights gawked, having never seen so large a seat in the north. They approached the main gate, where guards in fur-lined cloaks peered out. As soon as they recognized the banners and Ned's face, they sprang to action, calling for the portcullis to be raised. The heavy wooden gates groaned. A pair of watchmen rushed forward, beaming. "Lord Stark, welcome home." Ned acknowledged them with a nod, searching the courtyard for a glimpse of his family. He saw movement near the main doors of the Great Keep. And then, as if the entire fortress had been holding its breath, people poured forth. Servants, stable hands, lesser household knights. Everyone eager for the sight of their returning lord. Sansa stood at the top of the steps, tall and composed, her auburn hair brushed to a sheen. Arya bounded out from behind her sister, hair braided unevenly, eyes bright with excitement. Bran clung to the arm of Maester Luwin, still not fully steady on his feet since that tragic fall months back, but determined to stand tall. Rickon, little more than a toddler still, struggled to keep up, calling for his father in a high voice. And at the center of it all, Catelyn Tully Stark, her hair parted simply, her face shining with tears. Ned dismounted carefully, heart hammering in his chest. Robb followed suit. Before the stable hands could even take their horses' reins, Arya flung herself at Ned, hugging his waist with a fierce joy. Sansa, more demure, approached at a slower pace, tears on her cheeks. Then Bran, tottering forward, still defiant against any notion of infirmity, threw his arms around Ned's middle. Rickon danced at Ned's side, yelling "Father! Father!" with childlike glee. Ned felt the warmth of them all, pushing away months of bloodshed and worry. At last, Catelyn came to him, and he swept her into an embrace. Neither spoke at first. They needed no words beyond the press of arms, the exchange of trembling smiles. Robb, grinning from ear to ear, was surrounded by siblings in equal measure, though some of the attention was for his newfound stature. Arya stared up at him as if astonished at how tall he looked. Sansa dipped in a small courtesy that Robb answered with a playful cuff to her shoulder. The courtyard rang with excited chatter. Catelyn pulled back slightly to study Ned's face. "You're so thin," she said, voice quavering with relief. "Gods, you look exhausted." Ned mustered a faint chuckle. "It was a long war. But it's done, Cat. We're free to be home." Over Catelyn's shoulder, Ned saw the southern knights who'd accompanied them, standing awkwardly as the stable hands took charge of their horses. He nodded toward them, and Catelyn swiftly directed some servants to find them lodging and hot meals. Then she turned back, her hand clasping Ned's. "You must all come inside at once. Warm yourselves by the fire. There's bread and broth, roast fowl, anything you want." Her gaze flicked to Robb. "My son, you look so grown." Robb, who had knelt to greet Rickon, rose. "Mother, it's so good to see you." His voice caught. There were tears shining in his eyes. For all the soldier's hardness he'd acquired, he was still 17 at heart, still her child. They embraced tightly to the cheers of the watching household. So they entered Winterfell. The great hall smelled of wood smoke and fresh rushes. Servants hurried to bring food, while Ned and his children settled on benches near a roaring hearth. Bran clung to Ned's arm, asking a flood of questions about King's Landing, about the war. Rickon demanded to be hoisted onto Ned's knee, then poked at his father's face as if to confirm he was real. Arya bubbled over with excitement, wanting to know if Ned had met any real sword fighters, which made him laugh and point at Robb as living proof. Sansa, quieter, asked after the Queen's children, her voice trailed off uncertainly, as though recalling that all those rumors of incest and treason had undone any illusions of friendship. Catelyn made sure Ned had a bowl of hot stew, ignoring his half-protest. Only once everyone had eaten did she take him aside, leading him to a smaller solar where the light was softer and only a crackling fire kept the autumn chill away. There, she urged him to sit, and Ned sank into a high-backed chair with a weary sigh. "I was so frightened for you," she said softly, settling in a seat across from him. "The ravens told us of the battles and how even the king was gravely hurt. We had only rumors. I prayed every day that you would come home alive." Ned's voice was gentle. "We nearly lost Robert at Harrenhal. I carried more fear than I'd ever admit out loud. But the gods were kind. And Robb, he proved himself to be a true Stark on the battlefield." Catelyn smiled, though tears rimmed her eyes. "I see it in his stance. The boy I sent south is gone. A young lord stands in his place." She inhaled shakily. "It's over, then? Tywin Lannister surrendered?" "Yes. He's in King's Landing under guard. Jaime remains a hostage. Robert will keep them leashed." She nodded, the lines of worry across her forehead easing. "At least it spares the realm more blood. How did Robert handle it after losing the illusions about his children?" She looked down, perhaps recalling how once Sansa had been betrothed to Joffrey in the original plan. Ned grimaced. He was angry, heartbroken, furious in turn. But the war ended as he wished, more or less. Now he tries to rebuild. He remains our king, for better or worse. At least the Lannisters are broken, and no other house has the strength to challenge him. Catelyn reached across and laid a hand over Ned's. Then be at peace for now, my lord. We've missed you. Her voice grew quiet. Jon Snow left for the wall, as you know, months ago. Bran mended enough to walk with a cane, though he still cannot climb. Arya grows wilder by the day, but your presence might temper her. Sansa, she paused. Sansa has changed too. She was shattered by the news that her once betrothed was not truly the prince. She tries to keep her poise, but I see sadness in her eyes sometimes. Ned nodded, a heaviness gathering in his chest. We'll be a family again. Time will heal us, Cat. We just need the chance. They lingered in the solar, discussing smaller matters, the harvest, which looked fair if winter arrived late, local disputes, which Catelyn's stewards had handled. Ned listened intently. Through all the war councils and catapults, the realm's daily life had continued. It was a relief to handle these more mundane troubles now. He asked about the younger boys, about Maester Luwin's lessons. Catelyn's answers painted a picture of a household that had functioned, if not prospered, in his absence. That night, Winterfell feasted. Word of Ned's return spread across the holdfast, and men of the local area came to pay respects. The great hall bustled with the largest gathering since Ned first left for King's Landing nearly a year ago. Robb sat at a place of honor near his father, receiving praise for his deeds in the war. Bran glowed with pride at having a seat among them, determined not to use his cane, though he could not stand long. Arya slipped away at times. Ned noticed her creeping behind pillars or eavesdropping on the men's stories, no doubt dreaming of sword fights. Sansa remained by Catelyn's side, more reserved, occasionally laughing at some jape from a family friend. When the hall quieted somewhat, Ned stood and raised a hand. The murmuring died down. Firelight glinted on the wooden beams overhead. Every face turned toward the Lord of Winterfell. My friends, Ned began in a measured tone. We have come through a dark time. War tore at the realm. Many of our sons rode south and bled for the North's honor. Some did not return. Let us remember them and give thanks that the gods have granted us peace. He paused. A hush lay over the hall. The crackling of the hearth seemed deafening. Then Ned lifted his cup. To the fallen and to those who came home. May the North remain strong, united, and may we uphold the honor of House Stark. The crowd rose, cups lifted. A solemn moment stretched, then ended in a collective sip. Ned felt a knot in his throat. He looked down the table at Robb, who nodded, eyes glinting with tears. Yes, they had lost men, but they had returned with victory. Perhaps that had to be enough. The feast continued until late, though Ned excused himself earlier than most. He found his bedchamber mercifully warm, first piled on a broad bed, the stone walls insulating him from the northern night's chill. Catelyn joined him after some time, her presence a balm. They lay awake talking softly about the children, about plans for the winter, about how best to remember the men who fell in battle. At last, they drifted to sleep in each other's arms, the comfort of home enveloping them both. Morning brought routine. Ned rose early, finding that years of vigilance in King's Landing had made him an even lighter sleeper. He washed in a basin of lukewarm water, donned a simpler tunic than he might wear at court, and made his way down to the great hall. There, servants tidied after the feast. The smell of fresh bread wafted from the kitchens. Outside, in the courtyard, the crisp air carried the promise of deeper cold soon to come. He was watching stable hands feed the horses when a familiar voice said, "Father." He turned to see Sansa wrapped in a cloak of soft gray wool, her auburn hair braided. She looked uncertain but determined. Ned smiled gently. "Sansa, good morning." She lowered her eyes. "Good morning, father." Her composure was that of a lady, but Ned saw the sorrow that had lingered since the unraveling of her betrothal. "May we speak a moment?" she asked softly. He nodded, gesturing to a quieter corner by a low stone wall. The stable hands glanced over but went about their work. Sansa's cheeks colored in the chill. She took a breath. When you left for King's Landing, I was so eager to be a princess, to marry Joffrey. I said foolish things, treated Arya unfairly, and clung to illusions. Then came the letters saying Joffrey was not truly the prince at all, that he was." She swallowed. "I didn't know. I'm sorry if I caused you or the family any shame." Ned reached for her hand, gently squeezing. "You were no more naive than any other highborn girl who dreamt of romance and songs. None of us knew the depths of the queen's deceit. I regret that you were hurt by it." Sansa's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "I was so blind. Now I see how easily cunning people can lie. Will the realm blame me for having once been betrothed to him?" "No," Ned said firmly. "No one blames you. Joffrey's falsehood was well hidden. Your mother and I only regret that you suffered heartbreak. The realm focuses on greater culprits, Cersei, Jaime, Tywin. You remain our beloved daughter, no stain upon you." She exhaled shakily. "Thank you, father." A faint smile found her lips. I want to do better to help Mother and you run Winterfell if you'll let me. Maybe learn something of stewardship or the management of the household." Ned's heart warmed. "We would welcome your help, Sansa. Winterfell is your home as much as mine, and you'll find a good husband in time, one who truly deserves you." She nodded, though a flicker of uncertainty touched her eyes. "I'm in no rush. Too much has happened already." Ned brushed a gentle hand over her hair, feeling affection and protectiveness. "Then let the winter pass peacefully. Learn all you wish. You have the love of your family." They parted with a sense of relief on her face, and Ned felt a measure of peace settle in his chest. He recalled how once she had said that King's Landing was the place where dreams came true. She had learned otherwise in the harshest way. At least here, in her ancestral seat, she could rebuild herself without fear. Throughout the following days, Ned took stock of Winterfell's many tasks. He met with Maester Luwin, with Master-at-Arms Ser Roderick Castle, who had missed the war's final battles due to advanced age and was relieved to see Ned and Robb return safe, and with the stewards. Bran joined them sometimes, proudly leaning on his cane as he asked about the raven messages that arrived from King's Landing. Catelyn, too, contributed her knowledge of recent local disputes, guiding Ned to settle arguments over grazing lands or minor debts. Robb, for his part, threw himself into training with the men in the courtyard. After months of commanding armies, he now practiced daily swordplay and archery, sometimes with Theon Greyjoy if Theon were here, but Theon had returned to Pike some time ago at Ned's insistence that House Greyjoy keep their tenuous peace. Robb also worked with the younger knights, sharing tactics learned in the Riverlands. Ned overheard a conversation in which Robb recounted the flanking maneuver near the Red Fork, his voice measured but tinged with the memory of blood. The soldiers listened with respect, and Ned felt a pang of pride. Robb was forging an identity not just as the eldest Stark son, but as a leader in his own right. Arya was not to be left out. She persisted in pestering Robb or any knight who would humor her, begging for lessons in sword work. Most tried to fob her off with a wooden practice blade. Ned recognized the spark in her, remembering how she had once run about with a real sword stolen from the armory. He made her promise to remain careful, to at least learn the basics of stances and blocks under supervision. She agreed grudgingly, though her frustration with needlework remained. "I want to be a real fighter," she confided to Ned. "Like Robb. Or you." Ned smiled sadly. "Fighting is not all glory, Arya. It's death and danger. But if you must learn, then do so properly." She grinned, bounding off to find Ser Roderick or some other soul brave enough to train with her. Ned watched her go, recalling how once upon a time, the idea of Arya with a sword had seemed comedic. Now, after so much war, the notion no longer felt absurd. The realm changed, and so did they. One chill dawn, as Ned walked the battlements, snow began to drift again. He gazed out over the white-dusted roofs, the silent godwood beyond. A swirl of gratitude welled up, gratitude to be here, alive, free. He thought of the war's carnage, the way Robert nearly died on that battlefield. And he recalled Tywin Lannister kneeling in the mud. The proud lion had at last been forced to yield. Ned's reverie was broken by the approach of a guardsman. "My lord, a Raven ARR. I've from King's Landing." Maester Luwin said it seemed urgent. Ned descended at once to the Maester's turret. There, Luwin greeted him with a slight bow and a scroll unrolled on his table. It bears the King's seal and the small council's signatures. Robert's scribes must have penned it quickly. Ned scanned it. The letter described the state of affairs in the capital, Tywin Lannister's ongoing compliance, the treasury's replenishment thanks to House Lannister's indemnities, and the relative calm settling over the city. But then came the last paragraphs. Ned read them twice, lips tightening. Robert wrote that certain lords in the Westerlands had shown discontent at Tywin's humiliation. One minor lord, Tytos Brax's cousin, had made overt threats of rebellion if Jaime were not freed soon. Another rumor suggested that Cersei's younger brother, Tyrion Lannister, long absent in the Vale, might be moving behind the scenes to gather some sellswords. Robert dismissed these rumors as trifling, but he warned Ned that the realm's peace might still face small tests. Ned handed the parchment back to Luwin. "So it's not entirely done. Some pockets of unrest remain." Luwin touched his chain collar. "Shall we muster men, my lord?" Ned shook his head. "Not yet. Let Robert handle his lords in the Westerlands. Our place is here, securing the north. We can't let every rumor of discontent drag us back into war. If Robert truly needs us, he'll say so plainly." The Maester nodded. "I'll compose a reply, reaffirming your readiness to assist the crown if required." "Yes, do so. But emphasize that we won't march unless there is a true threat. The men deserve to winter at home." Ned paused, scanning the swirling snow outside the turret's narrow window. Let us pray no new conflict arises. In the weeks that followed, Winterfell settled into its familiar rhythms of autumn, preparing for winter, fields gleaned for the last harvest, animals herded closer to barns, salted meat stored in cellars. Men gathered firewood, expecting deep cold. The children continued their lessons under Maester Luwin's supervision while Ned oversaw the fortress's overall readiness. He took quiet walks in the godwood, kneeling before the heart tree with its carved face. The silent red eyes seemed to witness all the burdens he carried, but Ned felt a sense of belonging here no southern gods could replicate. Robb occasionally rode out into the surrounding countryside with a few companions, checking the roads or visiting lesser lords who had returned from the war. They greeted him warmly, praising him as the young wolf, an epithet that had begun to spread after the campaigns near Riverrun. Robb was uncomfortable with such a title but accepted it graciously. He'd come to realize that leadership in the North often meant a close bond between lord and bannerman built on trust more than pomp. One evening, after a modest supper in the Great Hall, Catelyn caught Ned's arm and whispered that Maester Luwin had more messages. They went to the Solar, where the children mostly scattered to their own pursuits, Bran reading, Arya sneaking outside with a wooden sword, Sansa embroidering by the hearth. Maester Luwin arrived carrying several scrolls. He set them on a table and adjusted the lamp's flame. 2 are from King's Landing, he said. 1 from Lord Tywin himself, the other from the small council. Another comes from the Eyrie, from your sister Lisa Arryn, my lady. And a final one from White Harbor regarding trade. Which shall we address first? Ned exchanged a look with Catelyn. She pursed her lips. Lord Tywin writes to us? How curious. Ned nodded. Let's see what he wants. He broke the seal, unrolled the parchment. The writing was neat, formal. Tywin Lannister extended cordial greetings to Lord Stark, acknowledging that hostilities had ended, stating that he was fulfilling all required conditions. But he also expressed an expectation that House Stark and the North would support a petition for Jaime's eventual release once the king's demands were fully met. He closed by mentioning the need for mutual understanding, if not friendship, to preserve stability in the realm. Catelyn exhaled. He's playing diplomacy. Likely wrote similar letters to other major lords. Ned's mouth twitched wryly. Trying to rebuild House Lannister's influence. He must despise Robert's constraints, but he'll pay any price to keep Jaime alive. We'll respond politely but non-committally. He's the king's matter now, not ours. Next, Ned read the small council's letter. It mostly confirmed that Tywin was paying his indemnities on schedule. Some new appointments at court were being made, men loyal to Robert. No mention of trouble. Ned felt a measure of relief. Then Luwin handed Catelyn the letter from Lisa Arryn. She read it, brow furrowed, then snorted quietly. She's heard the war is done, but says the Vale will remain neutral to avoid losing men in future conflicts. She also scolds me for letting Sansa go south in the first place. She wants me to bring the children to the Eyrie for safety from the next wave of turmoil. Catelyn set the parchment aside. She was always protective, but now she's turning reclusive. The Vale stands aloof. Ned shrugged. Let her keep to the Eyrie. The realm can handle itself without her. Robert might not be pleased that the Vale withholds support, but so long as she poses no threat, he'll likely leave her be. Finally, the letter from White Harbor concerned shipping schedules, highlighting a new trade route that might bring southern goods by sea to the north. Ned signed it, approving further negotiations. He smiled at the thought of a more prosperous future, one unburdened by the Lannister conflict. Winter deepened its hold, scattering leaves and frosting the ground. The days shrank into gloom, the nights stretched long. Fires burned bright in Winterfell's halls, and the children busied themselves with indoor pursuits. Sansa oversaw some housekeeping tasks, helping Catelyn with the ladies sewing circles and inventories of linens. Arya practiced archery, though her arrows often strayed and the guards had to keep a wary eye so she didn't impale some hapless stable boy. Bran read histories of the North, enthralled by stories of Brandon the Builder and the Long Night, while Rickon toddled underfoot, playing with wooden swords or demanding sweets from the kitchens. Ned's routine grew steady, but he sensed a restlessness in Robb. One afternoon, he found his son in the courtyard, throwing a spear at a straw target with almost furious intensity. Each throw landed with a thud, burying the spear point deep. Snow swirled around them. Ned approached quietly. "Are you troubled, my son?" he asked gently. Robb paused, breathing hard, lifting the spear. "A little, father. Perhaps it's just the quiet after so much war. I feel I should be doing more, ensuring the peace, checking the lords. My mind replays the battles. Here we are, safe behind our walls, but what if a new threat arises?" Ned considered him. "You've tasted leadership and the chaos of war. It can be hard to let it go, but do not doubt the value of peace. We hold the North strong. Our bannermen see you as the young wolf who delivered them from the Lannisters. They trust you. If a threat emerges, we'll handle it. Robb exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders. I suppose so. I might ride out in the spring, visit the lords personally, Karstark, Umber, Manderley. Remind them we stand united. Ned nodded, heartened by the idea. That's wise. They'll appreciate the gesture. Robb managed a smile, nodding. Then he turned to retrieve his spear from the target. I might also try my hand at hunts. I recall King Robert praising them as a way to stay sharp. Though I have no desire to be Borgord like he was, he added wryly. Ned chuckled. Moderation is key, yes. We'd prefer you unperforated, thank you. The days continued in that calm pattern with only the mildest disruptions of winter storms. Occasionally, a raven from King's Landing arrived, each time confirming that Tywin Lannister remained docile, Jaime still locked away, and Robert focusing on rebuilding. Sometimes the letters mentioned petty squabbles among the lords, something about a trade dispute in the Reach or old tensions in Dorne. But nothing threatened another war. Ned felt the tension in his shoulders ease further with each month that passed. Snow piled up around Winterfell's walls, muffling footsteps, turning the courtyard into a place of white drifts. The hot springs that warmed the castle continued to steam, and the glass gardens thrived under a protective dome of glass. Ned found comfort in routine tasks, hearing petitions from tenants, hunting in the nearby woods with a handful of retainers, practicing sword forms to keep his body from growing stiff. Sometimes he'd stand on the ramparts at twilight, gazing over the frosted expanse, thinking of all that had transpired. Now and then, a pang of memory returned. He would recall the day Robert slew Rhaegar Targaryen, or the more recent sight of Robert wounded and gasping for breath outside Harrenhal. Ned reminded himself that those days were done, that the realm at last enjoyed a respite from war. Let House Lannister scheme if it must. Robert had the upper hand. All that truly mattered to Ned was here in the north, within these walls. One brisk morning, as winter's gloom began to yield to the earliest hints of the new year, Ned led a small hunting party outside Winterfell. Robb, Theon Greyjoy, who had recently returned from Pike for some unknown reason. Apparently his father, Balon Greyjoy, let him come and go so long as Ned kept Theon as a ward, and a few older retainers. They trudged through snowy trails, seeking elk or deer. Theon boasted about his skill with a bow, earning rolled eyes from Robb. Ned was content to let them banter, focusing instead on the forest's hush and the crisp air in his lungs. They had modest success, felling a lean stag. Robb brought it down with a clean shot, prompting Theon to grumble good-naturedly. Ned saw pride in his son's expression. The return journey was lighthearted until they were halfway back and encountered a man on the road. A messenger from the Dreadfort, wearing Bolton colors, perched on a tired horse. The man flagged them down, shivering. "Lord Stark," he gasped. "I've come a long way. My Lord Bolton bids me tell you there have been sightings. Strange things near the last hearth. Men claiming. Raiders wearing no sigils, cloaked in furs, attacking lone farms." Ned frowned. "Wildlings? That far south?" The messenger shrugged uncertainly. "Could be, my lord. Or just brigands. The rumor is they're savage, though not in large numbers. Lord Umber has tried to chase them, but the winter storms hamper him." Ned exchanged a glance with Robb. "We'll see to it. Return with us to Winterfell. You must be exhausted." He turned to his son. "This is part of our duty, protecting the north from such threats. We'll send a raven to Great John Umber and coordinate." Robb nodded, eyes alight with the possibility of action. The hunting party continued on, the dead stag slung over a horse, the messenger following gratefully. Back at Winterfell, Ned quickly wrote letters to the Greatjon, to Roose Bolton, and to other local lords near the last hearth. He asked for details, urging them to flush out these raiders if they indeed existed. Winter often drove desperate men to theft, but better to stop them before bloodshed spread. Word came back in short order. Small pockets of savage men, possibly displaced wildlings from beyond the wall who slipped through the unguarded edges. The Night's Watch at the wall had apparently sent a few warnings that a handful of wildlings might be crossing in secret. Eddard felt a ripple of concern. Should the watch not be more vigilant? Then he recalled Jon Snow was now at the wall in service. Ned felt an ache. missing the boy who had grown up with his trueborn children. A letter arrived from Jon about the same time, a separate raven that soared in from Castle Black. Jon wrote in neat script about his progress training under the Night's Watch. He spoke of the tensions among the Black brothers, how fewer recruits came each year, how the wildlings were rumored to gather under some self-styled king beyond the wall. Jon didn't mention White Walkers or old legends, but there was a sense of unease in his words, a worry that the Watch was too understrength to guard the entire frontier effectively. Ned let out a slow breath. He scribbled a reply praising Jon's courage, urging him to trust his commanders, but also telling him that if he uncovered any real threat, House Stark would listen. Then Ned signed the letter and sent the raven back north. Winter-deep days drifted on. Feast days came and went. The holdfasts of the north, from the Wolf's Wood to the White Knife, all hunkered down under the snow. Ned occasionally heard rumors from beyond the Neck that King Robert pressed forward with improvements in the crown's roads, paid for by Lannister gold, or that Tywin Lannister's face grew grimmer each day he was forced to remain near the Red Keep. Jaime still languished in a royal cell, though rumor said he was treated with courtesy, not cruelty, to avoid provoking Tywin too far. The Old Lion remained in the capital under watch, slowly granting more coin to the crown's coffers. War truly seemed a distant memory now. One evening, Ned sat by the library's fireplace, reading a dusty tome about the history of House Stark. The room was quiet, except for the crackle of flames and the hush of Catelyn turning pages in her own reading. She'd found a genealogical record of the Tullys, smiling now and then at a half-forgotten name. Their peaceful solitude was broken by the arrival of Robb, who entered with a polite knock, expression solemn. "Father, mother," he said, inclining his head. "A raven came from the Great Jon. He's routed those brigands near Last Hearth." They were indeed a band of wildlings, half-starved. The Great Jon captured their leader, who ranted about a king beyond the wall named Mance Rayder. He claims more wildlings might be creeping through the mountains when spring arrives. Ned set aside his book. Did he say how many were captured or killed? Robb consulted the small parchment in his hand. He said they only found about 24. 3 were slain, the rest captured or scattered into the wilderness. He suggests we be ready for more come spring. He's also asking if we should strengthen the watch on the eastern passes. Catelyn's brow knit. Why would so many wildlings come south now? Ned sighed. Who knows what pushes them? Perhaps their internal strife. Perhaps they fear something more ominous. But it's not our place to question, only to keep them from raiding the north. A few dozen men can do great harm. Robb nodded. So we might consider placing extra patrols along the outskirts of the Gift near the wall's shadow. Yes, Ned said. We'll send word to the Night's Watch as well. Let them do their part. We can't shield the entire border alone. They discussed the matter, concluding that the Great Jon had effectively handled the immediate threat. Ned resolved to keep a cautious eye on events beyond the wall. In the back of his mind, he heard the echo of old stories about the Long Night, the White Walkers, tales that had always seemed like fables. But the uneasy tone in Jon's letter stuck with him. If wildlings were truly uniting under a single leader, Mance Rayder, it could signal trouble. Still, for the moment, no army of wildlings threatened. The best course was vigilance, not panic. Ned returned to his routine, but the seeds of concern were planted. Perhaps in the new year, when the roads thawed, he might ride to Castle Black himself and speak with Lord Commander Mormont. That was a future consideration. For now, Winterfell required his presence. Winter churned on. The snowdrifts grew deeper, burying some outbuildings. Workers cleared paths around the courtyard daily, piling ice near the walls. In the Godwood, the leaves had all fallen, leaving skeletal branches drooping over the hot springs. Arya stomped through the snow, seeking adventures. Bran practiced walking with fewer aids, determined to regain his full strength. Sansa helped oversee the household's winter stores. Robb sparred daily with the Master-at-Arms, sometimes letting Theon join in. Ned and Catelyn oversaw it all, hearts warm despite the cold. When the New Year's first dawn broke, with a pale sun struggling through thick clouds, Ned found himself reflecting on how swiftly everything had changed since the day Robert's letter first summoned him to King's Landing, unveiling the lie of Joffrey's parentage. That single truth ignited a chain of events leading to the downfall of House Lannister's hold on the throne, the execution of Cersei, and the war. Now the realm's situation was reversed. Robert sat more firmly than ever, Tywin lay caged, and the false heirs were scattered. And Ned was no longer the king's hand, nor did he wish to be. Let the South handle its own intrigues. The North had enough to manage with winter. So it was that the season of cold eventually began to lighten. The nights grew slightly shorter, the frosts a bit less biting, though winter would still keep its grip for many months. Ravens brought sporadic news. King's Landing saw a grand tournament in Robert's honor, likely orchestrated by Renly or Littlefinger to celebrate the crown's new solvency. Tywin Lannister remained in official residence at the Red Keep, but some said he rarely left his chambers, seething in silent resentment. Jaime's captivity continued. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon had returned from Dragonstone at Robert's request, stepping again into the swirl of court politics. Dorne stayed quiet, Highgarden seemed content, the Vale aloof. The realm, for all its bruises, was quiet. Ned seldom missed that world. Each time a letter arrived describing some petty southern scandal, he thanked the old gods he was far away. More than once he recalled the final vision of Tywin kneeling in Harrenhal's muck and felt a faint chill. The proud lion had not roared again. Perhaps it was truly the end of that lion's ambitions. Perhaps not. Time would tell. Instead of war, Ned poured his energy into strengthening Winterfell's alliances, forging new trade with White Harbor, ensuring the Umbers, Karstarks, and Manderleys got along. He let Robb accompany him on visits to lords who had lost many men in the war, offering condolences and support. Robb's presence as the victorious young wolf soothed them, demonstrating that House Stark repaid loyalty with care. The gloom of war receded further. Younger men turned to marriages and harvest feasts. Women gossiped about when the king might produce a new true heir. Some guessed Robert might marry again or legitimize one of his bastards now that the Lannisters' claims had crumbled. Ned found he didn't much care, so long as it did not harm the North. By the time a second New Year's Day approached, over a year since Ned's return from the south, Winterfell's halls had grown lively with the bustle of daily life. Sansa and Arya had matured, each in her own way, Sansa poised and thoughtful, Arya spirited and quick with a blade. Bran walked with minimal support, though he would never be quite as agile as before. Rickon spoke in full sentences now, chasing the family dire wolves around the courtyard. Robb had become an essential figure in managing the holdfast, a proven war leader who also understood the need for empathy among his people. In a small private ceremony, Ned took Robb down to the crypts beneath Winterfell, showing him the tombs of the ancient RK kings. There, standing among the stone statues of generations past, Ned spoke softly. One day, far in the future, Winterfell may pass to you, my son. I pray it's decades away, but you must know the gravity of that duty. He gestured to the carved faces of long-dead kings. Ours is an old line, older than the Targaryens, older than the Undals. We hold the North not by cruelty, but by honor. Robb nodded, eyes flicking around the crypt's dim torchlight. I'll remember. Ned placed a hand on his shoulder. You have proven your valor, your cunning. But never forget compassion. The North endures because it stands as one family. Robb's gaze lingered on the statue of Brandon Stark, Ned's lost brother, and then on Lord Rickard Stark's tomb, Ned's father. I won't forget, he said hoarsely. I swear it. They emerged from the crypts to find Arya waiting near the steps, arms crossed, brow knit in curiosity. What were you two doing down there? You both look so serious. Ned exchanged a look with Robb, then smiled gently. Paying respects to our ancestors. Arya seemed unimpressed but let the matter drop. She trailed them back into the main keep, bounding ahead to find some new mischief. That evening, a raven from Castle Black arrived with a new letter from Jon. Ned read it by the glow of a lantern. Jon described the winter's hardships on the wall, the recruitment of fewer men, and rumors that Mance Rayder was gathering more wildling clans as the snows receded. We do what we can, Jon wrote, but we are stretched thin. I fear that next year we might see large groups crossing. Please pass my regards to my siblings. The North remains in my heart even as I stand watch on the edge of the world. Ned found himself touched by Jon's words. The boy he had raised, though not a true-born son, served honorably in the Black Cloaks, braving the harsh northern frontier. In many ways, Jon might face more dangers than any war in the South. Ned penned a careful reply, promising that House Stark would keep a vigilant eye for wildlings or worse, and that they would come to the Night's Watch's aid if truly needed. Though the vow of the Watch was to stand alone, Ned would not let them fall if the danger grew dire. Time passed in a swirl of routine. The spring thaw arrived late in the second year, with muddy roads and a sense of relief that the worst cold had ended. Rains battered the region for a fortnight, turning the courtyard to slush. At last, the sun broke through. Folk emerged from winter homes, looking to repair fences, open trade routes. Ned found satisfaction in these small revivals. War felt a lifetime behind. Then one bright morning, as Ned was examining a newly delivered consignment of seed for the farms, a horn sounded at the main gate. He turned to see riders approach at a brisk trot. The standard fluttering behind them was not one he recognized immediately. By the time they reined in, he saw it, a golden rose on green, the Tyrell sigil. The lead rider was a middle-aged man in fine livery, face pinched from a hard ride. Ned walked out into the courtyard. Robb joined him along with a cluster of guards. The visitor dismounted and bowed. "Lord Stark, greetings from Highgarden. I am Ser Luther Fossaway, an envoy sent by Lord Mace Tyrell. I bring tidings and a request for passage." Ned raised a brow. "Tidings from the Reach? That is far indeed. What brings you so north?" Ser Luther cleared his throat. "Lord Tyrell is traveling to the Wall. He and a retinue wish to see the edge of the realm to pay respects to the Night's Watch. He wonders if House Stark might grant safe escort through the north to Castle Black." A murmur passed through the courtyard. It was rare for a southern lord like Mace Tyrell to journey so far. Ned asked carefully, "May I ask why Lord Tyrell wishes to see the Wall? This is unusual." A faint smile touched Fossaway's face. "He says it is time for the great lords of Westeros to show unity after the war. Also, some claim he is curious about the feats of the young wolf and House Stark. He hopes to forge friendlier ties. The Reach wants no enmity with the North." Ned studied the man's expression, trying to gauge sincerity. The Tyrells had not participated in the Lannister War, nor had they opposed it openly. They had merely watched from Highgarden as events unfolded. Perhaps now they sought to reaffirm loyalty to Robert or to ensure the North bore them no ill will. Another possibility was that Mace Tyrell wanted to see for himself the conditions beyond the Wall, possibly suspecting future threats. Or he might simply be indulging a grandeur. Robb exchanged a glance with Ned. "We can hardly refuse them," Robb said softly. "Yet it's a strange request. Will we host them here first?" Ned nodded. "We shall. The roads in the north are harsh. We'll treat them with courtesy." Then he turned to Ser Luther. "Tell your lord that House Stark welcomes him. He may travel safely under our protection. Winterfell will host him and his retinue." Ser Luther bowed again, relief in his eyes. "Lord Tyrell will be most grateful. He rides some miles behind, so they'll arrive in 2 days." Thus, Winterfell found itself preparing for the arrival of the Lord of Highgarden. Servants bustled, cleaning guest chambers, airing out bed linens, ordering extra provisions. Sansa fussed over table settings. After all, the Tyrells were among the most prominent southern houses. Arya pouted at the notion of practicing courtesies. Robb wore a faint frown, uncertain what to make of a southern lord's presence so far north. 2 days later, horns announced the Tyrell party's approach. Ned and Robb stood at the gates in their formal cloaks, with Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, and Bran behind them. Dozens of riders appeared, color bright against the muddy road. Banners with the golden rose fluttered, along with smaller banners of vassal houses. Mace Tyrell himself rode near the front. A portly man with a grand mustache, cheeks reddened by the chill. Beside him were younger men with narrower faces, likely his sons Loras and Garland, and a retinue of knights in shining armor. Garland, broad-shouldered and amiable, wore a plain surcoat. Loras, famously called the Knight of Flowers, had a surcoat embroidered with golden roses. Many in the courtyard gaped at the southerner's finery. Mace Tyrell dismounted with some difficulty, wincing at the cold. Then he stretched out his arms in a gesture of magnanimity. "Lord Stark, an honor to stand in Winterfell's courtyard at last." Ned inclined his head politely. "Lord Tyrell, welcome to the north. My home is yours. Please, let us find you warmth and refreshment." Tyrell beamed, though his breath fogged in the chill air. "Ah, such courtesy. The roads were rough indeed. I thank you for your hospitality." He gestured to his sons. "My boy Garland and Loras. You may know of Loras, the realm's finest lance." Robb dipped his head in greeting, eyeing Loras with curiosity. Loras offered a courteous nod, though his expression held a flicker of pride. Sansa blushed faintly, recognizing the renowned Knight of Flowers from the King's Tournament of older times. Arya looked unimpressed, likely thinking no man from the south could match the might of the north. Ned directed stable hands to take the Tyrell horses. The visitors were guided inside. Servants hurried to stow their gear, while the newcomers stamped their feet, exclaiming about the cold. Mace Tyrell let out lavish compliments on the Great Hall's architecture, though Ned suspected he was simply trying to be ingratiating. Over a hearty meal of hot stew, bread, and roast game, Tyrell explained his intentions. "We go to the Wall," Mace Tyrell said, face flushed from wine. "I have never seen it, and in these times of new unity, it feels right to pay homage. My dear Queen Marjorie, you do not know this, but King Robert was speaking of possibly wedding a new queen. Some whisper of my daughter, though no formal arrangement yet, of course." He waved a hand. "I thought to show my goodwill by visiting the watch." Ned hid his surprise. Robert marrying Marjorie Tyrell? That would be a major realignment of the realm's alliances. He kept his face neutral. "The Wall is indeed a sight to behold. The Night's Watch will appreciate your gesture." Mace's jowls jiggled as he nodded. Yes, and I hear the roads are safer now that your war is ended. Many compliments on your victory. The Lannisters have been." He made a show of rolling his eyes. "Well, my dear mother, the Lady Olenna, always said they were trouble." Catelyn offered a thin smile. "We do not speak well of that war, but yes, it was necessary." The conversation drifted from that subject, focusing on the Tyrell's journey, the wonders of the North. Garland Tyrell asked polite questions about local customs, harvest cycles. Loras, for his part, was more concerned with whether there would be any jousting or sword tournaments. Robb fielded some of his questions, explaining how the North rarely held such spectacles in winter. Arya snuck in the question, "So, Ser Loras, are you as good with a real sword as with a lance?" Loras merely arched a brow, claiming he was not half bad, which made Robb cough to hide a laugh. Over the next day, the Tyrell retinue recovered from their travels. Ned arranged hunts to show them the local game, and Loras eagerly participated, though he found the thick snow a hindrance. Mace Tyrell spent most of his time warming himself by the fires, praising the spiced wine. Garland chatted with Winterfell's knights, learning about the war with the Lannisters. At one point, Ned overheard Garland express relief that House Tyrell had not been forced to choose a side. "Our father weighed the possibilities," Garland admitted quietly, but concluded neutrality was best. "It seems we guessed rightly." Ned listened without comment. He understood that was the Tyrell way, cautious, prosperous, rarely risking open confrontation unless victory was assured. On the third day of their stay, Mace Tyrell announced he wished to ride onto the Wall soon. He extended an invitation for House Stark to join him. "We'd be honored by your presence, Lord Stark, or that of your son. A show of unity for the good of the realm." Ned considered politely refusing. Winter roads to the Wall were treacherous, and he wasn't eager to leave Winterfell for another journey so soon. But the request had a certain logic. If House Tyrell was truly forging goodwill, and if they might align with King Robert more strongly, the presence of House Stark could reaffirm the peace. Also, Ned was curious to see Jon Snow and the state of Castle Black. The wildling rumors persisted. He spoke with Catelyn about it that evening. She worried about the danger, but recognized the significance. "Go, or let Robb go. Show them we do not shun the South." She placed a hand on Ned's arm. "But be cautious." Ned decided he would lead a smaller party, including Robb, to accompany Mace Tyrell. They would ensure a safe route for the Southerners, confirm the Watch's situation, and return promptly. Catelyn would remain to manage Winterfell. Sansa, Arya, and the younger boys would stay as well. So it was arranged. Under cloudy skies, Ned, Robb, and a handful of Stark guards assembled in the courtyard as the Tyrell retinue prepared to depart. Sansa said her farewells, trying to hide a worried frown. Arya asked if she could come, but Ned gently refused. Winter roads were no place for her restless spirit. She sulked briefly, then gave him a fierce hug. Bran and Rickon waved from the steps while Catelyn embraced Ned, whispering for him to be safe. He promised he would return soon. Then they rode out following the King's Road north. The Tyrell banners fluttered, bright against the Stark landscape. Mace Tyrell huddled in heavy furs, complaining good-naturedly about the cold. Loras, wearing a fine cloak trimmed with black sable, seemed determined to show no discomfort, though his cheeks reddened easily. Garland was more practical, layering up and focusing on the terrain. Ned led from the front, guiding them along the safer paths, with Robb keeping an eye on the rearguard. Icy winds bit at their faces, but the group made decent progress. They passed occasional farmsteads where folk gawked at the Southerners' finery. One evening, they camped at an abandoned watchtower, building roaring fires. Loras tried to amuse himself by practicing sword forms in the snow, prompting Robb to join him in a friendly spar. Ned observed quietly, seeing Loras's graceful footwork offset by uncertain footing on slippery ground, while Robb used his knowledge of winter terrain to keep stable. The result was a stalemate, but both parted with mutual respect. After a week of slow travel, they reached the lonely stretch of land known as the Gift, where the Night's Watch relied on smallhold farms. Then, on a gray dawn, Castle Black rose into view, a great black curtain of wood and stone, overshadowed by the immense presence of the wall behind it. I soared overhead, impossibly high. Mace Tyrell let out an involuntary exclamation of wonder, as did Loras and Garland. Even Ned, who had seen it before, felt awe tingle through him. Robb's eyes shone, his breath a fog in the cold air. They entered through the gates, greeted by black-cloaked sentinels. The courtyard inside Castle Black was a bleak expanse, men drilling or hauling supplies. At once, a cluster of Black brothers approached. Ned recognized Lord Commander George Mormont, a broad-shouldered man with a white beard, stepping forward. Mormont's eyes lit with relief upon seeing Ned. "Lord Stark," Mormont boomed. "Good to have you here. We weren't expecting a Tyrell entourage." Ned dismounted, clasping Mormont's arm. "They come in peace to see the wall and support the watch. May I present Lord Mace Tyrell, his sons Garland and Loras, and their retinue." Mormont nodded politely, though he seemed skeptical. "We'll find them quarters, though we've none so fancy as they might prefer." Mace Tyrell, breath visible in the cold, huffed a laugh. "We'll endure, Commander. Show us your wonders." Mormont gestured for them to proceed inside, but Ned lingered, scanning the yard. He sought one figure in particular. Then he saw him, Jon Snow, taller now, clad in the black of the watch, hair a bit longer, standing among a group of recruits near the armory. Jon's eyes widened. He excused himself from the recruits, hurrying over, uncertain if he should salute or embrace. Ned reached out and clasped the boy's shoulder, feeling a surge of paternal warmth. Jon's gray eyes shone. "Father," Jon said softly, though he corrected himself a moment later. "My lord. I didn't expect you." Ned squeezed his shoulder. "No formalities, Jon. It's good to see you. Are you well?" Jon nodded. "Yes, my lord. I'm now a steward to the Lord Commander, learning his duties." He glanced at Robb, who approached with a grin. The half-brothers clasped forearms, exchanging a silent communion of relief that both survived their separate trials. Ned noted the watchers around them, other Black brothers curious about the scene. He lowered his voice. "We'll speak more privately soon. For now, show me to the Lord Commander's offices. We have matters to discuss." Jon led them inside, their breath puffing in the frosty corridors. Mormont's solar was cramped but warmed by a brazier. Mace Tyrell and a few knights soon joined them, exclaiming about the unique architecture. Ned stood with Mormont at a table where a rough map of the northern wilderness lay spread. Mormont tapped certain spots, explaining that wildling activity had increased in random pockets. "Though no massive migration yet," he said, "we suspect it might come." Jon listened quietly, standing at Mormont's shoulder. Robb studied the map with interest. "We've had glimpses of wildling raiders near the last hearth. They claim allegiance to a king beyond the wall." Mormont's gruff voice echoed in the cold room. "Mance Rayder. A deserter of the Watch, no less. He's uniting clans under his banner. We have no firm numbers, but they could be thousands if they gather fully." Ned frowned. "That's more than we expected. Could they breach the wall?" Mormont let out a humorless chuckle. "They'd need a damned army. But if they pick at lesser fortifications or find an unguarded pass, small groups might slip through. Our watch is spread too thin. If thousands come, we can't man the entire wall effectively." Mace Tyrell, standing by, cleared his throat. "Surely the crown would intervene if an army of wildlings threatened?" He glanced at Ned. "King Robert's peace extends to all the realm, yes?" Ned rubbed his jaw. "I can't speak for Robert. The war with the Lannisters is over, but mustering a royal force to defend the wall might be a hard sell. Many lords don't believe wildlings pose that great a threat. They see them as a nuisance, not an army." Mormont shrugged. "That's the old story. The Watch guards the realm, others forget we exist. Still, if we see signs of a full invasion, I'll send ravens south. We'll need more men." Jon spoke up, quiet but firm. "We've got to remain vigilant. If Mance Rayder truly unites them, their numbers could overwhelm small garrisons. The wildlings fear something in the far north that drives them this way." Ned gave his son a searching look. "Something? You mean White Walkers?" Jon hesitated. "I don't know if that's real or rumor. But wildlings speak of undead or whites. We can't dismiss it outright, not with so many fleeing." A hush fell. Mace Tyrell's knights exchanged skeptical glances. Mormont's expression turned grim. "I've heard those rumors too. At this point, I'll treat them as tall tales." But fear can be a powerful motivator. If it pushes thousands of wildlings at our gates, we face trouble either way. They continued discussing logistics. How many men the watch had, what defenses might be strengthened, whether House Stark or House Tyrell could petition the king to send supplies or manpower. Tyrell seemed half intrigued, half uneasy at the notion that real war might come from the north. He had planned a polite pilgrimage to the Wall, not an expedition into potential danger. Before the meeting ended, Ned turned to Tyrell. You see now the seriousness of the Watch's plight. If you truly wish to show unity, you might speak in King Robert's ear about the need for support here. Even a few hundred men or more resources could bolster the Wall. Mace Tyrell twirled his mustache thoughtfully. Yes, perhaps I shall. If the king is open to reason. I do want the realm secure. He offered a benign smile, though Ned suspected Mace Tyrell was more interested in winning Robert's favor than in saving the North from a threat he scarcely believed in. Still, any help was better than none. That evening, the Southerners marveled at the Wall from the top, taking the great elevator up the sheer ice. Loras was particularly impressed, stepping gingerly on the walkway of frozen, slippery surface, gazing out at the endless white wilderness. Garland seemed more sober, scanning the horizon as if picturing a host of wildlings. Mace Tyrell, swaddled in furs, complained of heights yet admitted the view was breathtaking. Ned and Robb stood a short distance away, each lost in quiet reflection. Far below, Castle Black's fires glowed like sparks in the darkness. Jon joined them briefly, face drawn with cold. Ned laid a hand on his shoulder. I'm proud of you, Jon. You've grown into your duty. This is no easy life. Jon's breath steamed. Thank you, Father. I never imagined the scale of it all. The men rely on each other here, no matter birth or background. He paused, eyes flicking to the horizon. Sometimes I wonder what might come if Mance Rayder truly rallies them. We're not ready. Robb spoke softly. Then we'll stand with you if that day comes. The North won't abandon the Watch. Jon nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. That eases my heart. They lingered a while, feeling the biting wind, the vast emptiness stretching north. Then they descended, rejoining the Tyrell retinue. Over the next 2 days, the Southerners fulfilled their visit, distributing token gifts to the Watch. Mace Tyrell announced publicly that he would speak to the king about the gallant defenders. Loras tested the training yard with some Black brothers, besting them in friendly bouts, though he found the cold sapped his stamina. Garland quietly conversed with Mormont about supply routes. Finally, having witnessed the Watch's plight, the Tyrells prepared to leave, returning south. Ned and Robb exchanged farewells with Jon. They promised to keep an eye on wildling activity and to petition Robert if needed. Jon thanked them, clasping arms with Robb in a more fraternal farewell, then offering Ned a brief embrace. Give Arya and the others my love, he whispered. I miss them all. Ned patted Jon's back, feeling a surge of paternal affection. We will. Keep your wits, my boy. Then the Tyrell party rode forth from Castle Black, with Ned and Robb accompanying them a short way. Soon they parted ways. Mace Tyrell insisted on returning to Winterfell for a final rest before heading home. But Ned politely explained that he and Robb would remain a bit longer to speak with Mormont. Tyrell took no offense, though he seemed disappointed at losing noble company. He trotted south, banners fluttering, leaving Ned, Robb, and a handful of Stark guards behind. Ned returned to Castle Black for one more private conversation with Mormont. The Lord Commander laid out the bleak reality. Fewer recruits, more wildlings each year. If the rumor of White Walkers was more than a tale, the Watch stood dangerously unprepared. I'll do what I can, Ned said heavily. I'll write to King Robert again, to Tywin Lannister if need be, and remind them that a realm at peace can still be undone by threats from beyond the Wall. Mormont nodded, gratitude overshadowed by worry. The day may come when we need swords from every corner of Westeros. Let's hope that day is far off. Ned and Robb departed after that, heading south again on the King's Road. The journey back to Winterfell was uneventful. though the father and son spoke at length about the possibilities they had glimpsed. Robb was intrigued by the fortitude of the Night's Watch, uneasy about the prospect of wildling hordes. Ned's thoughts lingered on Jon Snow's earnest eyes and the mention of White Walkers. Old stories, yes, but sometimes old stories held seeds of truth. At last, they rode through Winterfell's gates again. They found the fortress in good order, with Catelyn welcoming them in relief. She asked after the Tyrells, listening to Ned's account with a faintly skeptical expression about Mace's sincerity. Arya pestered them with questions about the wall while Sansa listened politely. Bran eyed Robb's new stories with admiration and Rickon just wanted to climb on his father's back. Ned smiled through it all, comforted by the normalcy. Months passed, drifting toward the close of that second winter. The Tyrells left the north without incident, presumably to return home or to visit King's Landing, though no new letters arrived clarifying if Margaery Tyrell might truly become Robert's bride. In the capital, Tywin Lannister remained docile, or so the rumors said. The realm carried on. For all the swirling possibilities, wildlings, king's politics, Tyrell alliances, peace still held. On a final night of that winter, Ned stood alone in the Godwood, gazing at the heart tree's face in the moonlight. Snow glittered around him, blanketing the ground in a hush. He pressed a hand to the tree's pale trunk, remembering the tragedies that had led him here, the false heirs, Cersei's execution, the war's horror. He whispered a silent prayer of thanks for the peace now enjoyed, for his family's safety. The wind sighed among bare branches as though the old gods listened but did not speak. Winter would someday pass. The north would thaw, the rest of Westeros would bustle with fresh intrigues. War might come again, or storms from beyond the wall. Yet for this moment, in the hush of moonlit snow, Ned Stark felt a profound sense of belonging, a quiet vow to guard his home and his family for however long the gods allowed. The realm's story went on, ever turning, ever shifting. But Winterfell stood and House Stark endured, ready for whatever dawn might bring. Eddard Stark stood among the black trees of the Godwood, letting his hand linger on the heart tree's trunk, feeling the chill dampness of the bark beneath his palm. Moonlight filtered down through bare branches, reflecting off the thin sheen of ice at the tree's roots. In the year and more since he had returned from the south, life in Winterfell had settled into an uneasy calm that sometimes felt too good to last. The realm might be at peace, but he could not dismiss the weight of the tidings he had learned at the wall, nor the uneasy rumors drifting out of King's Landing, where Robert Baratheon had begun to reshape his court under the shadow of Tywin Lannister's captive presence. He listened to the faint crackle of ice underfoot as he shifted his stance. The night smelled of pine and snow, tinged by the mineral steam that rose from Winterfell's natural hot springs. This corner of the Godwood was quiet, save for the sigh of a distant wind weaving through the high castle walls. A few steps behind him, an acolyte of the old gods, a shy man from the far north, waited at a respectful distance, carrying a lantern. Ned had permitted him to tend the sacred grove after the man had shown an almost devout reverence for the old ways. Ned could feel the beating heart of the north here. And in that hush, he considered how fleeting the present calm might be. The war with the Lannisters had ended in Robert's favor, but the aftershocks were still felt across Westeros. Jaime Lannister remained a hostage in King's Landing, Tywin was forced into a kind of gilded captivity, and the Lannister name had been blackened by the truth of Cersei's treason and the execution that followed. The Tyrells, newly courting King Robert's goodwill, had traveled even to the wall where Mace Tyrell had promised to speak on behalf of the Night's Watch if wildlings ever pressed south in large numbers. Yet promises of help could be as slippery as melted snow. At the wall, Ned had heard from Jon Snow and Lord Commander Mormont about rising fears of a king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder uniting the wildlings. And darker rumors still, talk of the dead walking, old terrors that might or might not be more than idle stories. Ned wanted to dismiss such talk, but Jon's quiet conviction gave him pause. The boy was not one to speak of ghosts lightly. He turned away from the heart tree at last, nodded a thanks to the acolyte, and walked through the snow-limbed paths that led out of the Godwood. With each footstep, the hush gave way to the muffled sounds of Winterfell's evening life, distant voices from the kitchens, the clank of a guard patrolling the walls, the lowing of stable animals settling for the night. Lanterns cast golden pools on fresh snow in the courtyard. On a normal evening he might have gone directly to his chambers to join Catelyn, but he felt restless, so he drifted along the perimeter of the yard, letting the winter air brace him. The year was well into its last moons of cold, and if the gods were kind, the thaw might come soon, though in the north that was never a sure thing. The flow of ravens from King's Landing had slowed in recent weeks, replaced only by glimpses of mundane council news. It was said that Robert had half a mind to wed again, though so far no official betrothal had been announced. Some whispered that Marjorie Tyrell might be in line to become Robert's new queen. Others thought Robert might prefer a different bride altogether, or that he might claim no wife at all. If a new queen came forward, the realm would see fresh alliances and fresh resentments. Ned suspected the Tyrells were pressing their advantage to fill the power vacuum left by Cersei's disgrace. However, it turned out the North was far removed from those southern intrigues. The main worry in Ned's mind lay in the far north, where the wildlings gathered. After a time, he spotted a familiar figure crossing the courtyard, Robb Stark, his cloak dusted with white. He must have been returning from an inspection of the watch rotation along the walls. Robb's posture had grown more assured these past 2 years. The men called him the Young Wolf, a name born of the war he'd helped to end. When he spied Ned, Robb altered his path, coming over. "Father," Robb said quietly, "I hoped I'd find you still awake." Ned nodded a greeting. "You've been seeing to the guards?" "Yes. A pair of new men from the Rills arrived yesterday, and I wanted to see how they'd taken to the cold night watch. All seems in order." He paused a beat, a look of contemplation in his gray eyes. "Have you heard from Jon lately?" Ned exhaled a frosty breath. "Not recently. The last Raven said he was well, training recruits, and that Lord Commander Mormont remains uneasy about the wildlings. I've been tempted to ride up again, but the roads in winter remain treacherous. Perhaps once spring arrives, we can consider another journey." Robb's expression was thoughtful. "I'd like to go along if you do. The more I hear about Mance Rayder, the less I like it. If the Night's Watch is too few, the North can't simply watch them be overrun." Ned set a hand on his son's shoulder. "We'll do what duty demands. For tonight, though, we can only remain vigilant. The wildlings are months, perhaps a year or two, from mounting any large-scale push. Mormont will warn us if the threat grows real." Even as he said it, he felt that niggling uncertainty. The wildlings were unpredictable, and if they truly marched in thousands, the watch alone might not be enough. The rumor of something more sinister, the others, clung to him like a creeping chill. He tried to shake it off. Robb nodded, pulling his cloak close. "Then let's hope we can handle it in time. Should we go inside?" The question was rhetorical. The wind was picking up, biting at exposed faces. "Yes," Ned said with a slight smile. "Your mother may wonder if I froze out here." They walked side by side back into the keep, passing torches that guttered in the night breeze. Inside, warmth enveloped them, along with the scent of roast fowl and bread lingering from the evening meal. Servants bustled, stoking fires in various chambers. At the far end of the corridor, Ned glimpsed Sansa conferring with Maester Luwin, likely about some matter of the household accounts that Sansa had begun taking an interest in. She had grown graceful and capable, though she still wore a quiet sadness sometimes, born of the illusions she had lost in the Lannister War. Sensing her father's gaze, Sansa turned, offered a small smile, and inclined her head in greeting. Ned gently parted from Robb, letting his son see to the remainder of his nightly tasks, and sought out Catelyn Solar. He found her at a small table, reading by the light of an oil lamp. Her auburn hair framed a face lined by mild fatigue, but she looked up with relief as he entered. "You've been out in the cold again," she chided softly. "No wonder your hands are half frozen." She beckoned him closer, and he took a seat on a carved wooden chair. She pressed her palms over his, offering their warmth. In these small, unguarded moments, Ned felt a sense of belonging that no Iron Throne or Southern promise could ever rival. "I was thinking on matters," he admitted, "not least the question of whether the king truly means to wed. We've heard next to nothing certain, only scattered rumor. It may not concern us, but if King Robert does take Marjorie Tyrell to wife, the reach becomes all the more powerful in shaping policy." Catelyn arched a brow. "Would that matter to the North, so long as they don't meddle in our affairs? House Tyrell might simply be securing its place near the throne." It was always likely that Robert would eventually remarry after she hesitated, not quite wanting to speak Cersei's name. After what happened, Ned's mouth tightened briefly. "Yes, we can endure any Southern arrangement so long as it doesn't undermine the realm's safety. I only wonder if Tywin Lannister might conspire to disrupt that alliance." He must loathe the idea of House Tyrell supplanting him in King's Landing. Catelyn blew out a breath. He's hardly in a position to conspire openly, being forced to remain near the court, watched by half the gold cloaks. Jaime in chains. I doubt Tywin can risk more rebellion. She paused, giving Ned a searching look. Still, you fear subtlety. Another cunning scheme. Tywin never lacks cunning, Ned agreed. Though perhaps he's grown wary enough to lie low. They let the subject pass, drifting into talk of more local matters, harvest prospects, the stables, Winterfell's finances. The mundane details soothed Ned. Once such tasks had felt stifling, but after so much bloodshed, a quiet lord's work felt almost a blessing. Eventually they rose to bed, letting the day's burdens melt away in the closeness of each other's arms. Weeks turned into months. Winter lingered, an unkind season, but not the worst Ned had known. The fortress bustled with the usual chores. Arya practiced swordwork under the watchful eye of old Ser Roderick Castle, still spry despite his age, though he claimed she gave him more gray hairs each day. Sansa continued her responsibilities with quiet determination. Bran spent hours in the library devouring tales of old heroes. His injured legs still ached in the cold, yet he refused to let it define him. Rickon, all of 4, ran about with a wooden sword, proclaiming he would slay any snarks or grumpkins that dared come near. At times, Ned would watch them and think of Jon Snow on that far northern wall, a black cloak parted against the biting wind, and wish they could all be under one roof again. In early spring, news arrived that Robert Baratheon had indeed announced his intention to wed Margaery Tyrell. The wedding was to take place in King's Landing, a grand affair to cement the crown's ties to the Reach. Invitations were sent far and wide. A formal raven landed in Winterfell's rookery addressed to Lord Eddard Stark, urging him to attend the royal wedding. Ned read it with mingled feelings. He disliked traveling so far south again, especially for pomp and feasting, but ignoring the invitation might offend the king. Robert was still his friend, despite all that had passed, and an alliance with the Tyrells could be an important step for the realm's stability. He consulted Catelyn and Robb in the Solar. "Should we go?" he asked quietly, tapping the parchment. "Robert expects it, no doubt. But it would leave Winterfell without both its lord and heir." Robb, seated near the window, frowned. "The roads might not be entirely clear for weeks, and it's a long journey. If you think it wise, I can remain behind to keep watch over the north. Or I could go in your stead." Catelyn glanced between them. The king specifically invited Ned, I'm sure. Robert might be insulted if only Robb came. But sending you both would be an even greater absence. Perhaps Ned alone? Or Ned and a modest retinue, leaving Robb to manage Winterfell. Ned considered the possibilities. Attending the wedding would let him glean any undercurrents at court, especially regarding Tywin Lannister's simmering grudges, or any shift in the power structure. "I'll go," he decided at last. "But not for too long. Robb, you remain here as castellan in my absence. Keep an eye on the wildling rumors. Maintain the holdfast. I'll take a small party, maybe 10 men for protection. If all goes smoothly, I'll be gone only a few months, half of that spent on the road." Robb nodded acceptance, though Ned could see a flicker of concern. "Are you sure you won't want more swords? A small group will travel faster, and if the realm is truly at peace, we should have no trouble on the King's Road." Ned's mouth quirked in a humorless half-smile. "Anyway, what threat remains? Tywin can't openly move against me without risking Robert's wrath. And the Gold Road is quiet. This is just a wedding." Catelyn squeezed Ned's hand. "Very well, but do be careful. We remember the last time you went to King's Landing." Ned leaned in and kissed her forehead lightly. "We do. This time we're not unraveling a dire secret or confronting a traitorous queen. It should be simpler." So it was decided. Over the next fortnight, Ned assembled supplies, selected trusted guards. Among them Jory Castle's cousin Martin, a skilled archer, plus a few other stalwart men. He decided to take only one of his children. Arya had begged to come, but he refused firmly. This was not a place for her impulsive spirit. Sansa showed little desire to revisit the city where she had once lost her illusions. Bran and Rickon were too young, and Robb had to stay. So Ned would go alone, accompanied only by loyal retinue. As the day of departure approached, Catelyn fussed over his packing, double-checking provisions. She pressed him to keep warm, to rest his wounded pride in the nights. He gave her a wry smile, recalling how she worried for his fatherly health more than any petty southern intrigue. At last, the time came. A cold spring morning found them in Winterfell's courtyard, horses saddled, men ready. Ned embraced Catelyn, who insisted he return soon. He hugged each child in turn. Arya made a face, saying she'd wanted him to see how much better she was with a sword. Ned promised to watch her spar the moment he got back. Sansa wished him good fortune, standing poised and quiet. Robb gripped his father's forearm, reminding him to send word if anything seemed amiss in King's Landing. Ned promised to keep up the ravens. Then, with a final wave, the small company rode out under the archway, the stark gray walls receding behind them. The air felt crisp, the fields half-muddy from melting snow. Ned's heart felt heavier than he'd expected. Winterfell had become a place of refuge for him, a world far from the Red Keep's machinations. But he could not simply ignore the realm's call. Robert was his friend, and the North's relationship with the crown still mattered. So he coaxed his horse forward, leading the men along the same road he had once taken with King Robert so many years, so many lifetimes ago. The journey south was uneventful at first. They passed local farms, greeted by folk who recognized Ned Stark's visage and the dire wolf banner. The roads were muddy, but each day brought a bit more warmth, so the party could make decent progress. At Moat Cailin, they paused to speak with the watch captain there, who reported no unusual troubles. Beyond that, the neck remained damp and swarmed with mosquitoes, but they crossed with minimal delay. Another fortnight found them nearing the riverlands. The fields there were greener, dotted with wildflowers newly sprung by the mild spring sun. Ned took note of the signs of rebuilding after the war. Burnt farms had been red-hatched, charred fences replaced. House Tully's influence had aided the region in its slow recovery, especially with Edmure Tully taking a more active role. They encountered a few travelers, none of them hostile. Some recognized Ned, offering shy bows or thanks for driving away the Lannisters that once ravaged their lands. Ned accepted their gratitude with humility, mindful of how many had suffered. Eventually they turned eastward. Reaching the crossroads near the Inn of the Kneeling Man, Ned recalled how once, during the rebellion against Aerys Targaryen, he had marched this route with Robert to press the final push. Memories flickered unbidden. Bodies in the mud, the clangor of swords, the smell of fear. He shook them off. This time, no war-torn fields greeted him, only signs of calm. The crown had apparently used Lannister gold to keep the roads patrolled. Soldiers wearing the stag and crown insignia occasionally passed by, saluting politely. A few more days brought them within sight of the looming walls of King's Landing. Ned and his guards paused on a ridge, studying the sprawl. The high city walls, the Red Keep perched atop Aegon's high hill, the Blackwater rush glimmering in the distance. Smoke rose from countless chimneys. Even from afar, the city's bustle was evident. It smelled faintly of industry and crowds. Some men in Ned's party wrinkled their noses, muttering about southern stench. Ned said nothing, only spurred his horse on. They joined a line of travelers waiting to enter the city gate. Gold cloaks patrolled, checking each group for contraband or troublemakers. When at last Ned approached, one guard recognized him instantly, jaw-dropping in surprise. "Lord Eddard Stark. By the Seven, we didn't expect you so soon," the guard said, saluting. "His Grace has awaited your presence. The wedding is but a month off." Ned offered a tight-lipped smile. "Then I arrive in good time." The guard signaled for them to pass. Ned's company rode through the massive gate, entering the crowded streets. The city bustled as it always had. Merchants hawked goods, beggars lurked in alleyways, whores called from windows, urchins scampered. Ned tried to block out the swirl of noise. King's Landing had never truly felt like home. But he pressed on, heading up the cobbled slope that led to the Red Keep, the sea of small folk parting for the direwolf banner. They reached the outer barbican of the castle. More gold cloaks stood at attention, some bowing hastily as Ned approached. Within the keep's courtyard, stable hands rushed to take their horses. Ned dismounted stiffly, feeling the ache of long travel in his joints. A steward in the king's livery hurried forward, explaining that quarters had been prepared. He also passed along a message. King Robert wished to see Ned in the throne room at his earliest convenience. Ned allowed himself a moment to gather his wits, assigned his men to the guest wing, and splashed water on his face in a small antechamber. Then, adjusting his cloak, he made his way through the Red Keep's corridors, familiar halls that stirred an odd sense of nostalgia, tinted by old tragedies. Servants bustled about, carrying decorations and supplies in preparation for the royal wedding. Musicians practiced in side chambers, their tunes echoing faintly. The entire castle felt caught in a swirl of heightened energy. At last, Ned reached the doors to the throne room. Two members of the King's Guard stood to either side, Ser Mandon Moore and Ser Balon Swan, both in pristine white cloaks. They bowed and opened the heavy doors. Ned stepped inside. Sunlight slanted through high windows, illuminating the iron monstrosity that was the throne itself. Robert Baratheon sat upon it, wearing a simple crown that glinted dully in the light. By his right side stood a small cluster of courtiers, among them Lord Renly Baratheon and Peter Baelish Littlefinger. On the left side, further back, Ned glimpsed Varys with his hands folded. And behind them all, silent as stone, was Tywin Lannister. The old lion wore a neutral expression, clothed in dark red, but no house sigil was displayed. He kept his arms folded behind his back as if to proclaim his stoic acceptance of subjugation. A hush fell as Ned advanced. Memories of the last time he stood in this chamber prickled, that day when Robert had learned Cersei's children were not his, the confrontation that ended in blood. He suppressed the images. Robert broke into a grin and half-lumbered, half-slid from the throne. "Ned," he boomed, voice echoing. "You made it. Gods, it's good to see you." He descended the dais more carefully than in his younger years, his legs still pained him at times. But he strode to Ned and clasped him in a hearty embrace. "Your Grace," Ned said, returning a small smile. "I hope I've not missed all the feasting." "Ha! Not yet, but the preparations are enough to drive a man mad." Robert stepped back, eyeing Ned's travel-stained cloak. "We'll get you a proper room. This wedding is going to be, well, bigger than I wanted, but the Tyrells insisted. And Marjorie," he waved a dismissive hand. "She's a sweet enough lass, I suppose. Damned if I won't produce a real heir this time." Ned forced his expression to remain neutral. "I wish you joy in that, truly." Robert nodded, then turned to the courtiers. "You all remember Lord Eddard Stark. He's come to witness the joining of House Baratheon and House Tyrell." Murmurs of courtesy followed. Littlefinger gave a mocking little bow, Varys an elaborate one. Renly smiled earnestly, inclining his head. Tywin Lannister alone made no gesture. Robert's gaze flicked to him. "Lord Tywin, have you any words of greeting for our dear friend Ned?" Tywin's eyes flashed with a hint of something, resentment, perhaps. But his voice was measured. "Welcome back to King's Landing, Lord Stark. I trust your journey was safe." "It was," Ned answered shortly. "I hope you are well." Tywin inclined his head by the barest fraction. That was all. Robert let out a breath, turning away. "Right," he said. "Enough of this. Ned, you must be weary. Renly, see him to his chambers. Let him rest. Then come join me for supper in my solar, Ned. We can talk properly." Ned bowed. "As you command, your grace." Renly approached, smiling politely. He offered Ned a guiding arm out of the throne room. As they crossed the floor, Ned felt Tywin's gaze upon his back, but he did not look around. He had no interest in further provoking the old lion. It was enough that Tywin stood there, emasculated by Robert's rule. Even so, Ned remembered that a caged lion could still have claws. Renly chatted affably as he led Ned through the Red Keep's corridors. The younger Baratheon wore green velvets trimmed in gold, and had grown more self-assured these last few years. "We're all relieved you came," he said. "The king was grousing that you might refuse." "I considered it," Ned admitted, "but I could hardly ignore the wedding of my old friend. Besides, it gives me a chance to see how the realm fares." They reached a chamber near the royal apartments, well appointed with a balcony overlooking the city. Servants had placed fresh linens and arranged a small vase of spring flowers. A plate of fruit and cheese waited on a table. One of Renly's stewards took Ned's cloak and gear, promising to have everything aired out. Ned thanked them quietly. Renly lingered a moment, eyeing Ned with curiosity. "You'll find this wedding is some spectacle," he ventured. The Tyrells arrived in force. Mace Tyrell, his mother the Queen of Thorns, his sons Loras and Garland, a host of bannermen. Half the cities turned green and gold. Robert tolerates it, but you know him. He'd rather hunt boar and drink than fuss with pageantry. The bride, Marjorie, is said to be quite lovely. Ned nodded. I recall glimpsing her at some event long ago. She was little more than a girl then. Renly spread his hands. Still young, but well-schooled in courtesy. The Tyrells want a queen who can charm the people, especially after the fiasco with the Lannisters. So far, folks seem excited to have a real, recognized queen beside Robert. Many prefer the Tyrell name to Lannister gold. Gold is gold, Ned said dryly. And the Tyrells have plenty of it, albeit not as much as the Lannisters. Still, they'll probably be gentler in how they wield it. Renly offered a rueful laugh. We can hope so. In any case, rest. I'll have a servant come fetch you in a few hours for supper with the king. Ned thanked him, then closed the door and let out a long breath. King's Landing. The same red walls, the same swirl of politicking. He wondered if he'd find time to walk the city, to see if the small folk truly benefited from Robert's new financial solvency, or if the same underlying rot lurked behind fresh coats of paint. Shaking off these thoughts, he washed off the dust, changed into a cleaner tunic, and stretched out on the bed to doze. A few hours later, a discreet knock came at the door. A steward in House Baratheon colors informed him that supper was prepared. Ned rose, checked his reflection in a polished metal mirror to ensure he looked presentable, then followed the steward. They wound through halls bright with tapestries newly hung, flowers for the Tyrell bride, stags for Robert, even roses entwined with stags. The wedding mania was in full bloom. They reached Robert Solar, a cozy chamber with a wide window overlooking the bay. A long table stood set with roast duck, warm bread, bowls of soup, flagons of wine. Robert lounged at the head of the table, drumming his fingers impatiently. As soon as Ned entered, the king brightened, motioning him closer. Servants quietly bustled about pouring wine. Ned, Robert said warmly, waving away protocol. Sit beside me. Let's eat. I'm starving. He cast an eye around at the others, Renly, Peter Baelish, and Ser Barristan Selmy in his white cloak. Barristan gave Ned a polite nod. Littlefinger winked. Ned ignored him. Tywin Lannister was noticeably absent and Ned felt grateful. He had no desire to sup with that man. They took seats. Robert tore a hunk of bread, dunked it in gravy. Well, you're here? That's something. I worried you might remain shut up in your snowy fortress. How's the north? Still cold as the stranger's backside? Ned let a small smile show. More or less. Spring is late, though we've had mild days. The north recovers from the war much as the Riverlands do. Time heals wounds if given a chance. A chance is what I aim to give, Robert said, mouth half full. No more big wars. My bride's family is a formidable lot, but they want peace as well. Do you know the Queen of Thorns, that old harridan Lady Olenna? She's a cunning piece of work, let me tell you. She and I had a row last week about some trifling detail of the wedding feast. You'd think a victory feast for 1,000 men was complicated, but the Tyrells have doubled that number. We'll be feeding half the city. He paused to gulp wine. Let them have their spectacle. If it keeps them sweet, I'll bear it. Marjorie's a decent lass, I suppose. Younger than I'd like, but I need an heir. The realm demands it. Ned nodded, swirling the wine in his cup. I wish you happiness. Have you already decided how to handle the lines of succession? Robert frowned. I'd like a living son, that's how. The realm won't abide another fiasco like with Cersei's brood. The Tyrells want a Baratheon heir who is undeniably mine, and I intend to give them one. The rest is formalities. He shot Ned a pointed look. I'll name him or her. That's that. If the child's strong, all is well. If not, well, let's not invite ill omens. Littlefinger raised an eyebrow. You might need a regent if anything were to happen before the child comes of age, your grace. Robert gave him a cutting glare. I'll not speak of that now, Baelish. Let me enjoy the wedding first, by the gods. Always so quick to talk of regencies, you sly fox. He turned away, sloshing more wine. Ned watched carefully, noticing how Baelish's eyes glinted in amusement, unperturbed by Robert's scolding. The man fed on politics. Besides, Robert added, I've half a mind to name Ned as regent if the worst ever came. Or my brother Stannis. But that's enough gloom. Let's talk cheerier things. Ned, have you seen how well the treasury fares these days? With Tywin paying half the realm's debts, we've got gold to spare. We've built new roads, new watchtowers, given knights to the small folk. Hell, the city's nearly respectable now. Ned kept his tone mild. I noticed new roads patrolled on my way south. I'm pleased. The realm can do much good in peacetime. Exactly. Robert bellowed, pounding the table. He seemed genuinely proud, as if discovering for the first time that a stable kingdom might be better than war. And the wedding will be the crowning jewel. After that I can do as I please with Marjorie's blessing. Hunt, feast, father a child or 3. A simpler life than chasing rebels or lopping off heads in battle. Renly coughed politely. You'll still have to rule, brother, though we'll see how Mace Tyrell's influence weighs. He's pressing for certain trade advantages, free movement of his bannermen. He might want positions on the small council for Garland or Loras. Robert scowled. Yes, yes. Let them have their trifles. Loras is a fine knight but no statesman. Garland's more level-headed, or so I hear. He shoved a chunk of duck into his mouth. But I won't let them overshadow me. My father always said, never let one house grow too powerful. The Lannisters learned that the hard way. Tywin's name unspokenly hung in the air. Ned could sense Barristan shifting slightly in discomfort. Baelish's smirk deepened. Varys was absent, perhaps flitting about as always. Ned sipped wine, reflecting that Robert was juggling many rival powers at once. If the Tyrells anchored themselves at court, they'd soon be on a collision course with the Lannisters. Whether Tywin had the spirit or the means to fight that was unclear, but it gave Ned an uneasy feeling, reminiscent of hidden coals left in a hearth. They spoke on other matters, the rumored wildling threat which Robert waved away with mild interest. If they come in the thousands, we'll muster the banners. They're only wildlings, he said, with typical Baratheon bluster. Ned tried to impress that Mormont's concerns were genuine, but Robert seemed too fixated on his wedding and the court's politics to focus on far northern dangers. He did promise coin for the night's watch when the wedding's done, which Ned took as a small victory. Eventually the supper ended and Ned excused himself, saying travel weariness lingered. Robert embraced him again, urging him to remain in King's Landing at least until the newlyweds' departure on their wedding tour. Ned kept his replies noncommittal, retreating with a swirl of thoughts. He made his way back to the assigned chamber, determined to rest. The next few weeks promised plenty of pageantry and subtle plotting. He would have to keep his wits about him. The following days flew by in a blur of wedding preparations. Nobles poured into the city from every corner of Westeros, lords from the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, even some Dornish representatives, though Dorne still harbored grudges from the rebellion era. The Tyrell host swelled further, brightening the streets with their green and gold livery. Near the Red Keep, lines of guards formed to keep order. Musicians practiced incessantly and kitchens churned out enough food for an army. The small folk spoke excitedly of the festivities. Some said it would be larger than even King Aerys's grand celebrations in his prime. Ned gritted his teeth at the memory of that mad king, but the city seemed genuinely in a more cheerful mood, if only because coin flowed and feasting abounded. Ned spent little time in the throngs. He mostly kept to quieter corners, meeting occasionally with the handful of lords he trusted, men from the north or the Riverlands or from among Robert's old allies. He also had private conversations with Barristan and Selmy, who remained the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, to glean any updates on Jaime Lannister's captivity. Barristan said Jaime was kept under comfortable conditions in the Red Keep's dungeons, not in a black cell but a small suite, more or less. Tywin visited him under guard every few weeks. Nothing suggested an imminent break or conspiracy. Ned took mild reassurance from that. Still, whenever Ned encountered Tywin in the halls, usually at a distance, he felt the old man's piercing stare. Tywin kept up a facade of cool acceptance, but Ned saw the steel behind those pale green eyes. House Lannister had been forced into subservience, and while Tywin might kneel to maintain Jaime's safety, resentment surely burned. Yet for the moment, there was no sign of a plan to strike back. Perhaps time had sapped Tywin's appetite for open conflict. Or perhaps he waited for a more opportune moment. A week before the wedding, Mace Tyrell hosted a lavish reception at his manse in the city, inviting all high lords. Ned attended out of courtesy, though he disliked such gatherings. He found himself weaving through throngs of southern lords in silks, half listening to boastful talk of tournaments. The famed Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras, stood near a fountain with a cluster of admirers. Ned recalled that Loras had once tested Robb's skill in a friendly spar near the wall, though Loras had floundered in the snow. He wondered if the young knight would do any better in a warmer environment. Ned spotted Marjorie Tyrell holding court among a group of ladies, tall, poised, her dark hair elegantly braided, a manner both gentle and assured. She laughed politely at something an older lady said. Ned admitted to himself she seemed well-suited for a queen, though far younger than Robert. If the realm needed a new generation to overshadow Cersei's memory, Marjorie might indeed fit the role. Mace Tyrell approached Ned with open arms, wearing a beaming smile. "Lord Stark, so glad you could come to our little celebration." My daughter is thrilled that the great hero of the North has graced us. He patted Ned's shoulder as though they were dear friends. Do you have a cup of Arbor Gold, yes? We want everyone to taste the best the Reach has to offer. Ned accepted a small goblet, sipping politely. The wine was sweet, floral. Mace rambled on about the upcoming ceremony, praising Marjorie's virtues, praising Robert's manly presence. Ned made the expected responses. Finally, Mace drifted off to greet another lord, leaving Ned some space to breathe. He retreated to the fringe of the garden, standing beneath a trellis of night-blooming flowers. The air was heavy with perfume, the candlelit paths full of brightly clad courtiers. Then, to his mild surprise, the bride herself appeared at his elbow, accompanied by a single attendant. She curtsied gracefully. He inclined his head in return. Lord Stark, Marjorie said softly, I'm so pleased you traveled from the north. My father told me you rarely leave your castle. I realize it must be a great effort for you to come. Ned forced a polite smile. It is no trouble, my lady. King Robert is my old friend. I wouldn't miss his wedding. Marjorie regarded him with bright eyes. The realm knows of your role in ending the Lannisters' war. The smallfolk hail you as the one who revealed Queen Cersei's deceptions. I only wish none had died so cruelly in that conflict. Her voice held a sincere note of sadness. War spares no one, Ned said quietly. I hope you and Robert bring peace for a long while. She nodded earnestly. So do I. My family intends no trouble. We want the kingdom united, prosperous. Robert and I may have an age gap, but I'll do my duty. Her composure slipped a fraction, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. The city embraces the wedding, but there are whispers. Some fear the Lannisters might yet lash out. I pray that's not so. Ned hesitated. Tywin Lannister is proud. But with Jaime captive, he lacks the means to defy Robert. If your union is blessed by the people, I doubt anyone could break it. The best course is to rule with fairness. She smiled in a way that suggested deeper intelligence than her sweet exterior might hint at. I intend to. Thank you for the counsel, Lord Stark. I hope you'll remain after the wedding for a time, so we might seek your wisdom. Many lords speak of your sense of justice. I appreciate the sentiment, Ned answered. But the North is large, and my responsibilities are many. I shall remain a little while, of course. Long enough to see you crowned queen, and perhaps see the realm's new direction. Marjorie seemed satisfied. With another graceful curtsy, she departed, her attendant trailing. Ned watched her go, feeling vaguely hopeful for the realm's sake. If she possessed half the political acumen that rumor attributed to the Tyrell women, she might help Robert steer clear of the pitfalls that had doomed him with Cersei. The wedding drew closer. The city's tension soared. Crowds formed in the streets to watch parades of Tyrell bannermen, to cheer or to scramble for coins tossed by the bride's attendants. Robert shut himself in his solar for hours at a time, likely sick of feigned enthusiasm. Ned tried to remain out of the swirl, but it was nearly impossible. He spent time speaking with Renly, with Barristan, gleaning that the court was not entirely stable. Tywin lingered like a thundercloud, though he kept his distance from public events. Baelish quietly stoked alliances behind the scenes, and Varys was nowhere to be seen, presumably at his spiderweb of rumors. Yet no immediate threat surfaced. Even Jaime's captivity seemed almost forgotten, overshadowed by wedding music. At last, the fateful morning arrived. Bells pealed across King's Landing, summoning thousands to watch the royal wedding in the great September of Baelor. Ned rose early, dressed in a plain but formal doublet bearing the Stark direwolf. He joined the procession that wound through the city streets toward the Sept, an ornate carriage carrying Marjorie behind them. The day was bright, the sky a clear blue, as if the gods themselves approved. Inside the great September, colored sunlight streamed through stained glass, illuminating row upon row of lords, ladies, and dignitaries. Scented candles burned on every pillar. Robert stood at the altar in black and gold finery, crown atop his thick hair, shifting impatiently. Mace Tyrell and the Queen of Thorns hovered near the dais, fussing with final details. Then music swelled, and Marjorie entered, a swirl of green silk and fine lace. The spectators rose. Ned, among them, quietly observed. He spared a glance around. Tywin Lannister stood near the back, face carved from stone, flanked by a pair of unimpressed Lannister cousins. Other lords wore forced smiles or genuine excitement. The small folk in the higher galleries craned for a glimpse. The septon performed the rites. Robert pronounced his vows in a steady voice, though Ned detected a hint of irony behind his friend's eyes. Marjorie's voice was clearer, carrying well in the vaulted space. Rings were exchanged. The crowd erupted in cheers echoing off marble walls. Marjorie knelt, receiving the crown from Robert's hands. Queen Marjorie of the Seven Kingdoms. It was done. Trumpets blared and the new queen rose to stand at the king's side, beaming a graceful smile that set the crowd roaring approval. Thus began a day of feasting so lavish Ned could hardly keep track of the courses. Roast boar, stuffed swans, fish from the Blackwater. Musicians played incessantly, jugglers performed. Robert sat at the high table beside Marjorie, guzzling wine, occasionally leaning over to murmur some jest. Marjorie responded with polite warmth, though whether they felt any real bond was uncertain. Tywin Lannister was placed at a table far from the dais, a subtle reminder of his diminished standing. Ned glimpsed him occasionally, stiff-backed, ignoring the forced jollity around him. Meanwhile, the Tyrell contingent laughed and toasted, proud of their ascendance. Halfway through the evening, a tourney of swords was announced. Robert had not wanted a full jousting extravaganza so soon, but Mace Tyrell insisted on some martial display. A hastily erected list in the courtyard below the Red Keep allowed for single combats. Ser Loras squared off against a few challengers, besting them easily. Garland also fought, showing skill. One or two Crownlanders tried their luck, but the Tyrell Knights seemed unstoppable. Ned stood on a balcony with other onlookers, politely watching. He felt no surprise when Loras was declared champion. The Knight of Flowers accepted the cheers with a modest bow, dedicating his victory to the king and new queen. The crowds roared. Marjorie threw him a rose. Ned wondered if Loras was truly as devoted as he seemed, or if he was merely fulfilling a role in the Tyrell family's grand design. Likely both. As dusk fell, the festivities continued with dancing, more food, more wine. Robert grew drunk, though not alarmingly so, and Ned retreated to a quieter corner with Barristan and Selmy. They shared a cup of watered wine, exchanging a few observations. Barristan remarked that if the Tyrell alliance held strong, no one would dare threaten the realm from within. House loyalties had shifted decisively away from the Lannisters. Ned nodded, relieved in principle, but not entirely trusting that the future was secure. Real threats might come from outside, beyond the wall, or across the Narrow Sea if any Targaryen remnants still lived. Late that night, as the festivities wound down, Ned slipped away. Servants hustled about, clearing spilled ale and scattered flower petals. The king had long vanished with his bride, presumably to do his duty in the marriage bed. The hall stank of sweat and stale drink. Ned found his guest chamber, chest heavy with the images of so much lavishness. He wondered how many small folk outside these walls starved as gold-laden banquets soared overhead. But that was the nature of courts. He sighed, stripping off his formal attire, letting the night's hush cradle him into a restless sleep. Over the next few days, the city reveled in the afterglow. Bards composed songs praising Queen Marjorie's grace. The wedding feasts continued in smaller forms. Robert declared a holiday for the small folk, waiving certain taxes for a moon's turn. The new queen made appearances, distributing alms. By all accounts, the match was a success, forging a stable alliance between the crown and the Reach. The only pockets of sourness were among those loyal to the Lannisters or uncertain about Tyrell influence. Yet none dared voice more than mild grumbling. Ned considered it wise to remain a week or two longer, ensuring no immediate drama unfolded. During that time, he visited the City Watch to see how security fared, found it improved under a new commander loyal to Robert. The gold cloaks no longer answered to a Lannister honeypot. He also ventured briefly into the streets to gauge the common folks' mood. They seemed tentatively optimistic, flush with the bounty of the wedding. He had to wonder how long the generosity would last once the Tyrell coffers turned to their own interests. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister receded from public view. Ned heard whisperings that Tywin had again petitioned Robert to release Jaime, citing full compliance with all conditions. Robert refused, saying he'd considered Jaime's freedom once. He was certain House Lannister would never rebel. Tywin's fury was presumably great, but behind closed doors. If he tried anything rash, Robert would crush him. Or so the king believed. One afternoon, as Ned strolled a castle corridor, he found himself confronted by none other than Littlefinger. Peter Baelish sidled out from behind a pillar with a wry grin. "Lord Stark," he said, voice soft. "It's been too long since we last shared a word. Enjoying the wedding, are we?" Ned tensed slightly. "It was a grand affair. I trust your pockets are heavier from managing the coin." Littlefinger chuckled. "Oh, indeed. The wedding has proved very profitable, for the crown, for the Tyrells, even for me. Robert's new queen brings sunshine, so they say." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "But storms can follow sunshine, especially if certain storms have golden lions on their banners. Don't you wonder how long Tywin will behave?" Ned gave him a cool look. "If he misbehaves, Robert will show him the cost." "Ah, so certain. Tywin might be old, but an old lion can still sharpen teeth in silence. But perhaps you're right, he's cornered, with Jaime still in a cage. I suppose we can all rest easily, yes?" Baelish's tone carried a mocking edge, as though hinting that complacency was a fool's game. Ned asked quietly, "Have you heard any rumor of him stirring trouble outside the capital?" Littlefinger shrugged. "Some say the Westerlands stand firmly behind him, if only for pride. But they lack the will to defy the king now. Or so it seems. Our friend Varys might have more secrets, but he's uncharacteristically quiet these days. Something about tidings from across the sea taking his attention." He paused, studying Ned's expression. "And you, Lord Stark? You'll soon ride back north, yes? Far from these intrigues once again." "That is my intention," Ned confirmed. "I've little taste for southern politics." Baelish's lips twitched in a smirk. "Then I wish you safe roads, my lord. But do keep your eyes open. Peace is a fleeting maiden. One never knows who might steal her away." With that cryptic remark, he brushed past Ned and disappeared around a corner. Ned sighed inwardly. Peter Baelish enjoyed sowing seeds of doubt. Perhaps there was no real threat, but men like Baelish always believed chaos might arise from any quarter. Ned resolved not to let the man's insinuations disturb him too much. He had more pressing concerns, like confirming the realm's stability, than heading home before the next snows. A few days later, Robert approached Ned in a courtyard, leaning on his old warhammer like a walking stick. "My friend," the king said, "Marjorie and I will tour the Crownlands soon, showing off the new queen. After that, I might even travel to High Garden, if I can stand the sight of more roses." He gave a half-laugh. "But you'll be heading back to your precious snows, I assume?" Ned nodded. "Soon, yes. I've lingered long enough." "I'm glad to see you content, Robert." Robert snorted. Content as a man can be, hammered with ceremonies and courtiers. Still, it's better than the alternative. He eyed Ned. "You're sure you won't stay on the council? I could always use your sense. Tyrell influences are pushing me to place their men in seats. Littlefinger is still master of coin. Varys is still the spidery master of whisperers. Pycelle remains Grand Maester, for now. My dear brother Renly sits as master of laws. I'd be happier if you were master of war or some such." Ned offered a faint smile. "My duty is in the north. I'll serve the realm from there, ensuring no trouble brews with the wildlings. If you need me, you'll send a raven and I'll come." Robert sighed but nodded. "Very well. At least we have Barristan. And so far, Marjorie's proven a better companion than I feared. She's sweet but not weak, if you take my meaning. Perhaps she'll keep me in line." A flicker of wistfulness crossed his face. "Anyway, go. Return to your land of ice. One day I'll ride up for a hunt. See your Stark brood again." Ned clasped Robert's forearm in a show of friendship. "The gates of Winterfell stand open for you, be it for a hunt or just a respite from southern heat." 2 mornings later, Ned took his leave. He had a brief, stiff farewell from Tywin Lannister, who offered a minimal courtesy and no well wishes. Marjorie Tyrell was more gracious, thanking Ned for attending. Robert gave him a hearty hug, promising to keep the realm stable. Then Ned and his men rode out of King's Landing, weaving through the busy streets, eventually passing the gate that led to the King's Road. Ahead lay many weeks of travel, but Ned felt lighter once the city walls vanished behind a bend. The south was not his home. They made good time at first, each day warmer than the last as they moved away from the coast. The farmland around the Blackwater was lush, sprinkled with wildflowers. Ned's party kept a steady pace, well-provisioned from the wedding's bounty. When they reached the Riverlands, they found more signs of renewed prosperity, farmers sowing seeds, rebuilding old barns. Lord Edmure Tully had done well in distributing aid, or so local peasants said. Ned's heart lifted at the sight of healthy fields, far from the scars of the Lannister War. But halfway through the Riverlands, a chill set into Ned's mind. On the evening of a mild day, as they camped by a river bend, a messenger arrived on a lathered horse, a lad from House Tully's retinue wearing the trout sigil, carrying a letter sealed with Edmure's personal crest. Ned opened it by firelight, reading the contents with a tightening jaw. Edmure wrote that uncertain news had reached him from travelers claiming to have passed the Neck, rumors of scattered wildling raids near the outskirts of White Harbor's domain. Nothing huge, but more than the usual petty banditry. Some suggested the raiders had come from beyond the wall, drifting in small groups. White Harbor had driven them off, but it hinted that the infiltration might be spreading. Edmure feared the Night's Watch had lost track of how many wildlings had slipped south. Ned reread the lines. If that was true, the trickle might be a sign of bigger movement. Mance Rayder's rumored host could start pushing from multiple angles. Ned felt a prickle of worry. He folded the letter, thanked the messenger, and told his men they would press on quickly, aiming to pass the Neck and return to Winterfell with all speed. They broke camp early the next day, covering more ground than usual. For a week they rode hard, crossing the border into the north, forging through the Neck's marshy causeways. Spring storms bogged them down, but Ned kept them moving. At Moat Cailin, the Watch garrison confirmed hearing tales of small wildling parties sighted near the lonely hills, deeper into the north than usual. Ned felt the burden of leadership settle again. The men there assured him no large force had been seen, but the fear was that more might come as the season warmed, letting them slip past the wall. Once beyond the Neck, they found the roads decent but lonely. The few farmsteads they passed looked on edge, though no direct trouble was reported. Still, Ned pushed on, anxious to reach Winterfell, coordinate with Robb, and see what more the Watch had discovered. He prayed Jon Snow might have sent fresh letters. The possibility of a full-blown wildling incursion weighed heavily on him. At long last, the familiar outlines of Winterfell's ancient walls rose from the horizon. Ned and his men rode up the approach under a gray sky, hearts lifting at the sight of home. The gates opened to welcome them, guards calling out greetings. Ned dismounted stiffly in the courtyard, scanning for any sign of chaos. Yet the yard seemed peaceful enough. Stable boys scurried, a few men-at-arms drilled with wooden poles, the soft hiss of wind brushing the battlements. The only suggestion of tension was on the faces of the guards, who had a watchful set to their shoulders. Robb emerged from the great hall, cloaked in wolfskin. His expression was a mixture of relief and concern. Ned embraced him briefly. "All well, my son?" Robb exhaled. "Relatively, but we've had ravens from the Night's Watch. They say Mance Rayder has indeed gathered a host beyond the wall, though it might still be scattered. And smaller groups of wildlings keep slipping through. Not many, but enough to worry the lords near the coast. White Harbor's mustering some patrols." Ned nodded gravely. "Then we must do likewise. Summon the bannermen if needed, or at least prepare them. Has the Watch requested direct help yet?" "Not explicitly," Robb said. "Lord Commander Mormont warns that an attack might come eventually, but so far they've been able to hold the main gates. He only says we should watch the smaller passes along the western end of the wall or the eastern coastline. The real fear is that if Mance unites enough clans, he might try a mass crossing." Ned rubbed his temples. "Yes, and if that happens, the North must respond. We can't let them rampage." The king's stance was that he'd help if needed, but I doubt Robert wants to commit large armies so soon after a wedding. The burden might fall on us. Robb's jaw set. "We can handle it. The men trust us. We'll rally them. Though if it's tens of thousands of wildlings, we'll need more than the North alone." Ned sighed. "We'll see. Let's speak inside. Gather the council. I've missed my home, but it seems peace is not so simple." They went in where Catelyn, Maester Luwin, and a few loyal captains waited in the Lord's solar. Warmth from the hearth fought off the chill gloom. Ned exchanged embraces with Catelyn, who studied his face with worry. Then they sat around a large table, discussing the letters from the Watch, from White Harbor, from other northern lords. Some had skirmished with small wildling bands, ragged groups of a dozen or two easily scattered. Yet each group spoke of more to come. There were vague rumors of a prophecy among the wildlings that they had to flee the cold gods or risk extinction. This talk of White Walkers arose again, though none had been sighted. Ned forced himself to remain pragmatic. Whether or not the others exist, the wildlings fear something. They might flood south. Let's not be caught unprepared. Robb, start mustering a defense plan. We don't need to call all banners yet, but put them on alert. The Umbers near Last Hearth, the Karstarks, Manderleys, Glovers, everyone. Robb nodded firmly. We'll have them ready to ride. Should I send riders to request direct help from the crown? Ned considered. I'll write Robert a letter, but I suspect he'll not muster men unless the threat is imminent. The best we can do is keep him informed. Meanwhile, the Watch must remain vigilant near the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch. If Mance tries to come over or around the wall, we'll need swift updates. The meeting lasted hours, forging a plan to rotate more patrols along the North's frontiers. White Harbor's watchers would coordinate with the lords in the eastern coastline. The Great John Umber at Last Hearth would handle the mountainous passes. The Bolton territory might also be relevant, though Ned disliked dealing with Roose Bolton. He was a grim man, but loyal enough. They concluded by drafting ravens to the Night's Watch and the King, explaining that the North was bracing for possible infiltration. Days passed, and the hustle of war readiness replaced the lull of peacetime routine in Winterfell. Men arrived from neighboring holds, volunteers or sworn arms, to gather news. Some caravans from the south carried gossip about King Robert's joyous progress with his bride, visiting lords in the Crownlands and the Reach, oblivious to the northern tension. Ned found himself juggling a swirl of tasks. Verifying supply caches for a potential campaign, ensuring each bannerman understood the need for caution. He did not want to spark panic, but ignoring the threat could be worse. Amid this, his children felt the shift. Arya pestered him for permission to join any upcoming expedition. He refused curtly, telling her the lines were no place for a young girl. She scowled but returned to practicing with wooden swords. Sansa helped Catelyn with the household as more men arrived, feeding them, housing them. Bran read about the old wars against the wildlings, enthralled by tales of the Night's Watch's heroism. Rickon mostly trailed after the dire wolves, too young to grasp the weight of events. Robb took on a leadership role that impressed even the older knights. He chaired councils of local lords explaining defensive strategies. Men listened, swayed by the memory of the young wolf who had outmaneuvered Tywin's outriders in the war. Ned watched quietly, proud. Though his own experience guided policy, Robb's confidence made men eager to follow. Meanwhile, ravens returned from the wall. Mormont indicated that Mance Raider's host was rumored to be swelling in the Frostfangs. No direct assault yet, but watchers reported bonfires, clan gatherings, a sense of impending movement. The Lord Commander worried that come summer, the wildlings would march in earnest. Jon Snow's letter, appended to Mormont's, urged the North to be prepared. Jon wrote that the wildling legend said a new long night might be coming, but no one truly knew what that meant. The old stories of the others returned to hush the halls. Ned read these words with a grim set to his jaw. If those ancient evils were real, the war with the Lannisters would pale in comparison. Though no immediate crisis erupted, tension hung over Winterfell like a gathering storm. Spring advanced, snowmelt filling streams, grass greening in the fields. But the promise of summer felt muted by the possibility that an army of desperate wildlings might soon test the realm's northern border. Ned continued dispatching scouts, conferring with bannermen. He wished Robert would take it more seriously, but the king's response was perfunctory, praising Ned's diligence, promising to send a token force if a real invasion came. That alone told Ned that the king would not commit major resources unless the threat manifested plainly. And so the Starks and their bannermen prepared as best they could. Weeks turned to months, the days growing longer. Farmers planted crops, hoping for a mild summer. Nobles in southern Westeros likely forgot the existence of the wildlings altogether. But in the hush of northern nights, Ned found himself recalling the old family words, "Winter is coming." He prayed it was only the natural turn of the seasons, not a herald of nightmares from beyond the wall. One evening, as sunset dyed the sky orange behind Winterfell's towers, Ned stood atop the ramparts beside Robb, gazing at the horizon. The training yard below bustled with men drilling. A wind from the north carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Robb's hair ruffled in the breeze, the young man's face had hardened with experience. "Father," Robb said quietly, "do you think they'll come this year?" Ned rested an arm on the cold stone melon. "It's hard to say. Mormont's letters suggest they may still be gathering. Wildlings aren't known for unified discipline. Could be this year or next. Could be never if they fall to infighting. But we mustn't be caught off guard." Robb nodded, jaw set. "We're as ready as we can be. The men respect your leadership and they'll follow me if you command it. I only hope it doesn't come to slaughter. They're poor folk fleeing something worse if the stories are true." Ned felt a pang of empathy. If they would come peacefully, we might show mercy. But if they come with axes raised, pillaging our homes, we have no choice. He paused, letting the quiet speak for them. "Still, that's tomorrow's threat. For tonight, we do our duty and hold the north." Robb placed a hand on the rampart. "Let them come then. We will not kneel." The words held no bravado, just calm resolve. He turned to Ned, eyes shining with that wolfish glint. "Thank you, Father, for trusting me." Ned's throat tightened. "You've earned it, my son." House Stark stands together. They remained a while longer, father and son, watching dusk settle over the fortress. Beyond the walls, the north stretched endlessly, silent, unbowed. If war was coming, they would meet it with all the courage their name implied. Beyond that, Ned could only hope the gods had not abandoned them. Far away, King Robert reveled with his new queen, forging alliances with Tyrells. Tywin Lannister nursed his grudges in the capital. The realm saw calm on the surface. But on the edges of civilization, the old powers stirred, wildlings, ancient terrors that might or might not be real. Eddard Stark, standing on his ancestral walls, felt history's weight pressing close, the sense that the darkest challenges often came from the shadows people forgot. He drew a breath of the cool spring air, the last winter chill brushing past. If Mance Raido's horde appeared, or if something worse lurked in the night, House Stark would not be found wanting. The North had guarded these lands for thousands of years, through seasons savage and long. Ned let that legacy steal him as the sun vanished fully and the first stars pricked the sky. Tomorrow, they would continue the vigilant labor of fortifying the North. Tomorrow, perhaps, they would glean new tidings from the wall. And in the hush of darkness, the words of House Stark beat in his heart as constant as a drum. "Winter is coming. But we are ready." Eddard Stark rose at dawn on a day touched by the promise of spring. Outside Winterfell's walls, the snow had melted back to reveal stretches of browning grass, and the wind carried only a faint chill. Yet despite the gentler air, Ned could not banish a persistent unease. The wildling incursions had grown more frequent these past months. Reports arrived weekly of small raiding bands harassing homesteads, sometimes only a dozen in a group, but they spoke of a larger force yet to come. Their frightened captives or wounded stragglers often babbled of the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, and the deeper terror driving them south. Though the others remained, for many, a myth or an old wives' tale, Ned had learned not to dismiss what he could not see. Jon Snow and Lord Commander Mormont both warned of unknown powers stirring beyond the wall. He stepped outside the keep, breathing in the morning air. 2 guards saluted him at once. Winterfell was fully awake, stable hands tending horses, scullions hurrying with baskets, a few bannermen who had arrived earlier in the season conversing near the armory. With winter receding, it was easier for men to ride across the north, and several hundred had already answered the call to readiness. The great John Umber had sent word he would come soon from Last Hearth, and other lords, Serwyn, Mormont, Glover, had begun mustering. For now, their forces stayed scattered, but Ned knew that at any sign of a large-scale wildling approach, a single raven would bring them riding north to defend the realm. Robb was out in the courtyard already. He wore a fitted leather jerkin over a mail shirt, directing a training drill with a group of younger knights. In the half-year since Ned's return from King's Landing, his eldest son had grown even more comfortable in command, his posture straight, voice carrying the ring of authority. Watching the drill, Ned saw Robb calmly correct one man's footwork, guide another's spear thrust, and call for a reformation with a crisp shout. The men obeyed with no grumbling, a testament to the respect he had earned. That gladdened Ned's heart, for if war came from beyond the wall, the North would need leaders who could unite them. Spotting his father, Robb dismissed the knights and walked over. "Good morning," he said, wiping perspiration from his brow. "We should talk with Maester Luwin." Another raven arrived at dawn from the Night's Watch. "I waited until you were awake." Ned nodded. "Then let's go." They made their way inside, taking a familiar route up winding stone steps to the maester's turret. The corridor smelled of heated stone and old parchment. Along the walls hung a few tapestries featuring the dire wolf sigil interwoven with northern motifs. They found Maester Lewin in his small circular chamber near a window that overlooked the yard. The old man's chain glinted in the early light, and on a table behind him, ravens dozed in separate cages. One black bird cawed softly. Lewin turned, face grave. "Lord Stark." "Robb, I have the letter here." He handed over a small scroll sealed with the black wax of the Night's Watch. "It arrived an hour ago." Ned broke the seal and unrolled it, scanning the cramped script. Robb leaned close, reading over his shoulder. "Lord Eddard Stark, I write with urgency. Our scouts have glimpsed movement near the Milkwater, an influx of wildling clans uniting under Mance Raider's banner. The reports vary, but numbers could surpass 10,000 if these scattered groups coalesce. They seem bent on pushing south before next winter sets in. My men are on edge. We have no illusions that we can hold the entire wall against a mass assault. We will do our best to defend Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower, but there are vast stretches unguarded. If they come in earnest, they may try to breach or skirt the wall in remote places. I beseech you to be prepared. The wildlings are not all savage, yet desperation can make them cruel. My rangers say many speak of an even greater terror that drives them. I still dismiss no rumor. I do not request immediate reinforcements, as we have no confirmation that Raider is marching yet. But if he does, we will likely need help. Be alert, my lord. May the old gods protect us all. Lord Commander Georg Mormont. Ned set the parchment aside. His mouth had gone dry. 10,000 was a fearsome number, more than he'd expected. That was near the size of a substantial army for certain southern lords. Even if half were only half-trained, hungry, or poorly armed, a wave of that magnitude could wreak chaos if it slipped south in unguarded valleys. Robb exhaled. That's larger than we thought. If they manage to unify, it's no longer a trickle of raiders. It's an exodus. And we have no firm sense of timing. Maester Lewin folded his hands. I recall old records from centuries past when Raymond Redbeard came as king beyond the wall. He led thousands across the frozen seas only to be defeated eventually. But the cost was high, especially for the smaller northern holds. Ned stared at the ravens in their cages, remembering the haunted look in Jon Snow's eyes when he'd spoken of this threat. We'll respond as befits the gravity of it. There's a chance the wildlings fight among themselves and never march in full. Yet we can't bet the safety of the North on that hope. We'll gather the bannermen more concretely. If or when Mormont signals that Raiders' forces move, we march north to contain them. Robb squared his shoulders. We should also consider our vantage points. The terrain near the Frostfangs is difficult. They might come around the west. If they can bypass the Shadow Tower, they could pour into the mountain passes. We'll need the Umbers or other western houses to watch that route. Ned nodded slowly, mind churning. Agreed. We'll send a raven to the great John at Last Hearth, urging him to keep extra scouts in the high hills. The Karstarks, too. If the wildlings push east, White Harbor might be threatened, so we must also coordinate with Lord Manderley. Meanwhile, we'll see if the Crown is willing to help if an actual invasion occurs. Robert promised some measure of support, but that was before he remarried and turned his focus south. He thanked Lewin for delivering the message, took the scroll, and stepped out with Robb into the corridor. The sense of urgency weighed on him. Call a meeting of our household knights and the visiting lords, he instructed. We'll lay out the possibilities, assign watchers to each major path. I want us ready to muster a significant force quickly. Perhaps we can deter them from even trying. Robb nodded and hurried off. Ned gazed out a narrow window at the yard below. Men practiced archery. The clack of arrows striking targets rang in the crisp air. On the far side, he saw Arya running with her dire wolf, Nymeria, the beast now grown sleek and tall. For a heartbeat, worry twisted in his gut. He did not want war bringing death to these walls, threatening his children's safety. But the North had never flinched from danger, and neither would he. The meeting was convened within the hour in Winterfell's great hall. A broad oaken table had been hauled to the center, ringed by chairs. Lords and knights gathered. Roose Bolton had arrived to Winterfell mere days ago, his pale eyes unwavering. Lady Meage Mormont, who had come representing Bear Island, wore a scowl that suggested she would brook no nonsense. Lord Wyman Manderley had not yet arrived from White Harbor, but he had sent his son, seerly known as Ser Wylus, to represent him. From House Glover came Galbart Glover, a serious man. A half-dozen others circled them, lesser knights from the Rills, some men of House Serwyn, and Robb himself at Ned's right hand. Ned laid out the Night's Watch letter for them to read, explaining that Mance Raider might unite as many as 10,000 wildlings. A low murmur swept the table. Some lords grimaced, others tugged at beards and thought. Lady Mage Mormont slammed a fist on the table. We've had enough of these raiding bands. If they come in force, we'll teach them the price of crossing into the north. Roose Bolton's voice was calm, almost disconcertingly so. 10,000 is no trifling matter, my lords. If we only muster a partial host, we risk being overwhelmed in small engagements. We must either present a united front or risk letting them slip around us. Galbart Glover folded his arms. We can muster thousands from our combined lands, but it will take time. And can we hold them on the other side of the wall if the watch is outnumbered? We might have to fight them in the open fields of the north. Rob's jaw tightened. We must do both, reinforce likely crossing points near the Shadow Tower and watch the eastern routes. If Mance tries to lead them around the wall's far ends, we'll intercept. If they break through, we gather to drive them back. The main question is how quickly we can gather our banners and how we feed them in a protracted campaign. War is costly. Ned listened, letting each voice be heard, then spoke firmly. We can't rely solely on the watch to hold them. We must be prepared. That means each of you will begin mustering men in your home territories, making sure supply lines are in place. House Stark will do the same here at Winterfell. We won't press every able-bodied man into service yet, but we'll be half a step away from a full call if the watch signals an imminent attack. He paused, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. Let's also be mindful that not all wildlings are beasts. Many are desperate families fleeing some unknown terror. If we can avoid unnecessary slaughter, we should. But we cannot allow them to pillage. Our first duty is to protect our folk. We can show mercy only if they submit peacefully. A low chorus of assent moved around the table. Lady Mage nodded vigorously. Bolton's expression revealed little, but he did not contest. They debated logistics for another hour, which routes were most vulnerable, how swiftly ravens could summon reinforcements, where to stockpile grain for traveling armies. Ned emerged from the meeting feeling somewhat reassured. The north might be vast, but these lords knew the harsh realities of their land. They would not falter if threatened. Later that day, Ned retreated to his solar with Robb to draft letters, one to King Robert, informing him of the Watch's latest warnings and emphasizing that a large-scale incursion might come soon. Another to Lord Commander Mormont, promising readiness. A third to the great John Umber, who was still en route to Winterfell, urging him to double scouts around the high passes. By dusk, ravens had taken wing in all directions, carrying the North's watchful response. Catelyn found Ned at his desk, massaging his temples. She set down a tray of warm tea, pressing a gentle hand to his shoulder. Don't overburden yourself, she said softly. You've done what you can. If the wildlings come, we will meet them. No sense anticipating every horror. Ned looked up into her concerned eyes, nodding. True. But I remember the rebellion. Robert and I faced Targaryen armies, well-trained knights. This is different. The wildlings are scattered, hungry, driven by fear of something we barely comprehend. It may be no less lethal. Catelyn bent down, kissing his brow. Then we'll endure. The North always endures. He took her hand, found comfort in the warmth of her presence. You're right. We do. Several days later, a swirl of renewed activity enveloped Winterfell. Lords departed to their lands with instructions, planning to gather men. A contingent under Robb's supervision prepared additional fortifications around the moat and the outer walls, just in case. Arya chafed at being left out of everything, so Ned assigned her to help with distributing supplies to visiting men-at-arms, hoping it would quell her restlessness. Sansa continued to manage the seamstresses and household staff, ensuring that newly arrived soldiers from the Manderleys or Glovers were quartered. Bran, more studious these days, devoured old accounts of battles with wildlings, occasionally sneaking down to the yard to watch the archers. Rickon, still too young to grasp the tension, played with wooden swords as if the looming threat were just another game. Late one afternoon, the Great John arrived in typical fashion, thundering into the courtyard with 24 riders, raising a minor ruckus. Ned met him in the yard. Great John Umber swung down from his horse, his booming laughter echoing off the walls. Lord Stark, he roared. We came as promised. Are we to chop wildling heads soon, or is it all talk? He bared a grin that showcased large teeth, his breath misting in the cool air. Ned clasped the Great John's forearm. I hope it won't come to unrestrained slaughter, but yes, they gather beyond the wall. I assume you brought men to help guard the passes. The Great John waved a massive hand. Aye, a good 200 at my back. More can follow if you send the call. We'll ring the northern high valleys with sharpened stakes if we must. My nephews have seen suspicious movement near the mountains. Strange fires at night. Could be wildling scouts testing routes? Ned exhaled. We'll talk further. Thank you for coming so quickly. He guided the Great John inside where Robb and others joined them in the solar. Over a table map, they discussed placing watch posts along the winding paths that led from the wall's west end into the north. The Great John's loud voice filled the chamber, but he had a certain rough cunning. Ned recognized that behind the bluster lay a keen sense of strategy for defending the rugged terrain. A tense calm settled over Winterfell in the days that followed, as if the land itself waited to see if the wildlings would truly march. Ned took daily reports from riders who scouted as far north as they dared. Still no sign of large groups crossing, though occasional skirmishes with smaller wildling parties continued. Lord Bolton departed for the Dread Fort to gather more men, promising to respond at once if called. Then came an unsettling piece of news from a merchant's caravan that arrived from the coast. One of the merchant's guards had spoken to a half-frozen wildling woman found near a fishing village along the eastern shore. She claimed she'd lost her kin to a monstrous force of whites, dead men walking. The villagers dismissed it as ravings, but the guard insisted the woman believed every word. Some had tried to chase her off. She vanished soon after, presumably heading south. When Ned heard this tale, his blood ran cold. Others, whites. The same rumors repeated in the Watch's letters. Could it be true? He shared the report with Robb and Maester Luwin, who, though skeptical, advised caution. Folk near the coast are prone to tall stories, Luwin said. But we know the wildlings do speak of some hidden fear that drives them. Ned found himself again recalling the old stories, the long night, the White Walkers. For thousands of years, men had scorned them as children's terrors. Still, the possibility pricked him like an unseen thorn. He prayed they faced only human foes. They had little time to dwell on it, for another raven arrived from the Night's Watch. Mormont's tone was dire. We have lost contact with some of our western rangers near the gorge. Tracks suggest large bands moving, possibly under Mance Raydo's direct command. We suspect he may attempt a crossing before midsummer. Prepare. If you have men to spare who can aid us in holding the Shadow Tower, they would be welcome. Otherwise, watch the western passes. We stand on the brink of major conflict. Ned read these words by torchlight in his solar, heart-hammering. Mance Rayder would not wait for snows to melt completely. If he was truly uniting the clans, they might be on the move. Ned summoned Robb, the Great John, Lady Meege Mormont, and the other lords still present. In an urgent council, they decided to send a contingent to bolster the Shadow Tower if the Watch would accept their presence. Another force would remain near Winterfell, ready to march to whichever pass the wildlings might attempt. The Great John offered to lead a portion of the men west while Robb stood ready at Winterfell. Ned would coordinate everything, possibly traveling between them if needed. It's a gamble, Ned acknowledged at the council table, leaning over the map. If Rayder tries crossing near Eastwatch or central sections, we'll have to hurry the forces from here or from White Harbor. But Mormont believes the west is more likely. Let's trust his rangers. They hammered out details late into the night. The next morning, the courtyard filled with the Grachan's men and a cadre from House Mormont, along with volunteers from the Glover and Serwyn retinues. Nearly 400 in total, a decent number for a scouting and reinforcement mission. Food, weapons, and horses were readied. The Great John rumbled with enthusiasm about how he'd meet any wildlings head-on. Meanwhile, Robb organized more men in Winterfell for rapid deployment. Sansa and the staff worked frantically to prepare travel provisions. Arya lingered at the edges, wide-eyed, clearly wanting to join. Ned firmly told her no, that she must remain. She scowled but obeyed, or at least did not openly defy him. Before the Great John departed, Ned took him aside by the stables. Remember, the Night's Watch leads at the Shadow Tower. Don't override their command. They know the terrain best. Cooperate with them. We want to turn back the wildlings, not start a bloodbath. The Great John scratched his beard. Lord Stark. I'll follow the Watch's lead. But if the wildlings come in numbers, we'll do what's needed. Ned clasped arms with the huge man. Travel safely. Thus, they rode out, snow kicking up under their horses' hooves, the Grachan's laughter booming as they passed the gates. Ned stood on the ramparts, watching the column wind down the King's Road toward the far west. An uneasy feeling stirred in his gut. War was in the air, though not the sort of war Westeros typically fought. This was a fight for survival against a desperate people and perhaps other forces no one yet truly understood. The days blurred into a tense routine. Ned tried to keep the castle's spirit calm. Drills continued. Scouts came and went. Letters from the Great John arrived sporadically, describing how they had reached the Shadow Tower after a hard trek. The Black Brothers welcomed them, though the official command was left to one Ser Dennis Mallister, the tower's commander. So far, no sign of a mass approach, but glimpses of wildling scouts in the foothills. The rangers urged constant vigilance. Then, in the middle of a mild afternoon, an exhausted rider galloped into Winterfell's courtyard, cloak-torn, horse foaming at the mouth. The man tumbled from the saddle, panting, and insisted on seeing Lord Stark at once. Ned came to him in the yard, Robb at his side. The rider sank to one knee, face streaked with sweat. "My lord, a band of wildlings 50 or more attacked a hamlet 2 days' ride north, near the old mill by the Karstark border. They burnt some farms, took livestock, vanished into the woods. The local men fought back, but half were killed. They said the wildlings wore furs, bone charms, claiming the name of Mance Rayder. They threatened to return with more." A hush fell over the yard. Ned's lips thinned. Another bold raid, further south than usual. Could it be a forward party testing the region's defenses? He thanked the rider, then pivoted to Robb. "Gather 24 mounted men. We'll ride at once to secure the area, see if they're still nearby. The rest of the cavalry stands ready if we need more." Robb nodded, adrenaline flashing in his eyes. "I'll come with you." Ned hesitated, wanting to keep Robb safe, but realized his son had proven himself in the Lannister War. "Very well, but follow orders. We do not know the wildlings' numbers. Let's move swiftly but with caution." They left Winterfell an hour later, 25 riders in total, armed with bows, swords, and a sense of grim resolve. The trek north took a day and a half, crossing rolling hills and sparse forests. On the second morning, they found the burned hamlet. Charred huts, smoldering timbers, scattered bodies, livestock pens emptied. Crows picked at the remains. Ned's men dismounted, hearts heavy at the sight. Among the debris, a wounded old man lay coughing near a collapsed wall, barely clinging to life. Robb knelt to offer water. The man rasped that the wildlings had come at dawn, setting fires and looting. They spoke a language he half understood, full of anger at the crows who would not let them pass. Then they vanished into the thick pine forest. Ned gently closed the man's eyes when he passed a moment later, unable to save him. The stench of char and death hung in the air. They buried what bodies they could, piling stones in a makeshift cairn. Silence weighed on them. Robb's face was set with anger and sorrow. "It's not far from Karstark lands," Ned said quietly. "We might find them if we track them. If there are only a few dozen, we can handle that. But let's be wary. This could be a trap." They pressed on into the forest, dividing into 2 squads. Ned led the first, Robb the second, each group accompanied by seasoned men. They found footprints, bent branches, signs of hasty travel. The wildlings seemed to be heading deeper north. For hours, the riders followed trails over streams and stony clearings, hearts pounding each time they glimpsed fresh tracks or stray bits of cloth snagged on branches. Near sunset, Ned's squad discovered a small clearing where the wildlings had recently camped, ashes of a fire, half-gnawed bones of stolen livestock. Footprints indicated perhaps 40 or 50 had paused here, then continued. Ned suspected they'd move mostly at night. Darkness began to fall. The forest turned eerie, shadows stretching. He reluctantly called a halt, setting a guard rotation while they made a cautious camp. Robb's group joined them after a fruitless scouting to the east. Around a low fire, Ned and Robb consulted. "They're moving quickly," Ned said, voice hushed. "We might not catch them unless we push through the night, which is too dangerous. Let's keep after them at first light, see if we can at least drive them out or force them to splinter. The region can't endure repeated raids." Robb agreed. The men ate a meager meal, posted sentries. Night insects chirped faintly. Ned lay on cold ground, cloak pulled tight, feeling old memories of war creeping back. Nights spent in open fields, waiting for dawn to bring bloodshed. He listened to the woods, hearing only the rustle of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl. Eventually, sleep claimed him in fits. Before dawn, they saddled up quietly. The sky was still dark when they advanced deeper. The trail twisted among tall pines and rocky outcrops. The men moved in near silence, relying on faint daylight that crept over the treetops. Ned led, scanning the undergrowth for signs of ambush. Robb rode nearby, hand on his sword hilt, tension in his posture. Around them, the forest loomed, and crows cawed overhead as if mocking them. Suddenly, one of Ned's scouts raised a hand, signaling for a halt. The man pointed to fresh footprints, many of them. Following the direction, Ned saw a faint path leading into a narrow ravine. The tracks indicated movement not long ago. He nodded, beckoning the men onward, carefully descending the slope. The ravine was choked with mossy boulders and thick underbrush, forcing them to proceed single file. Ned's pulse quickened. It was a perfect spot for an ambush if the wildlings realized they were pursued. Halfway down, an arrow whistled from the shadows, striking the ground near a horse's hoof. The startled animal reared and men shouted. Instantly, Ned bellowed, "Shields up! Spread out!" Another arrow sailed, hitting a rider's shoulder, making him cry out. Then the forest erupted in shouting. Dark shapes rose from behind boulders, wildlings in patchwork furs and leathers, brandishing bows and axes. The men of Winterfell fanned out as best they could on the cramped ground, returning fire with their own bows. Chaos roared. Ned dismounted to avoid being an easy target, motioning for a portion of the men to do the same. He saw Robb leap down as well, sword gleaming. The wildlings surged forward, shrieking war cries. A few carried makeshift spears or clubs, their hair matted with bone trinkets. Ned drew his longsword, heart-thudding. This was not the typical foe of shining armor and sigils. It was a ragtag band fighting with desperation. But desperation could be deadly. A wildling lunged at Ned, wielding a chipped axe. Ned sidestepped the blow and slashed, feeling the jolt of steel biting flesh. The man collapsed with a strangled cry. Another attacked from Ned's right, forcing him to whirl around. That opponent had a spear, jabbing frantically. Ned deflected it with his sword, pivoted, and delivered a swift riposte that opened the wildling's throat. Blood sprayed across the moss. All around, steel clashed, men shouted in pain or fury. Robb fought a tall wildling woman who swung a heavy club. She battered aside a soldier's shield, then advanced on Robb. He ducked under her swing and sliced across her torso. She staggered, letting out an anguished roar before crumpling. Another wildling tried to catch Robb from behind, but one of Robb's men, a lanky archer, shot him in the back with an arrow. The savage fell, cursing. A swirl of half-lit chaos reigned in the ravine. Ned's side had the advantage of discipline and better steel. The wildlings were outnumbered, maybe half as many as the Watchers had claimed, or some were hidden. Yet they fought with fierce tenacity, cornered animals. In minutes, a dozen wildlings lay dead, a handful more wounded. The rest broke, fleeing uphill through dense thickets. Ned bellowed for archers to fire. A volley hissed, dropping a few more figures. Some vanished into the shadows. A hush fell, broken only by ragged breathing and the moans of the injured. Ned straightened, looking around. 3 of his men were down, 1 clearly dead, the other 2 badly hurt. Robb knelt by one fallen soldier, pressing a cloth to a bleeding wound. He took an arrow in the leg, Robb said, voice tight. We need the maester or at least a tourniquet. Now. Another man rushed to help. Ned scanned the carnage, heart heavy. Even a small skirmish carried a grim toll. The ravine stank of blood, wet pine, and fear. They began checking the bodies of the wildlings. Many were young, with faces gaunt from hunger. Most had no shields, only shortbows or battered axes. One wore a necklace of carved bone figures. Another had a tattered cloak that might have once been part of a Night's Watch uniform. Ned grimaced, imagining a deserter or stolen clothing. Among them, a few still breathed, groaning in pain. Ned ordered his men to gather the wounded. Perhaps they might glean information or at least show some measure of mercy. This was not a conflict he relished. Robb, face spattered with blood, approached carrying the limp form of a wildling youth who couldn't have been more than 14. The boy's chest had been slashed open and he was dying. He tried to stab one of ours, Robb said hoarsely, but he's just a child. The boy stared sightlessly at the sky, shuddering in his final moments. Robb crouched, pressing a hand to the child's brow as though to comfort him. The boy stilled, breath rattling away. A hush lay upon them. Ned set his jaw, sorrow twisting inside him. In all his years, war never felt less grim. We do what we must, he murmured, voice hollow. See if any can speak the common tongue. We need to know how many more roam these woods. A handful of wounded wildlings were lined up, wrists bound. Most glared or spat curses in their guttural dialect. One older man with graying hair, arrow in his thigh, seemed to understand some words. With coaxing and the promise of a quick death if he refused, he rasped that they came from the group following Mance raiders, scattered outriders, scouting possible routes. They thought the crows and kneelers were too busy at the main passes, so they tried a quieter approach. More bands might be near. Their goal was to gather near certain hidden valleys. The man refused to say precisely where, cursing Ned as a kneeler who served lying kings. He demanded the right to cross south, away from the cold devils. Ned pressed for clarity, but the man only babbled about walking corpses in the far north, a deadly chill that turned men's blood to ice. Then he spat up blood and collapsed, the arrow wound proving fatal. The rest offered no more. Ned had his men bury his own dead and pile the wildling corpses in a separate pyre. The living captives, just 3 severely wounded, would be brought to Winterfell for questioning by maesters if they survived. Robb, hands clenched, surveyed the aftermath. This was but one band, he said in a low voice. There are more. Ned nodded grimly. Yes. They keep testing us. We'll warn Carhold, the Dreffort, all the region. If the wildlings push further in, we must drive them back swiftly. Let's return now and see these men get treatment. Then we prepare for the worst." He gestured for the men to mount up, and they left the ravine, bearing wounds and sorrow, leaving behind the stench of another skirmish in a slow-burning war. They arrived back at Winterfell near nightfall. Word of the fight spread quickly. Arya confronted Ned and Robb in the courtyard, eyes alight. "You found them? You fought them? Let me see." She tried to peer into a wagon carrying the wounded. Ned blocked her gently, saying, "Arya, there's nothing to see but pain. Let us handle it." She looked frustrated but stepped back. A short while later, in the Great Hall, Ned recounted the details to Catelyn, Sansa, and the returning lords who'd been out patrolling the roads. The news sent a ripple of anxiety through the keep's denizens. If these raids multiplied, the entire North might be battered even before Mance Rayder made his grand move. Ned penned urgent letters to Karstark and Bolton, urging heightened vigilance and immediate response to any sightings. Maester Luwin examined the captive wildlings, but 2 died overnight from infected wounds. The last lingered, unconscious, no help for gleaning secrets. It seemed the North's intelligence would remain patchy. Many concluded that the watchers at the wall and the men under the Greyjohn's command had the best chance to intercept any major push. The next weeks brought a flurry of small engagements. Reports trickled in of more wildling parties harassing remote farmsteads, though none so large as to require a full muster. Ned's men had to spread out, responding quickly wherever trouble arose. Robb took a company east to chase a band near White Harbor's territory, forcing the raiders to scatter back into the trackless wild. In that skirmish, Robb himself took a shallow spear wound in the thigh, though he recovered quickly. Each success was offset by fresh news of another band slipping through. The North was too vast to be sealed like a fortress gate. Frustration mounted among the northern lords. Some demanded a preemptive strike beyond the wall, but Ned and Robb insisted they could not cross the Watch's domain without the Lord Commander's invitation, nor could they mount a large invasion of the frozen wilderness easily. If Mance Rayder massed his horde somewhere in the Frostfangs, the terrain itself might devour unprepared armies. Better to let the wildlings come to them, where they had supply lines. But each day they waited, the tension grew. One bleak morning, Ned received a raven from the Greatjon at the Shadow Tower. The letter was hastily scrawled. "Lord Stark, we have clashed with what seems a vanguard of Mance Rayder's army. They tested our lines near the gorge. The Watch lost 12 men, we lost 8. The wildlings retreated again, but we confirm they are massing a larger force in the foothills. The Watch scouts suspect thousands. The wall cannot guard every mile. We stand ready if they attempt to break through the high passes. We may need reinforcements soon. Mormont warns that the main host might march within weeks." Greatjon Umber. Ned's heart sank reading these words. Weeks. Mance might be on the move. The watchers along the walls far west could see the dust of a major gathering. If the wildlings hammered a single point or scattered themselves, the North might face columns of desperate fighters emerging from multiple routes. Could the Night's Watch hold the passes alone? Likely not if outnumbered drastically. He summoned Robb and the assembled lords again in Winterfell's Great Hall. By now they had a core group present, Lady Meage Mormont, Galbart Glover, and others. Some bannermen who had gone home were recalled by Raven. Within a day, the main lords of the North who were within riding distance arrived, tension on every face. They sat around the hall's wide table, plates of bread and meat largely ignored as Ned read aloud the Greyjohn's letter. "So it begins," said Lady Meage, fists clenched. "Mance Rayder's real push. We must ride to the west, help the Shadow Tower and the Greyjon hold them." Roose Bolton, who had returned that morning with a small contingent, spoke in his smooth, quiet tone. "If we all ride west, the east or center might open. Mance might feint to the west, then slip men through the New Gift or beyond Eastwatch. We cannot be certain." Wylis Manderley, representing his father, nodded vigorously. "We must keep men near White Harbor. The wildlings might attempt the eastern seas if the rumor is true that some can build boats or lash rafts. Father insists on a strong presence along the coastline." A tangle of arguments followed, each lord championing a certain vantage. Robb hammered his fist lightly on the table to gain calm. "We can't spread ourselves so thin that we're useless anywhere. Let's do what we planned, keep an army in the west under the Great John plus the watch at the Shadow Tower. Another force stands ready at Winterfell or the Midlands, able to ride north or east as needed. White Harbor fortifies its AST. If Mance commits fully in the west, we reinforce there. If not, we respond to the correct location. Ned listened, letting Robb and the others shape the plan. At last, they settled on a balanced approach. They would call a partial muster of each house, forming perhaps 4,000 men in total around Winterfell. Meanwhile, the Greyjohn's current group of 400 at the Shadow Tower would be augmented by another 600 from the Umbers, Glovers, and Mormonts once the roads allowed swift movement. White Harbor would mobilize a defensive fleet. Communication via Raven had to be swift. If the wildlings battered the west, that was where the greatest clash would occur. If they attempted a more clever route, the Watchers would spot them and the main host from Winterfell would ride out. A precarious plan, but the best they could do given the north's size. With that decided, Ned sent letters across the north. Farms were put under the protection of local lordly garrisons, peasants told to keep an eye out for stray raiders. The call to arms rippled across the land. Soon, men would converge at Winterfell, forging the largest northern host since the rebellion. Ned felt a measure of sorrow that even after the Lannister War, they were forced to muster again. But the realm had little choice. Some men grumbled that the king gave no direct help. Ned had written Robert multiple times, receiving only vague assurances. The crown was entangled with its own politics, flush with Tyrell celebrations and apparently unpersuaded that wildlings posed a real threat to the entire realm. At best, Robert might send a few hundred southern knights who would take weeks to arrive. The north braced itself alone. In mid-spring, the dreaded news arrived from the Shadow Tower. Mance Raido's host had begun its march in earnest. Another messenger, half dead from exhaustion, delivered the letter. Ned unrolled it in the courtyard, hearing the messenger's wheezing breaths. Lord Stark. They come in numbers never seen. Thousands upon thousands marching from the Frostfangs, skirting the western end of the wall. The Watch and the Great John have fought skirmishes daily. We cannot hold them indefinitely without greater aid. Raido has archers, spears, and some monstrous creatures from the far north, giants, if you'll believe it. The men say they've glimpsed huge forms among the columns. We beg you, send men swiftly. If the wildlings break through in force, they'll ravage half the north. Ser Dennis Mallister, commander of the Shadow Tower. Ned read those lines aloud to Robb and the others, his pulse thundering. Giants. Could that be real? The ancient stories claimed giants dwelled beyond the wall, rarely seen for centuries. Yet here it was. The north had no illusions left about old tales. If Mance truly commanded not only wildling clans but beasts of legend, the struggle would be fiercer than Ned had dreamed. He wasted no time. That same hour, he called the banners fully. He told Robb to rally the men at Winterfell's outskirts. They would march west within days to join the Great John and the Watch, attempt to block Mance Raido's incursion. Meanwhile, a smaller contingent would remain behind to guard the rest of the north from stray warbands. Lady Midge Mormont insisted on leading her own group to fight alongside her cousin at the Shadow Tower. Even Roose Bolton, ever circumspect, agreed to bring his men west, leaving a portion at the Dreadfort for local defense. Sansa tearfully asked if she could help, but Ned said she must remain in Winterfell with Catelyn, overseeing the fortress in his absence. Arya once again clamored to go. Ned refused, telling her she was too young for open war. Her face burned with frustration, but she did not press further, perhaps recalling the horrors she had glimpsed among the wounded. Bran looked on in silence, leaning on his cane, eyes full of worry. Rickon clung to their mother's skirts, sensing tension he did not fully understand. In under a fortnight, the Northland roads teemed with men converging on Winterfell, answering the Stark banners. 2,000 arrived from various smaller houses added to the 1,000 already mustered. Others pledged to meet them en route or at the foothills. Robb labored tirelessly at logistics, food wagons, spare mounts, forging alliances between minor lords. By the time they stood ready to march, Ned calculated they might field close to 4,000 once joined by the additional forces promised by Glover and Bolton. Combined with whatever the Great John commanded at the Shadow Tower, they might stand nearly 8,000 strong. A formidable host for the north. Yet if Mance Raido's horde truly reached tens of thousands, it could still be an uphill battle. The morning of departure dawned cold but bright. Soldiers thronged the courtyard, lined up in ranks of spears and bows. Horses pawed at the ground. Ned, mounted on a sturdy warhorse, wore chainmail beneath a fur-lined cloak. Robb sat astride a dark mare, the Stark dire wolf sigil on his shield. Others ringed them, the lords in their armor, banners fluttering in a crisp wind. Catelyn stood by the gate, expression resolute though tears glimmered in her eyes. Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon gathered behind her. Arya looked resentful of being left behind but also fearful for her father and brother. Sansa clasped her hands tight, managing a small nod of encouragement. Bran's lips were pressed thin, Rickon sniffled. Ned dismounted briefly to embrace each child in turn, then Catelyn. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Come back to us safe." Ned closed his eyes a moment, pressing his forehead to hers. "We'll do all we can. The gods willing, we'll break their host swiftly and no harm shall come to Winterfell." He mounted again, signaled. The gates swung wide. Trumpets blared. The army began to move out, marching in neat columns through Winterfell's walls onto the road that would carry them west and north. Townsfolk gathered to watch, some cheering, others silent with fear. Ned set his jaw, the weight of duty pressing down. Robb rode near him, scanning the ranks, steeling himself. They traveled day after day, the columns stretching for miles. Pack mules bore provisions, a few wagons carried tents and armor. Scouts ranged ahead, looking for any sign of wildling outriders. The land here had begun its greening with spring, though patches of snow clung to shady hollows. Nights were still cold, but the men lit fires, telling stories to keep morale from sinking. Ned spent much of the journey conferring with other lords, finalizing how they would coordinate with the Great John once they neared the western edge of the wall. He stressed again the possibility of giants, urging them not to panic at the rumored site. At last, they reached a rugged region of high hills, thick forests, and rocky streams. The watchers from the Great John arrived one evening, bearing word that Mance's army was indeed massing near a mountain pass that led around the westernmost end of the wall. The Watch and the Great John had established a defensive line to hamper their progress, but each day brought more wildlings trickling to Raiders' camp. A major confrontation loomed. "Hurry," the messenger urged. "They need you within a handful of days." Ned pushed the host onward, pace quickened. Fatigue weighed on men and horses alike, but the knowledge of an imminent clash spurred them. The final leg of the journey took them into stark, craggy terrain where the ground sloped sharply upward. Snow reappeared in drifts, the nights biting cold. As they neared the wall's western end, Ned sensed an ancient presence, those black stones looming far off, the sentinel of the realms of men. The men fell quiet, seeing the vast structure in the distance curving away beyond cliffs and valleys. They made camp one evening in a narrow valley. The Great John appeared soon after, riding up with a handful of men, greeting Ned and Robb with a bellow of relief. "You've come at last, by the gods." His face was streaked with dust, eyes weary. "We've been holding them at the high pass for days. The wildlings keep probing, testing. The watch is near spent, but Mormont himself is at the pass to the east, commanding the largest group of brothers we've ever seen in one spot. Still, Mance's numbers are monstrous. Giants, Ned. I never thought I'd see the day. We've glimpsed them across the ridges, tall as two men, riding hairy mammoths, or so they say." A stir of awe ran through the northern nights. Ned nodded grimly. "So it's true. Have they attacked in full yet?" The Great John shook his head. "Not yet. Mance is waiting for more clans to gather. He must want one decisive push. The Watch and we have done small raids, each side losing men. But soon. We need your reinforcements to form a front. We can't let them come through that pass unopposed or they'll spill into the north. Maybe we can pinch them between our lines and the wall's flank." Ned swiftly conferred with Robb, Meej Mormont, and the others. The plan crystallized. They would march at dawn to the pass where the Greatjon's men and the Watch formed a defensive perimeter. Then, in concert with Mormont's rangers, they would either lure Mance's host into an open fight or block them until supplies ran short. The mountainous terrain could hamper the wildlings' advantage in numbers, if used wisely. But with rumors of mammoths and giants, the outcome was far from certain. At dawn, Ned's combined force moved into the foothills, winding through steep trails, guided by men who had scouted the area. The air was crisp, each breath tinted with the resin of pine. By midday, they came upon the fortified line the Great John had mentioned. A barricade of felled trees and sharpened stakes, manned by black-cloaked brothers of the Watch and a mix of northern spearmen. A cheer rose at the sight of Ned's large column. Among the Black brothers, Ned spotted Lord Commander Mormont, an imposing figure with a fierce white beard, standing on a ridge with a cluster of rangers around him. Ned dismounted and approached Mormont, who greeted him with a rough handshake. "You came as I'd hoped," Mormont said. "We hold them for now, but they gather yonder, beyond that ridge. Our scouts say Mance has at least 6,000 or 7,000 concentrated here, with more rumored deeper west. We can't let them crest these slopes. Ned surveyed the rugged landscape. Crags and narrow defile dominated the approach. He saw dark shapes on distant ridges, possibly wildling sentries. The vantage favored defenders if they used it well. We'll set up a main camp behind your line. My men will bolster the perimeter. If Mance attempts a push, we'll meet him. He hesitated, scanning the rocky horizon. And if he tries an end run to the east? Mormont shook his head. The wall's edge is solid rock for miles. They'd have to scale sheer cliffs. We have watchers posted. The main threat is here. But keep an eye to the west as well. Some clans might slip around us entirely. Still, one step at a time. By twilight, Ned's men had established a fortified camp, linking with the watch's positions. Everywhere, soldiers busied themselves digging ditches, stacking stones, setting up lines of pikes or wooden spikes. The ground was too rough for a standard cavalry charge, so the northern knights prepared to fight on foot or in small squads. On a nearby slope, Robb inspected the perimeter. Ned joined him, their breath fogging in the cold. They exchanged quiet words. If Mance attacked at dawn, how best to coordinate with Mormont? If he waited, they could scout further, maybe even attempt a negotiation. That night, the flicker of distant campfires dotted the heights. Wildling horns echoed occasionally, low and mournful in the dark. The men on watch shivered, peering into the gloom. Ned sat by his tense brazier, conferring with Mormont and the Grey John. Some suggested trying to parley with Mance. He had once been a Black Brother himself, rumored to be a man of reason. If he wants to cross, maybe we can strike terms, Mormont admitted quietly, though he looked pained at the notion. But would the realm permit thousands of wildlings to pass freely? The king in the south wouldn't. Neither would the lords of the north. The wildlings want freedom. Our laws call them trespassers. Ned sighed. True. They raid and kill. Hard to trust them not to ravage the countryside. But so many are simply fleeing. If we meet them in battle, the cost in lives will be terrible. He paused, staring into the brazier. Perhaps we should try speaking to Mance, see if a partial truce is possible. He must know a direct assault might be devastating. The Great John snorted. He's called the king beyond the wall. He won't kneel easily nor accept partial crossing. That's why we fight. But if you want to attempt words, do it fast, before the killing starts. Mormont nodded. I can send a messenger in the morning, propose a meeting on neutral ground. Mance might not answer, but better to try. So they decided. Dawn arrived cold and gray. Ned climbed a ridge with Mormont and a few watchers scanning the valley. The wildlings below formed a ragged sea of tents and makeshift lean-tos. A few shapes appeared massive enough to be giants, though distance made it hard to see clearly. The watchers pointed out mammoths with broad, shaggy backs. Ned felt a jolt. Old legends made real? If those creatures charged, no simple shield wall would hold them. Mormont had a watchman raise a white banner on a spear, signifying a desire to parley. After some time, a group of wildlings emerged from the far side, brandishing their own white cloth. Word reached them that Mance Raider would meet if the defenders came unarmed, with few men, at midday in a neutral clearing. Ned and Mormont exchanged glances. The Great John cursed under his breath, calling it dangerous but perhaps necessary. They selected a small party of 3, Ned, Lord Commander Mormont, and one sworn brother, to represent them. They removed weapons except for a small dagger each. The watchers and northern men stood behind the barricades, bows ready if anything went amiss. Then Ned and his companions walked across a stretch of open ground toward a ring of boulders. On the other side, half a dozen wildlings waited, including a tall, lean man with streaks of gray in his hair, dressed in furs yet carrying himself with an odd dignity. Mance Raider. Once a man of the watch, now the king beyond the wall. Beside him loomed a giant shape, at least 8 feet tall, draped in thick fur, surely a giant. 2 other wildlings held spears. The final pair were archers, scanning the ridge. Ned's heart pounded. This was a delicate moment. One arrow, one misstep, and a brawl would erupt. But Mance merely raised a hand in greeting, expression guarded. They halted a few paces apart, each group eyeing the other. Mance spoke first, voice level. Lord Commander, you come to parley at last. I had wondered if you possessed the sense. His gaze shifted to Ned. And you must be the Stark of Winterfell. I recognize your face from descriptions. Ned inclined his head. I am Eddard Stark. You have massed a great host, Mance Raider. The realm wonders what you intend. Mance studied Ned with searching eyes. We intend to live. You kneelers, you crows, you've built your walls and told us to freeze or die. But we've discovered a greater threat up north. You doubtless have heard whispers of the dead walking. He jerked his chin at Mormont. The crows know, and we have no wish to meet that fate. So we come south whether you allow it or not. The king beyond the wall leads them to a safer land. Your laws be damned. Mormont's face hardened. Cross in small numbers we might show mercy. But tens of thousands, some armed, pillaging on the way. That's not mercy, that's invasion. We cannot let you pass free. Mance exhaled. You think I relish war? I served the watch once. I know your traditions. But you give us no choice. The others are real. The longer we linger, the more we lose. My people will not kneel, but we'd prefer not to slaughter yours if we can avoid it. Let us pass. We'll keep to the gift, find lands beyond your southern domain. We can pay in furs or labor. Better that than a flood of blood. Ned considered. If he believed Mance was sincere, perhaps an arrangement could be made. But the realm's law forbade it. The wildlings' record of raiding, murdering, enslaving thralls made southern lords recoil. The king, enthroned in King's Landing, would never accept tens of thousands of free folk settling in the north. I see your plight, Ned said quietly, but you come with arms having already raided and killed. Our people fear you. The north will not open gates to an army. If you lay down weapons, perhaps some asylum can be discussed. But not like this. Mance's eyes flashed. Lay down arms so your lords can pick us off like sheep? No. We have fought too long to be slaves. I'll not condemn my people to kneel to any so-called king, be it Baratheon or Stark. A heavy silence. Ned glanced at Mormont, who shook his head slightly. This was a stalemate. The wildlings needed safe passage, but they refused to disarm or accept kneeler rule. The realm refused to let a huge armed host pour through. Blood was inevitable. Mance lifted his chin. Go back. Muster your forces. We will march soon. Stand aside or face the consequences. We do not desire more death, but will do what we must. Ned spread his hands. There is still a chance for smaller groups to cross, families who truly want peace. I cannot speak for Robert Baratheon, but the North might show some mercy if they come quietly. War will cost thousands of lives. Mance's lips twisted. You offer half measures. My people are done with half measures. Let your men shoot us, starve us, kill us. We'd rather die free than bend the knee. Ned's heart sank. He realized there would be no accord. Mormont's glare hardened. The giant behind Mance let out a low growl, shifting its massive club. Ned took a careful step back, seeing how quickly this could devolve. Then you leave us no choice, he said quietly. We'll hold the pass. Turn back, or your blood soaks this ground. Mance exhaled, expression unreadable. So be it. Warn your lords. When we break your lines, do not blame us. We flee a greater darkness than you can imagine. He turned, motioning for his escort. Enough talk. Next time we meet, it'll be steel. They parted, each group retreating. Ned's heart pounded as he and Mormont rejoined their men behind the barricades. The watchers saw no immediate pursuit. Ned felt a swirl of sorrow and foreboding. The die was cast, Mance would not yield, the realm would not open the gates. War was all that remained. Retreating to the main camp, Ned and Mormont informed the waiting lords. Some scowled, expecting no less. Others looked uneasy at the mention of the others that Mance invoked. The great John bellowed, let them come, and we'll feed their bones to the crows. Lady Mormont nodded agreement. Yet many eyes flicked to Ned, uncertain. Was there truly a greater threat behind the wildlings? They had scant time for reflection. The next morning, wildling horns brayed across the valleys at dawn. Scouts came racing back, reporting a massed movement in the distance, ranks of men advancing toward the pass. The watchers glimpsed huge silhouettes among them, possibly mammoths with riders. Mance's host was stirring at last. The final clash began. Ned quickly arrayed the defenders. The watch took the front lines near the steepest slopes, the northern foot behind them forming a second line. Archers climbed ridges overlooking the pass. Cavalry was minimal, but a few horsemen waited on the flanks for small charges if the terrain allowed. Robb commanded the left flank near a rocky defile while Ned positioned himself more centrally with Mormont. The Greyjoy's force anchored the right. As dawn broke fully, the wildlings appeared in wave upon wave, cresting a ridge at the valley's mouth. Shouts and drumming echoed. Ned's heart thumped at the sheer expanse of fur-clad warriors. Indeed, a handful of towering shapes among them had to be giants. Some walked on their own, stooped forms brandishing clubs or crude spears. Others rode atop hulking, shaggy creatures that had to be mammoths, draped in nets and gear. The watchers murmured in awe or fear. This was a scene from the age of legends reborn in modern times. Mance's outriders advanced first, loosing arrows. The watch answered with their own shafts. Men fell on both sides. Then the main host poured forward with a collective roar, brandishing axes, spears, rusted swords. The defenders stood firm behind sharpened stakes. When the wildlings came into range, northern archers and crossbowmen volleyed. Scores of wildlings dropped, but more advanced, stepping over their fallen. The thunder of thousands of feet shook the pass. The first crash came as the front lines slammed into the watch's barricades. Wildlings tried to tear down wooden stakes. Crows overhead scattered. The watchers stabbed with spears, cutting men from behind the barricade. Blood splashed on the raw timber. Yet sheer numbers threatened to overwhelm them. Some wildlings flung crude grappling hooks to haul the stakes aside or used logs as battering rams. The fighting grew chaotic and vicious. Overhead, archers from the ridges picked off wildling leaders, but they could not stop the tide. Ned signaled for a portion of his northern spearmen to reinforce the failing points. The men rushed forward, bracing spears against the push. Shouts of pain and fury echoed. In the swirl, Ned caught glimpses of black cloaks locked in savage grapples. A wildling with a bone necklace leapt upon a watch officer only to be impaled by a Stark spearman. Another soared from a boulder above, swinging a stone hammer only to be cut down mid-lunge. The stench of sweat and blood clogged the air. Then came the giants. Ned's stomach lurched at the sight, two enormous figures striding near the center, easily 8 or 9 feet tall, with massive arms. One carried a fallen tree trunk as a club, smashing aside barricades. A mammoth lumbered behind them, bearing a howling wildling who directed the beast forward. Where the mammoth trod, wooden stakes cracked like twigs. Men scrambled aside or were trampled. The watchers unleashed arrows at the behemoth, some lodging in thick fur, but it barely slowed. Trumpet blasts from the northern lines signaled a call for heavier weapons. Robb, on the left flank, had posted archers with heavier bows. They loosed volley after volley at the mammoth. After a dozen shafts, the beast roared in pain. Another arrow struck an eye. Blood spurted. The mammoth bellowed, swerving, trampling wildlings in its rage. The giant brandishing the trunk tried to keep it under control, to no avail. The beast veered into a cluster of defenders, scattering them. Screams rose. But then a bold group of Mormont shield maidens closed in, hacking at the mammoth's flank with axes. The creature stumbled, crashing to the ground amid wild thrashing. It crushed men on both sides. Dust and gore erupted. One giant was pinned beneath the falling mass, roaring, then abruptly silenced as the weight snapped its bones. The other giant reeled away, eyes burning with fury, swinging its trunk club. More arrows peppered it. Ned saw it stagger, then crash, toppling with a final roar that shook the air. Despite that small victory, the wildlings pressed on. More waves flooded into the pass, stepping over the dead. Far to the right, Ned heard the Gratians bellow as he led a push to outflank a group of wildlings. Clashes erupted up and down the line. A swirl of bodies battered each barricade. The watchers used swords and pikes, the wildlings responded with savage ferocity. Bits of bone and leather armor offered them little protection, but they seemed fearless, spurred on by desperation. The defenders gave ground in places, then rallied, hacking back. Overhead, the sky turned gray with swirling dust and arrow smoke. The pass reeked of carnage. Ned found himself in the thick of it, sword red to the hilt. He parried a wildling spear, countered with a slash that laid the foe open. Another charged him from behind, but Mormont blocked with a shield, the old bear's strength still formidable. Together, they forced the attacker back. Ned shouted for the men to hold the line. All around, the clang of steel, the shrieks of wounded. The raw chaos hammered at his ears. Hour after hour, the battle raged. The wildling mass had hoped for a quick breakthrough, but the barricades and the defenders' discipline slowed them. Each push cost them dearly. Corpses piled in heaps. Giants or mammoths tried to smash new holes, but the watchers responded with well-placed arrows. Eventually, the wildlings seemed to lose momentum. They had inflicted heavy casualties on the defenders, but so many of their own had died or scattered. A horn blast from somewhere behind the wildling lines suggested Mance might be calling a temporary retreat. The lines parted, letting the battered host fall back. Arrows followed them until at last the pass quieted. The defenders did not pursue too far, fearing a trap. Silence weighed over the blood-soaked ground. Groans of the dying rose everywhere. The watchers sank to their knees, spent. Ned and Mormont stood amid the ruin, each panting, arms streaked with gore. Robb limped over with a gash in his upper arm, but alive. "They've pulled back for now," he said, voice shaking with exhaustion. "We hold the pass, but at a cost." Ned's eyes roamed the field. Dozens, maybe hundreds of black-cloaked bodies, northern men in dire wolf crests, wildlings in furs. The stench was overwhelming. He forced himself to remain upright. They'll regroup. Man still has thousands more. We must fortify, tender wounded quickly. Night fell, casting the pass into darkness lit only by flickering torches. The defenders worked grimly, collecting the dead, piling them for burning. No time for proper burials. The wounded were carried to makeshift tents, where maesters and healers labored by lantern light. Robb insisted on helping dress wounds despite his own injury, refusing to rest. Ned had a bandage wrapped around a deep cut in his side from some wildling blade. He clenched his teeth, ignoring the pain, focusing on reorganizing the lines. The Grey John, battered but still loud, demanded vengeance. Mormont's face was a mask of sorrow, so many of his brothers fallen. Through the night, they expected another assault. But none came. At dawn, scouts found that the bulk of Mance's forces had withdrawn up the slopes, forming a new camp out of bow range. Perhaps he needed time to bury his own dead or to re-strategize. The watchers gleaned glimpses of mammoths and giants still alive, though fewer. No one relaxed. Another wave could crash upon them at any moment. For 2 days, a stalemate reigned. The defenders repaired barricades, the wildlings recovered from their losses. On the third day, scattered fighting broke out along the flanks, with small wildling groups testing for weaknesses. Each time, they were driven back. Some northern men advocated for a counterattack up the slopes, but Mormont and Ned vetoed it. There was no telling how many wildlings lurked among the rocks. Better to force them into the pass where the defenders had advantage. So tension simmered like a drawn bow waiting to snap. Late on the third night, an eerie phenomenon occurred. The temperature plummeted unexpectedly, ice forming on puddles. A thick mist rolled in from the west, blanketing the slopes. Men huddled by fires, cursing the sudden chill. Some among the Night's Watch looked spooked. They whispered to the others how the air grew cold in their presence. Ned tried to quell such rumors, but he felt uneasy too. Even Mormont's eyes flicked warily at the swirling fog. At dawn, horns blared from the wildling camp. Ned, bleary-eyed, climbed a vantage point to see shapes moving in the mist. The final assault, perhaps? The defenders roused, forming lines. Then the sound of frenzied shouting drifted across the valley. Something was happening in the wildling ranks, some confusion or panic. Figures were seen running, but not toward the pass. They seemed to be fleeing something? What devilry is this? Robb murmured. Men on the barricades craned their necks. The watchers glimpsed huge shapes in the fog. Not mammoths or giants, but something else, pale and silent, gliding among the wildling tents. Ned's heart thundered. Could it be the others, real as nightfall? The screaming intensified in the wildling camp. Torches flickered. Some men tried to run up the ridges only to be cut down by white silhouettes. Even from a distance, the watchers could see the flash of unnatural movement. The defenders stared, transfixed. Mormont muttered, "Gods help us." Some wildlings turned and charged the pass, as if preferring to fight crows rather than face whatever haunted their rear. The watchmen braced for an attack. But these wildlings were half-crazed, eyes wide with terror. They stumbled into the defenders' lines, barely fighting, as if they just wanted to escape. Northern spearmen cut them down or forced them to yield. Then came more of the pale shapes, gliding out of the fog, tall, deathly forms with eyes like icy fire. They set upon any living thing with chilling grace, swords of black ice or white crystal, cleaving men in an uncanny hush. It was the others, the White Walkers, stepping from myth into the waking world. The watchers on the barricade reeled back in horror. Some loosed arrows. The others moved unnaturally fast, sidestepping with inhuman fluidity. The arrows that struck them seemed to glance off or disintegrate. Men cried out, stumbling away as the White Walkers advanced. They glistened in the half-light, bodies like pale glass. Wildlings screamed, turning to run. The watchers too froze in shock. Then Mormont roared, "Fire arrows, now. Dragonglass if you have it." A few of the Black brothers rummaged frantically for dragonglass daggers or arrowheads rumored to be the others' bane. But supply was minimal. The others glided forward, each step bringing them closer to the defenders. Ned's blood ran cold at the sight. He recalled the old tales of the long night, how the others brought endless winter. If they attacked in force, thousands might die. But their number seemed few, perhaps half a dozen. Enough to spread terror. Suddenly, the others encountered the brunt of the watchers. One White Walker swung its sword, an impossible shimmer of ice, at a Black brother. The blade bit with no resistance, the man's chest icing over. He fell, skin crystallizing. Another brother tried to stab with a normal steel spear. The spear shattered on impact, leaving the others unscathed. All around, men yelled or prayed to the old gods. Ned scrambled to maintain order. Robb, pale but resolute, grabbed a torch from a brazier, hurling it at an approaching walker. The flames caught the creature's cloak, if cloak it was. The thing recoiled with a hiss that sounded like cracking ice, shifting away from the fire. Another black brother used an arrow with a dragonglass tip, hitting the walker in the chest. The crystal arrow sank into that pale flesh, and the creature let out a high-pitched shriek. It quivered, then burst into shards of ice that dissolved into swirling vapor. Gasps rang out, a sign that dragonglass indeed could kill them. Courage sparked among the watchers. They sought any dragonglass they had, but these were rare weapons. Some used torches, forming a ring of flame. The others hissed, retreating from direct flame, but still dangerous. One walker advanced on Ned. He raised his sword, feeling dread coil. The creature's eyes glowed an eerie blue, its every movement graceful as deadly frost. Ned had only Valyrian steel or normal steel. Actually, he had normal castle-forged steel. He swung anyway, but the walker parried with its ice blade. A shock of cold shot through Ned's sword, sending a painful jolt up his arm. The blade cracked, lines of frost creeping along the metal. He staggered back, heart pounding. Another man lunged in with a torch, trying to drive the walker away. The creature batted the torch aside, flinging the man into a stake with monstrous strength. Ned's sword was half ruined, so he dropped it, snatching a torch from the ground. The walker turned back to him, raising that shimmering blade. Before it could strike, Robb hurled a small obsidian dagger from behind, a leftover from the watch's supply. The dagger lodged in the walker's flank. With a shriek like cracking glaciers, the creature stiffened, then exploded into ice crystals that vanished in the wind. Ned gasped, stumbling, relief surging through him. The remaining others, seeing two of their number destroyed by dragonglass, hissed in unison. Another was set upon by black brothers brandishing a handful of obsidian arrowheads. One arrow struck home, sending the walker screaming into a swirl of frost. The others vanished into the fog, retreating with inhuman speed. In seconds, they were gone, leaving only drifting shards of ice on the bloody ground. The watchers stood panting, hearts in their throats. The entire pass reeked of fear and death. Silence fell, broken only by the wails of the wounded. Mormont, leaning on a shattered spear, shook his head in stunned awe. "Gods preserve us," he whispered. "The others are real. We always feared it, but now we see them ourselves." The surviving men looked around with wide eyes, comprehending that they had faced a horror from legend. Ned's breath came in ragged gasps. He clutched a torch, his sword ruined. Robb crouched at his side, supporting him. A hush blanketed the pass, the wildlings who remained either dead, fled, or trembling in corners. Over the ridges, no more lines advanced. Mance's horde had collapsed in terror, undone by the threat they themselves fled. So ended the day's nightmare. The watchers realized that the others, not men, had dealt a mortal blow to Mance's invasion from behind. Whatever was left of the wildling host scattered. Some might remain in pockets, but the threat of a unified crossing was shattered. The cost was high. Hundreds of crows and northern men lay dead or wounded. Giants and mammoths had perished or fled. The pass stood littered with corpses, both wildling and man. But the others had retreated, presumably for now. In the aftermath, Ned felt hollow. The North had triumphed in a sense. Mance Raider's incursion was broken, but only because a worse danger had come behind them. They had glimpsed the real foe. The entire realm might face that threat if the others marched in full force. For the moment, the immediate conflict ended, but the future bristled with peril. The survivors tended wounds, burned the dead. Lord Commander Mormont asked Ned softly, "What do we do now, Stark?" Ned gazed at the swirling mist. "We warn the realm, gather every resource. Winter is coming, and not the simple turn of seasons, but the ancient terror. We must unite, or all fall." That night, in the flickering glow of funeral pyres, Ned wrote a message to King Robert detailing the unimaginable events. Giants, mammoths, and the others, White Walkers, were no myth. He wrote that the North stood battered but unbroken, that Mance's incursion was foiled, but a doom of old might soon descend. He begged the king to rally the rest of Westeros for the war that truly mattered. If the realm refused to believe, they would soon learn the truth the hard way. At dawn, the watchers peered over the pass, seeing no sign of a renewed wildling assault. Scattered moans drifted from dying men or beasts. The living had triumphed in a brutal battle. Yet as Ned walked among the wreckage, he sensed that this was merely the opening chord of a far more dreadful symphony. The white shadows in the night, the hush of unnatural cold, the shrieking cracks of ice. He recalled the swirling rumor that the dead might walk. If the others returned in force, Mance Raido's horde would seem a small wave before a hurricane. Still, for that day, they had peace. The survivors breathed, spat blood from their lips, and clung to each other. Robb stood with Ned, exchanging a weary look of father and son who had seen the shape of a new war. The North had bled to hold its boundary, but the real fight might lie beyond any mortal border. Eddard Stark, battered sword in hand, gazed at the broken host of the wildlings, at the memory of those pale devils in the mist. He felt only a grim sense of duty, the old words echoing in his mind. Winter is coming. And this winter would not be like any other. Eddard Stark had known the face of war many times over his life, but this new threat was unlike anything Westeros had confronted in living memory. In the rugged pass by the western edge of the wall, he and his allies had seen a horrific glimpse of the others, pale, silent reapers in the swirling mist, and even days after that savage battle, the image haunted him. The wildlings' colossal horde, led by Mance Rayder, had been all but shattered from both sides, hammered at the front by Ned's forces and the Night's Watch, and attacked unexpectedly from behind by those white, inhuman figures. Men from across the realms of Westeros had regarded the others as mere myth for centuries, but now the living knew better. The Watchers at the pass stood face to face with creatures from the old tales, wreathed in a preternatural cold, able to break steel and kill with an icy grace. Had it not been for their handful of dragon glass weapons and the timely panic that broke the wildlings' lines, even more blood might have spilled. On a gray morning after the great confrontation, Ned walked through the wreckage of the pass, stepping around frozen patches of mud, scattered bodies, and lumps of ice left by the vanished others. The temperature had risen slightly, no fresh rime coated the ground, yet many men still glanced anxiously at the sky, half expecting another sudden drop, another white shape gliding from the gloom. But the others had gone, leaving only shattered remnants of Mance's attempt to cross into the north. A foul stench of death permeated the air, mingling with the stale odor of fear. Carrion birds circled overhead, cawing hungrily. Robb was beside him, limping from a minor leg wound that a wildling spear had left behind. Though the cut was superficial, infection and fever could stalk a battered camp. Ned had pushed the maesters to tend Robb quickly, and his son stood firm, if more pale than usual. They paused near a newly erected cairn of stones marking some of the dead. No time or space existed for elaborate burials. Many bodies had been burned outright to prevent any risk of them rising again. People now believed in that possibility. How many men remained fit to fight? Ned asked quietly. His voice carried in the hush between distant moans of the wounded. Far off, one could hear the clank of armor as men rebuilt barricades. The pass might still see more violence if some wildling remnant tried again. Robb checked the small ledger the officers were keeping. We lost more than 300 in that battle, father, maybe 100 more died since from wounds. Another 200 are injured, some severely. The Night's Watch might have lost even more, Lord Commander Mormont is counting. As for Mance's host, some say thousands died, plus the mammoths and giants. The survivors scattered into the mountains. The men who didn't flee are either dead, captured, or vanished into the far passes. We might still see pockets of them for months. Ned grimaced. The cost is high, but I suppose it's a victory if such a word applies when the others themselves emerge to wreak havoc. The realm must prepare for more of that. Have you sent out the ravens as we planned? Robb nodded. Yes. Messages to Winterfell, to White Harbor, to the Dreadfort, to every major holdfast across the north, telling them that Mance Rayder's invasion is broken but that the others are real. We also sent your letter to King's Landing, urging the king to treat the threat with utmost seriousness. He paused. Whether Robert will heed our warning remains unknown. Ned ran a hand across his bearded jaw, exhaustion lining his face. Robert must listen this time. But we'll see. The realm is often slow to move unless the threat stands at its doorstep. Still, now we have eyewitness accounts. The Night's Watch has lost too many men. A new war threatens all. Robb's eyes darkened. It feels as though what we faced was only a scouting party, father, or some outriding group of others. If a greater host lurks beyond the wall, a few obsidian daggers won't be enough. A hush hung in the air. The Watchers all knew the truth, they lacked any real supply of dragaglass. The handful the Night's Watch had discovered was mostly scavenged from old caches or gleaned from a smuggler's cargo. It had saved them in that moment, but if hundreds of others marched, the defenders would need far more. The old stories claimed Valyrian steel could help, too, but Valyrian blades were rare, many lost since the doom of Valyria. Even Ned's own sword, Ice, had once been the pride of House Stark, but he recalled that after the war's earliest phases and certain events in King's Landing, the question of which swords remained in the family's possession was complicated. The past had forced him to fight with a more ordinary blade that the others had partly ruined in a single clash. "We'll search for more obsidian, Father," Robb said, as if reading Ned's thoughts. "The Maesters have begun searching texts for references to dragonglass. If nothing else, we can send men to Dragonstone or the volcanic islands in the far southwestern sea. But that takes time. And coin. Meanwhile, the others could come at any time." Ned swallowed. "Then we stand vigilant. For now, we've done what we can for the living up here. Let's speak to Lord Commander Mormont, decide whether we remain in the pass or push forward to see if Mance's remnants hide beyond. My guess is that they'll melt into the wilderness." They walked on, stepping over broken spears and battered hide shields. Some of the watchers raised weary faces, saluting them. Not all were from the Night's Watch. The North had contributed plenty of foot soldiers, and by the gods, they had paid in blood. Every third step, a fresh patch of red-stained snow or a sprawl of twisted limbs reminded them of the cost. They found Mormont near a campfire, conferring with the great John Umber and Midge Mormont. The old bear was grim-faced. His black cloak was tattered, splashed with gore, and his eyes were ringed by exhaustion. He looked up as Ned and Robb approached. "Stark," Mormont said in his gruff tone, rising from a makeshift log seat. "This war is not done. But we have a lull at least. We've scouted the wildling camps. They're deserted except for corpses. The ones who survived either fled west or died at the hands of those white fiends. I'd guess Mance Rayder himself slipped away. There's no body matching his description among the dead." Ned let out a slow breath. He may regroup, but without a united host, his threat is diminished for now. As for the others, the great John spat. "No damn words for that. I saw them with my own eyes, and I'll be seeing them in my nightmares. If more come, we'll need 1,000 times the dragoglass we had." Midge Mormont nodded, her scarred face solemn. "Aye, we burned enough bodies to fill a small city. And if the cold ones took some for their undead ranks. I refuse to think on that." She crossed her arms. "We best hold the pass until we know the others aren't lurking. But how do we fight a bigger force of them?" An uneasy silence followed. Mormont cleared his throat. "We do what we must. The Night's Watch is sworn to guard the realms of men, no matter the foe. But our numbers are pitiful. We lost at least a third of our strength in this battle. I need more men from across Westeros. And we need to refortify the wall itself, not just this pass. The wildlings tried the west, next time the others could appear anywhere." Ned laid a hand on the old bear's shoulder. "We'll do our utmost to rally support. We must. The entire realm is at risk if the others gather in force." He glanced at Robb, who nodded grimly. "We'll keep men here for a time, maybe 1,000 or so, to support you in patrolling the region and ensuring no large group tries again. The rest will return to the North's interior to quell any lingering wildling raids. We can't let our farmland remain vulnerable." "That's wise," the great John agreed. "But if these devils from the old stories appear in the east or break through some hidden pass, we'll need ravens quick. And a plan to muster." Mormont exhaled, rubbing his brow. "We'll keep an eye on every possible route. The Night's Watch is spread thin, but we'll do all we can. Perhaps if King Robert sends help, we might man some of the abandoned forts along the wall. As it stands, we're basically few enough to hold only Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower." Ned gave a curt nod. "I've pressed Robert in letters. We'll see if reason prevails." Deep down, he feared that despite the horrifying truth, Southern politics might still hamper real aid. But perhaps the testimony of thousands of men who had glimpsed the others would sway the realm's lords. They would either unify or be swallowed by the darkness creeping from the far north. They parted soon after. Ned and Robb spent the next day surveying the battered lines, ensuring men had adequate supplies, designating officers to remain behind under the Grachan's leadership. Meanwhile, about 3,000 of Ned's men, plus some watchers from the west, would ride home. Among the departing ranks were the wounded too frail to remain in such a harsh environment. A few died on the journey out, succumbing to fevers or infections from savage cuts. Robb tried to bury them with honor near small cairns, though the ground was often too frozen to dig deeply. Over the winding route back, the returning soldiers wore haunted expressions, none eager to speak of the monstrous foe they had witnessed. Now and then they passed a small group of surviving wildlings, ragged, starving folk who raised their hands in surrender. Most pleaded for mercy, claiming they wanted no more fighting, just a chance to live. Some even whispered of the others, eyes wide with terror. Ned, remembering the savage raids that had burned homesteads, was torn. He gave them a choice: disarm, come quietly to face northern justice, or flee further west. Most accepted captivity. The men escorted them under guard, uncertain what the future might bring. War in the minds of men was one thing, this was a flight from an existential threat. After near 2 weeks of grueling travel, they emerged from the mountains into the northern plains. Spring had softened the earth, coaxing green shoots. Farmers and shepherds gawked at the battered columns passing by. Rumors had flown ahead, people knew of an epic battle of giants and terrible white phantoms. More than once, men and women approached the road, begging the returning warriors for answers. Had the others truly appeared? Did that mean the living faced an endless winter? Ned's men tried to reassure them that for now, the threat was contained, but word of the others spread like wildfire. At last, Winterfell's walls came into view on a rainy morning. Ned surveyed the fortress from a rise, heart twisting at the memory of how precarious everything was. He took comfort in seeing no sign of turmoil within. The gates opened and the returning army filed in. Catelyn stood in the courtyard, flanked by Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. The sight of them was a balm to Ned's wearied spirit. He dismounted, stepping forward to embrace his wife tightly. She felt the scars on his arms through his tunic, wincing at the bloodstains, but breathed relief that he lived. Arya hovered near, trying to appear stoic, but Ned saw tears in her eyes. Sansa politely welcomed Robb back, noticing his bandaged arm. She insisted he see Maester Luwin at once. Amid this emotional homecoming, the men who'd arrived with him began unloading wagons, carrying wounded to the Maester's chambers, seeing to horse feed. The courtyard bustled with questions. Ned, shoulders heavy, guided his wife and children inside. Over a quiet meal in the Great Hall, he offered them the briefest summary: Mance Rayder's host broken, the others appearing to slaughter wildlings and men alike. The children's faces paled. Even Rickon, who was too young to fully understand, fell silent, clutching Shaggy Dog's neck. Arya's eyes shone with alarm, as if all her tomboyish confidence evaporated at hearing the truth of supernatural horrors. Bran, leaning on his cane, stared at Ned as though wanting to ask if the old stories were truly real. Ned could only nod. The others walked among them now. Supper ended in subdued reflection. Ned asked Catelyn to gather what news had come from the south. She escorted him to her solar, producing the pile of messages that had arrived during his absence. Many were from northern lords confirming mustering or watchful patrols. A few reported stray wildling raids that had died down once the main invasion collapsed. But one thick parchment bore the golden seal of the king in King's Landing. Ned broke it with a trembling sense of urgency. He read Robert's words. Lord Eddard Stark, your messages have reached me, though I confess they beggar belief. Giants, others, a wildling horde. My small council calls these tales exaggerated. Yet your warning cannot be ignored. I have decided to dispatch a contingent of crown forces northward by the King's Road. They shall be commanded by my brother Renly or possibly Ser Barristan Selmy if he agrees. However, the Tyrells, newly allied, advise caution. They suspect the North might be embroiled in local strife with wildlings. They say the others are myths. Even Lord Tywin Lannister, yes, I'm forced to keep him near me, claims your northern fears are overblown. But I remember the trust we once had, Ned, and I'll not dismiss your pleas. Expect 1,000 men to depart soon. That is all I can spare unless more proof is shown. 1,000 swords are better than none. If this threat proves real, I'll rally the rest of the realm. Robert Baratheon, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Ned closed his eyes. Only 1,000 men. That was a fraction of what might be needed. But it was a start, a sign that Robert at least believed him partially. Tywin Lannister's skepticism was no surprise, but the Tyrells' doubt stung, given Marjorie's status as queen. In the short run, the North would have to stand alone if the others grew bolder. Catelyn touched Ned's arm gently. At least he is sending something. Perhaps once your eyewitnesses testify, the realm will unify. Ned frowned. We can hope. Meanwhile, we must gather more dragoglass, glean more knowledge. The war with the wildlings is done, but the greater war with the others may be beginning. He set aside Robert's letter, turning to the daily business of Winterfell. The Great Hall needed to feed returning soldiers, wounded men had to be treated, funeral rites prepared for those whose families awaited them. The next weeks were a blur of administrative tasks. Robb worked tirelessly, though the slice on his arm grew inflamed. Maester Luwin's poultices eventually reduced the swelling, but Robb had to rest more than he liked. Arya tried to slip away from sewing lessons, now overshadowed by a new fear that the world itself was unraveling. Sansa fell silent and pale, burying herself in gentle tasks around the keep. Bran pored over manuscripts about the long night, the battle for the dawn. Rickon followed the dire wolves, half frightened by the talk of ice demons yet too young to grasp the full horror. Soon, another letter arrived from the Great John, stating that the combined watchers at the pass had found no sign of renewed wildling attacks, though Mance Raider's whereabouts remained unknown. It seemed the wildling leader might have escaped with a few loyal clans to the far west. Some watchers argued they should track him down before he reassembled a new host. Ned, reading the letter, decided to let the watch remain vigilant out there but not commit more men to a chase. They had to gather strength in case the others returned to any part of the wall. Spreading themselves thin would invite disaster. In that uneasy lull, the southern reinforcements trickled into the north. It took them over a moon's turn to arrive. 1,000 men led by Ser Barristan Selmy, as Robert had hinted. Renly Baratheon had apparently stayed behind to manage the court. The men wore the crown stag of King Robert, though some apparently also served House Tyrell in small measure, no doubt a gesture of proof from the new queen that she was not ignoring the north. When they rode through Winterfell's gates, Ned greeted Barristan with grim courtesy. Barristan, white-haired but still upright, dismounted and bowed. "Lord Stark, I bring the king's respects and these soldiers to aid in your watch. I must confess, many questioned the truth of your letters. But the king trusts you." Ned clasped Barristan's forearm. "Your presence is welcome, though I wish the threat were a simple rumor. I fear you will soon see for yourself the evidence of these horrors." Barristan's gaze flicked around the courtyard, noticing the battered state of the men who had returned from the pass. "So it is true. Giants, others like the old stories. The men talk in hushed tones. We'll do our duty. Where do you need us?" Ned explained the layout. A portion would reinforce the watchers in the western pass, another portion might help the Night's Watch reoccupy an abandoned fort near the center of the wall. Barristan listened intently. Then he and his knights took a day to rest, replenish supplies. Word spread among the northern folk that King Robert's men had at last come. Some felt relief that the crown recognized the crisis, others remained skeptical that 1,000 swords would matter if the others poured down in force. But a sense of cautious hope flickered, maybe the realm could unite. If more came behind these, the living might stand a chance. Ned called a meeting in Winterfell's Great Hall with Barristan, Robb, local lords, and a few chosen men from the Watch. They examined maps, deciding that half of Robert's men would soon travel to the pass, the other half would join an expedition to Castle Black. Mormont had been pleading for help in repairing certain sections. They might try re-garrisoning the Night Fort or other abandoned strongholds if possible. The Watchers needed more vantage points for spotting the others. Ned volunteered to accompany Barristan on the trip to Castle Black. He wanted to see the Lord Commander face to face again, deliver fresh news, and discuss how best to expand their Dragoglass caches. Robb would remain at Winterfell, ensuring the realm's day-to-day stability. Catelyn raised quiet objections, not wanting Ned to vanish again, but he insisted. "I must speak with Mormont personally. If the others are truly on the move, we can't rely on letters. Let me go before the snows come again, or we might be trapped. I will not stay away too long." She acquiesced reluctantly. Within a week, Ned and Ser Barristan departed with 300 men, heading northeast toward Castle Black. The roads had improved since the meltdown of winter's worst, though storms were still possible. Along the way, villagers greeted them with wide eyes, hearing the rumors that the White Walkers were real. Ned did not deny it, seeing no point in false reassurance. The new motto among the North was that men must remain watchful for dead things that moved in the night. After near 2 weeks of travel, they reached the edge of the Gift, the broad swath of land that had once been the Night's Watch domain. Many farms here lay deserted or half-ruined from recent wildling raids. A handful of farmers stared at the approaching column, cautiously hopeful that the presence of royal knights meant better protection. Some farmers reported seeing mysterious shapes at night, though that could as easily be leftover wildlings as others. Ned's men took note, vowing to pass the information to the Watch. The tension in the air was thick as smoke. Finally, Castle Black rose into view against the stark immensity of the wall, 700 feet of ice rearing up against the sky, a living barrier older than any living man. Barristan's knights fell silent in awe. The fortress below, though battered by time, stood defiant, black stone overshadowed by the towering ice behind it. Snow swirled in occasional gusts along the top of the wall. Crows perched on parapets, cawing gloomily. Ned felt a pang at how few men the Watch now had to hold this line. Even with 1,000 reinforcements from the realm, the entire length was impossible to man. They needed better strategies, more supplies, more alliances. The gates opened. Black brothers in patched cloaks welcomed them inside the courtyard. Ned dismounted, scanning the courtyard's bustle. He spotted Jon Snow, tall and lean in his black attire, hair pulled back from his face. Jon's eyes widened at the sight of Ned, and father and son traded a moment of mutual relief. Jon stepped forward, unsure if he should salute or embrace. Ned clasped him in a brief, firm hug, ignoring the stares of some watchers. They parted, each with a swirl of emotion. Jon had grown older in the time since Ned last saw him. His features were sharper, the weight of the watch's burdens etched into him. "Father," Jon said in a low voice, soft enough that only Ned heard. "You came. I hoped you would. It's grim here." He glanced around at the half-empty yard. "We lost more men in the fighting when Mance Raider's force tried to push in the far west. The others, they're real?" Ned nodded heavily. "I know. We faced them at the pass. Let's see Lord Commander Mormont at once. There is much to discuss." He introduced Ser Barristan to Jon. The old Kingsguard greeted Jon politely, though he seemed slightly taken aback to see the youth wearing the watch's black after all that had transpired. They proceeded into the castle's interior, climbing stairs to Mormont's solar. The hallways smelled of old dust and lamp oil. Most corners looked underpopulated. The watch had never fully recovered from years of neglect. Mormont stood at a table strewn with maps, conversing with a few senior rangers. He looked up with relief when Ned and Barristan entered. "Lord Stark," he said gruffly. "And Ser Barristan, so the king truly sent men. I'm thankful. We have dire need of them." Barristan gave a brief bow. "The king regrets he cannot spare more, but we bring 300 swords and more remain in the west with Lord Stark's men. We stand ready to assist the watch in fortifying these grounds." Mormont let out a breath. "Good. We'd best get started. The wildlings might be scattered, but the others are the real threat now. Rumors say small pockets have been sighted along the northern fringes. The Night's Watch must reoccupy certain forts, or we'll have blind spots up and down the wall." He beckoned them closer to the table, pointing at a charcoal-sketched map. "The Night Fort, Queensgate, Oakenshield, all abandoned ages ago. If we man even 2 of them, we might see another incursion coming." Ned looked over the map. The Watchers had marked the known infiltration routes. So many blank areas. He understood the challenge. "We'll do it. We must. But that means more men than 300. The realm must commit or we'll never hold it all." Mormont's eyes flickered. "Robert Baratheon is your friend, I hear. Press him again. Let the rest of Westeros know that winter's wrath stirs beyond the wall. Our meager watch cannot stand alone. The last battle nearly gutted us. We're patching holes, rationing supplies. The new men from the south will help, but we need thousands, not hundreds." Barristan cleared his throat. "I will write my own account to the king. He trusts my word. If he sees that I, too, have witnessed the devastation, perhaps he'll muster more. Queen Marjorie might be swayed if she hears the women's pleas or sees testimony from survivors." Jon Snow stepped forward. "There's another matter, father. My rangers found evidence that the wildlings might have discovered tunnels beneath the ice in certain places. If the others wanted to slip through unseen, such tunnels might be compromised. We tried to collapse them, but we're unsure how many exist." And he hesitated, glancing at Mormont. Mormont nodded for him to continue, so Jon took a breath. "We found bodies. Frozen stiff. Something had raised them. Whites. We had to burn them. They wore scraps of wildling gear. If the others gather an army of the dead, no fortress will keep them out for long." His voice was taut. "We need more than walls." Ned felt a shiver. This was beyond warfare. Then we find more dragoglass, or we forge alliances with men who can produce Valyrian steel. We discover ways to fight an enemy that can turn our own dead against us. For now, we do what we can. Barristan, if you join me, we'll take full stock of Castle Black's resources, see how to best deploy your men." So they spent days, then weeks, at Castle Black, organizing. Barristan took command of some newly arrived knights, training them in the Watch's methods. Maesters rummaged through the library's dusty tomes for references to the Long Night. Ned pressed the local blacksmith to experiment with forging arrowheads from obsidian. The results were meager. Obsidian was brittle, often shattering if mishandled. But a small stockpile grew. Meanwhile, ravens flew constantly south, carrying new pleas. Ned's repeated entreaties to King Robert described the gravity of what they had learned. An army of the dead was no longer legend. Time passed. The days lengthened into a bleak, cold spring. Occasional flurries dusted the battlements. Lord Commander Mormont decided to send scouting parties up the Frostfang foothills, verifying that no large pockets of wildlings or others lurked. Jon volunteered for some of those missions, returning each time with fresh stories of haunted valleys, rotting bodies left from Mance Raiders' shattered horde, the occasional glimpses of half-frozen wildling refugees who begged for mercy or scattered in fear. Over and over, the men found no sign of a massed white army that offered a short-lived relief, but no guarantee of safety forever. Once or twice, small groups of whites were encountered, horrifying lumps of reanimated flesh that attacked with single-minded ferocity. Dragonglass or fire ended them, leaving men shaken. At last, Ned decided he must return to Winterfell. He had done all he could for the time being. Barristan Selmy and half of his knights would remain at Castle Black, reinforcing the watch, while another portion would rotate to the Shadow Tower. The realm needed a better chain of communication. If the others emerged in force, messages would race across the north. Ned parted with Mormont in the courtyard, clasping arms. The old bear let out a weary sigh. We stand on the edge of a knife, Stark. If winter grows colder, if the others multiply, we're all that stands between them and the living. Ned dipped his head. We will not abandon you. When the call comes, the North will muster again, and hopefully more of the realm besides. And I will keep pressing King Robert. This is no time for petty squabbles. Mormont nodded. Go with the gods, then. Jon walked Ned to the gate. The father and son shared a quiet farewell. Ned noted how the watch had honed Jon's features, giving him a resolute set to the jaw. He wore the black with an austere pride, tempered by the knowledge of true horror. I'll miss you, father, Jon said softly, but I know my place is here. We're building for a war beyond any we've seen. Ned embraced him. I'm proud of you. Stay vigilant, and if the need is dire, send word. The North will come. The Starks stand with you, and remember to take care of yourself. You carry burdens older than any of us. Jon's eyes glistened. Farewell, father. Ned mounted his horse, leading a small escort of knights and men-at-arms for the return journey. Barristan joined them for a short ride to see them off, then parted ways. The road south from the wall felt emptier. In some farmsteads, the watchers reported new arrivals. Wildlings who surrendered, seeking a life under the Kneeler's rules if it spared them from the others. The local lords largely took them captive or forced them into labor. Ned wished there was a more humane approach, but the realm was not used to absorbing entire families from beyond the wall. Tensions flared in places, sometimes leading to violence. The seeds of deeper conflict were sown. At last, Ned arrived in Winterfell again. The fortress had stabilized somewhat, though unrest simmered across the north. Letters from southwestern corners described caravans frightened by rumors, occasional skirmishes with leftover wildling bandits. Robert's 1,000 men had mostly joined the Watchers near the pass or at Castle Black, so they were not patrolling the farmland. The North handled that alone. The castle bustled with men forging new steel, women sewing heavier winter garments in case the next cold season arrived early. Ned found his family waiting in the great hall. Catelyn welcomed him with open arms, relief flooding her features. Sansa stood close, posture poised, concern etched on her face. Arya scowled, though clearly out of worry, not rebellion. Bran had improved his walking with practice, but the limp remained. Rickon clung to Ned's leg, peering up wide-eyed. Did you see more snow monsters, father? Ned knelt to ruffle Rickon's hair. None this time, my boy. The Watchers keep them away for now. Over dinner, Ned and Robb consulted each other. The realm slumbers, Robb said bitterly. We face nightmares, yet King's Landing does not rally in truth. 1,000 men is a token. No sign they plan to unify the rest of the kingdoms behind us. Ned sighed, picking at his food. Robert's letters suggest he faces opposition at court. The Tyrells remain skeptical, the Lannisters undermine him from the inside. They might claim old Targaryen supporters used illusions to scare the North. Or they say we exaggerate to keep power. I don't know, but we must keep sounding the alarm. Catelyn glanced between them. Could you journey to King's Landing in person, Ned? If they saw your face, heard your testimony, maybe it would sway the lords. Ser Barristan's account might help, but Tywin Lannister is wily. He'll do anything to discredit us. Ned pressed his lips together. I considered it. But it's a long way and the North needs leadership now. We're balancing so many threats, scattered wildlings, the potential of more others, ensuring Watchers at the pass and the wall. Perhaps in a few months if the realm remains complacent. Let's see if Barristan's letters from the front lines moved the king to do more. If not, I'll go south again. So the next stretch of time found them in an uneasy waiting pattern. Summer's approach brought mild weather to much of the north, though the Walls region remained cold year-round. Raven messages came periodically from Mormont, from Barristan, from the Great John. No large-scale movement from the others. Mance Rayder remained missing or perhaps dead somewhere in the wilderness. Many wildlings turned themselves in, fearful of the rising darkness behind them. The north faced the challenge of housing or controlling these new arrivals. Some lords demanded that all free folk be exiled or executed for past raids. Others, like Ned, argued for mercy if they surrendered peaceably, especially families. The question remained fraught, with many homesteaders demanding blood for the burnings they had suffered. Tensions flared in villages where wildling refugees appeared, sometimes ending in violence. Ned tried to impose order through his bannermen, but resentment festered. One day, a caravan arrived from White Harbor bearing a letter from Lord Wyman Manderley himself, who had refused to come in person. The letter politely demanded that the new wildling presence be curtailed. Too many had drifted near the coast, stealing fish and livestock. Manderley suggested forcibly relocating them to the Gift under watch. Ned wrote back, proposing a more measured approach. Still, the friction revealed cracks in the North's unity. Amid these complications, Ned took occasional solace in daily life at Winterfell, training with Robb, listening to Arya's excited recounting of her sword lessons with the stable master, hearing Sansa's carefully worded thoughts on diplomatic solutions. Bran quietly read volumes about the old wars while Rickon scampered after the dire wolves. The fortress thrummed with tension, yet it was home, a place of stability in uncertain times. Months slid by. Summer's warmth brightened the fields, leading some to hope that maybe the others would remain a distant threat, that perhaps the one confrontation in the past had been an anomaly. But Ned could not forget the abiding sense that the old powers stirred with the turning of the seasons. He continued to send pleas to King Robert. Occasionally, a raven returned with vague assurances. The king was pressing for more men to be sent north, but the small council hesitated, citing expenses and skepticism. Tywin Lannister publicly scoffed, calling the stories northern fantasy. The Tyrells, flush with royal favor, likewise withheld their main armies, though some individual knights might trickle up. The Martells and Dorne stayed aloof, still nursing old wounds. The Vale under Lisa Arryn refused to commit, wanting to keep safe behind the Aerys walls. In short, no full alliance formed. Nevertheless, a handful more knights from the Crownlands arrived in dribs and drabs, adding small strength to the watchers at Castle Black. Ned deemed it insufficient. They needed thousands, not a few hundred more. The realm was scattered, each region minding its own affairs. In the middle of one hot afternoon, Ned was meeting with local lords in the Great Hall when a shout arose from the courtyard. Moments later, a messenger burst inside, panting that riders approached from the south, at least a dozen men in bright green and gold. Tyrell banners. Ned's brows rose in surprise. Why would House Tyrell come now? He excused himself, striding outside. The visitors wore the golden rose of Highgarden. Their leader dismounted, removing a plumed helm. To Ned's shock, it was Garland Tyrell, older brother of Ser Loras. Garland was known for his courtesy and competence, overshadowed by Loras's famed beauty and skill at jousting. Garland stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. "Lord Eddard Stark," he said. "I come on behalf of my father, Lord Mace Tyrell, and Queen Marjorie." He cast a glance around at the northern courtyard. "We have heard troubling tales of the others in your lands. My queen sends me to see the truth for myself, and if it is as dire as rumored, perhaps we can persuade more help from the Reach." Ned studied Garland warily. "You are welcome here, sire, though I fear the threat is indeed dire. We have plenty of proof. Will House Tyrell truly heed our call even if your father has expressed doubt in the past?" Garland's expression was earnest. "My father can be cautious, as you know, but the queen keeps an open mind. She hears whispers from King Robert's court that a new war brews in the north, that you conjure ghost stories to raise support. Yet she also respects Ser Barristan's word, and some knights who returned from the past confirm monstrous sightings. So I am dispatched to see with my own eyes. If I am convinced, I will write at once to Highgarden and Marjorie and urge them to pledge men. The Tyrell armies are formidable, Lord Stark. We could send thousands if we so choose." A flicker of hope stirred in Ned's chest. "Then you shall have every opportunity to witness the truth. Though I pray we do not see the others again soon. Even so, you can speak to survivors, see the ruins of Mance Rayder's attempt. The Night's Watch can show you bodies they burned. Is that enough proof?" Garland nodded. "I hope so. And if your watchers still find stray pockets of whites or others, though I'd prefer not to face them directly, that evidence might be needed to convince my father that it's no hoax." Ned exhaled. "Then rest here. Tomorrow or next day we can ride north. I'll personally escort you to the pass or Castle Black, whichever route is safer, so you can see the aftermath. If that is what it takes to gain the Reach's support, so be it." With that, Garland Tyrell and his men were welcomed into Winterfell. They discovered a fortress braced for war and a population on edge, but gave no complaint. Garland was polite, mixing easily with northern lords, though some eyed him skeptically as yet another southern knight come to question their honesty. He took it in stride, explaining that the queen must be certain. Over quiet suppers he listened to testimonies from men who had battled the others or fought giants. Sobered, Garland asked pointed questions, gleaning the scale of the threat. By the second night he looked rattled, no longer breezy with courtly manners. So Ned prepared an expedition north once more. He would take Garland, a handful of Tyrell knights, plus Robb, some northern guides, and a small retinue. They would visit the western pass, then Castle Black if possible, letting Garland see the devastation. Arya tried to volunteer again. Ned refused. Sansa seemed relieved not to travel, still shaken from earlier horrors. Catelyn stoically accepted Ned's departure, though each time he left, fresh worry lines etched her face. He promised once more it would not be long. This journey was less rushed than the war marches had been, but the sense of looming threat persisted. Garland and his men rode with eyes wide, scanning every wooded hill, half expecting whites to leap out. They encountered only a few battered farholds. In one half-burned settlement, Garland spoke to an old crone who insisted she'd seen walking corpses with eyes of blue, moaning in the moonlight. Garland's complexion paled hearing it. He later confessed to Ned that he had believed only in living foes, not ancient legends. "I see now the realm must unify," Garland admitted one evening after the group made camp near a rocky outcrop. "I can scarcely believe it. But too many accounts align. The fear in these people's eyes." Ned nodded, poking the small campfire. "We tried for months to rally the South. Doubts run deep. If you speak with Mormont at the wall, see the pass yourself, maybe that will do." Garland's gaze flickered to Robb, who was polishing his sword a short distance away. "Your son fought in that pass, I hear. Against giants. I cannot imagine." Robb looked up quiet. "There's no glory in fighting them, sir, only terror. They're strong enough to shatter a shield with one swing. And the others are worse. Steel shatters on their ice blades. We lost good men. I'd trade any so-called glory to end this threat forever." Garland nodded somberly. "Then the Reach must help. House Tyrell prides itself on feeding the realm. If we let the realm freeze under the others, what good are we?" Thus resolved, they pressed onward, eventually climbing into the mountainous region near the pass. The devastation lingered. Piles of stones marked mass graves. The Watchers had a modest outpost now, with wooden palisades. Garland dismounted among them, scanning the peaks where wind whistled across charred stakes. The men recognized Ned and Robb, welcomed them with subdued respect. The smell of old ashes clung to the wind. Garland walked the battlefield, seeing bleached bones and rusted weapons half buried in the rocky soil. He questioned the soldiers who had survived the invasion, hearing their stories of mammoths, of the others killing men with inhuman speed. He saw the leftover lumps of dragoglass arrowheads the Watchers kept in crates. By the time the party prepared to depart for Castle Black, Garland was convinced. "No man who stands here could deny it," he said gravely, staring at the horizon. "I will write to my father tonight, urging an immediate muster from the Reach. The king must give me leave to speak for Queen Marjorie if necessary. We cannot ignore this." Ned's relief was tempered by caution. House Tyrell was powerful, but would Mace Tyrell truly commit thousands of men? Perhaps if the queen insisted. Or if Robert overcame Tywin's obstruction. All uncertain. Still, Garland's vow was more progress than Ned had seen in months. They traveled east, skirting the ranges, eventually arriving at Castle Black. There, Garland spoke with Lord Commander Mormont, with Watchers who had fought whites in the deep north with Jon Snow. The illusions of southern doubt shattered thoroughly. Garland wrote a long dispatch to Highgarden, describing everything in stark detail. Ned added his own seal. Mormont did likewise. Then, after a few days of rest, Garland insisted on returning south at once to press the matter in King's Landing and with the Tyrells. Ned parted with him on the King's Road, wishing him speed. The man's face was set with somber determination as he departed with his knights. Ned and Robb returned to Winterfell once more, bracing for news. If Garland succeeded, the Reach might send real support and King Robert's court might unify more. If he failed, the North remained largely alone. Time crawled by through the remainder of the summer, each day overshadowed by the knowledge that the others existed. The watchers at the pass at Castle Black reported occasional sightings of whites or strange shapes in the night, but no massed attacks. Some whispered that the others had retreated to gather strength for the true winter yet to come. At last, near the onset of autumn, a raven arrived bearing the sigil of House Tyrell and the royal seal. Ned read it carefully, heartbeat quickening. Lord Eddard Stark, Ser Garland Tyrell has spoken on your behalf in King's Landing, presenting evidence and testimony of the threat beyond the wall. Queen Marjorie stands with him, urging House Tyrell to rally men for the North's defense and pressing King Robert to take full measure of the danger. Despite opposition from certain quarters, Lord Tywin among them, the king has decreed a great council to be held at Harrenhal, where the lords of Westeros shall gather to hear these testimonies and decide on a realm-wide response. House Tyrell commits to sending 5,000 men north if the council confirms the threat. Ser Garland entreats you to attend so the realm can hear your words. Lord Commander Mormont's presence is also requested. Signature of Garland Tyrell in accord with the royal command. Nah. Dee closed his eyes a moment, relief and apprehension mingling. A great council at Harrenhal, no small feat. That ancient castle had seen fateful gatherings before. If all major houses came, they might learn the truth. But Harrenhal was also a place of dark memories, a site of old curses. Maybe that was apt for a threat as old as the others. With a careful breath, he summoned Robb and Catelyn, reading them the letter. They looked stunned. All the great lords in one place, Robb murmured. Even Dorne? Even the Vale? Ned nodded slowly. Likely. If Robert calls them, they will come, or risk being deemed traitors. Tywin Lannister, the Tyrells, the Martells, the Greyjoys, the Tullys, the Arryns, everyone. House Stark as well. We must go. We must show the realm our proof. Mormont must come, or at least a delegation from the Watch. This is our chance to unite the kingdoms before winter deepens. Catelyn's face pinched in worry. You'd be leaving the north again. But if it yields the alliance we need, I understand. Robb exhaled. I'll stay to hold Winterfell. Or I could come, father, if you want the realm to see me, too, as a witness to the others and the battles. Ned considered. I need a strong hand in the north, and your presence as the young wolf might sway some lords at the council. But let me think. Perhaps we bring you along, or we leave you here in command. I won't decide lightly. There is time to prepare. Harrenhal is far to the south, and the council date might be set months from now. We must arrange the Watch's delegation as well. So they began planning. They wrote to Mormont, urging him to send men who had directly fought the others, including the Black Brother who had used Dragonglass to kill one. Ned also wrote to the Great John at the pass, telling him to keep vigilant, but that a realm-wide muster might soon be debated if the Great Council recognized the others as a common foe. Meanwhile, Raven soared with Ned's acceptance of the royal summons, stating that House Stark would attend. The wheels of Westerosi politics began turning in earnest, like a heavy millstone slowly grinding grain. As autumn's chill deepened, news trickled in that the Great Council at Harrenhal would convene in a few moons' time, giving lords across the continent enough notice to gather. King Robert himself would preside, with Queen Marjorie by his side. The swirl of speculation was intense. Some believed they would hash out a new set of alliances or maybe push Tywin Lannister further aside. Others claimed they might see a partial unification of armies to guard the north. A few, especially in far-off corners, still scoffed at the idea of ice demons. But the stage was set for a pivotal decision. Ned's life had come full circle, returning to Harrenhal in a time of crisis. He recalled old stories of the tourney there that had shaped the rebellion's triggers. Now it would witness a gathering that might determine the fate of the entire realm, men and wildlings alike, in the face of an ancient menace. Ned steeled himself. He would speak with all the fervor he possessed, displaying physical proof, the scars, the testimonies, the partial corpses of whites if needed. He would show them that this was not a question of petty crowns but the survival of the living. The North needed the entire realm's might to stand against winter's darkest shadow. If Harrenhal ended with a new alliance, perhaps they had a chance. If not, the others would come eventually, unstoppable, and all the 7 kingdoms would drown in eternal cold. On the last day before the departure, Ned walked the battlements of Winterfell at twilight. The sky glowed red-orange over the silhouettes of watchtowers. Far to the north, a swirl of clouds hinted at an early snowfall. Another year, another challenge. He recalled King's Landing, the Red Keep, the day Robert had executed Cersei Lannister for her treason, a moment that sparked so many changes. That had once seemed a cataclysmic event in the realm, yet now it paled before the cosmic threat of the others. All the squabbles of houses felt dwarfed by the hush of that unimaginable foe. He paused near the parapet, gazing over the courtyard. Robb was below, speaking with the master-at-arms. Arya hurried along with a wooden sword, practicing forms. Bran sat by a brazier, reading. Sansa worked with a seamstress for last-minute adjustments to traveling clothes if she ended up going south. Rickon played with the dire wolves near the stables, giggling at Ghost's attempts to chase a moth. Ned's heart clenched with love and fear. This was what he fought for, these children, this land, this legacy. The others threatened that very bedrock. He murmured a brief prayer to the old gods that Harrenhal's great council would not be undone by petty feuds or pride. That night, the entire family gathered for supper. Catelyn sat at Ned's side, reading a letter from House Tully. Edmure Tully would also attend the council, reaffirming the Riverlands' readiness to help. They toasted a modest hope that with Tully, Tyrell, Stark, and some of the King's men, the impetus for a grand alliance might be unstoppable. Sansa asked quietly if she could come to Harrenhal to see the realm's lords, but Ned declined, wanting her safe in Winterfell. The roads would be crowded with armed parties, tension high. Perhaps only Robb or maybe just Ned would attend. Arya sulked that she could never see the wonders of the South, but after glimpsing the terror in Ned's eyes, she fell silent. As dawn broke on the day of departure, Ned and a chosen retinue set forth. This time, he brought a smaller group than when he had gone to the pass, a handful of loyal knights, Maester Luwin's scribe to record official testimonies, and a small guard detail. Robb accompanied him, determined to represent the North's younger generation and speak of the battles he had personally fought. The roads would be long, the autumn storms might hamper them, but they had to reach Harrenhal before the full assembly began. Winterfell's command would pass to Catelyn once more. They rode out under the portcullis. On the walls, watchers saluted. Many remembered the last time Ned had departed for a major meeting in the south. That had led to war, to revelations about Cersei's treachery. Now a far greater test lay ahead. The columns of riders vanished into the morning mist, forging south along the King's Road, deep in thought about the role they must play at Harrenhal. They carried with them a hush of foreboding, for no man could say how the southern lords would react, or whether Tywin Lannister might sabotage the entire affair. But the realm had no choice if it wished to live. The truth of the others demanded an answer beyond petty crowns. Ned rode near Robb at the head of the group, exchanging a steady glance. No subtitles to their journey, no illusions. The final conflict was not a matter of if, but when, and all men must face it together or perish in the cold. So they pressed on, hearts steeled, toward Harrenhal's looming shape somewhere far to the south. A place haunted by old curses, about to become the crucible of a new era. Through every mile of forest and field, the unspoken vow echoed among them. They would speak for the living, for the realm entire, so that come winter's final storm, Westeros would stand, swords in hand, unyielding to the night.